Chapter 1. 1962, New York City, Brooklyn. An Asian youth was staring blankly at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. I have traveled through time. Brian was a little depressed. He was not from this world, but a traveler. One day ago, he traveled here and became an unknown watchmaker. Brian Kent, this is his current name. If it was just a travel, Brian would accept it with pleasure and would not be so irritable. Just because this is not a peaceful world. Yes, this is not a peaceful world, but a Marvel world where mutants are about to enter the historical stage. As for why Brian knew that this is a mutant world, the reason is simple, because Brian is a mutant. I don't know if it is a benefit for travelers, or if it was originally possessed by the original body. In short, as soon as Brian traveled through time, he awakened his variant ability. His variant ability is called seeing through the laws of operation of everything. His awakening variant ability is exactly the same as the super ability of the brain-cutting maniac Sera in the American TV series. Whether it is a super ability or a mechanical structure that is so complex that it makes people's heads tingle, Brian can master it through this ability with just one look. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that when Brian masters the operating rules of a certain ability, the body's genes will be adjusted to allow Brian to obtain the same ability. In short, Brian can obtain this variant ability by observing the operating rules of the variant ability in the human brain. Moreover, because of the special nature of seeing through the operating rules of everything, when Brian obtains the variant ability, it will automatically optimize and improve, just like the ability enhancement of Apocalypse. In short, it is a one-click full level. And it is like using your arms and fingers, and you can use it freely without any training. Having the Sera super ability template makes Brian feel a little comforted. But he still can't be happy. The Sera template is very powerful. Advertisement, but it was also destined that his existence would be feared by the mutant group. And he was destined to embark on the path of constantly hunting mutants. Brian could already foresee that he would become a demon king like Sera, who would scare the mutants and even unite to fight against him. He would be independent of the mutant group and become the natural enemy of the mutants. This kind of mutant ability is simply the enemy of the whole world. Brian shook his head helplessly, laughed at himself, and then stood up. His eyes became extremely firm. At this moment, Brian had a kind of ambition to go forward with millions of people. Just kidding, that's a mutant ability. Who can resist the temptation of mutant abilities? Brian couldn't resist it anyway. What's more, as long as Brian wanted, he could get all kinds of dreamed-of mutant abilities, and the price was nothing more than not being accepted by the mutant group. That's all. Brian glanced at the calendar, which clearly showed the year 1962. As a time traveler, Brian definitely knew that the time point of 1962 was exactly the plot line of the first Battle of Mutant. This year, young Magneto and Professor X got to know each other, and then fought against Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Shout together. The first Battle of Mutants? It happens that I can fish in troubled waters and use Professor X's brainwave enhancer to find some powerful mutants for me. When he learned that the current timeline was the first Battle of Mutants, Brian had already thought of his future plan. That is to join the X-Men that Professor X had just formed, use Professor X's brainwave enhancer to find potential mutants, and then quietly plunder the ability of these mutants. Definitely, before joining the X-Men, Brian has one more thing to do. That is to obtain a mutant ability. The Sera template allows Brian's potential to reach the Omega level. However, if you don't plunder other people's mutant ability, Brian is almost no different from ordinary people. This is the limitation of the Sera template. If you want to become a powerful mutant, there is only one way to go. That is plunder. Plunder the ability of other mutants. Advertisement. Since he had made up his mind, Brian no longer wasted time. He picked up a simple watch from his watch shop and gently put it to his ear. Tick, tick. As the watch was placed to his ear, although it was obviously damaged, Brian heard the ticking sound of the parts inside the watch. At this moment, Brian seemed to be standing in a huge and complex mechanical structure. Countless parts were performing complex mechanical movements in front of Brian. However, such complex mechanical movements seemed so simple to Brian. It turns out that this is broken. After just 1 second of listening, Brian found the fault of the watch, and then he quickly opened the cover and adjusted a part. As the cover closed, The watch that had been damaged was restored to its original state. This is Brian's variant ability, the effect of seeing through the laws of operation of all things. He only needs to look at the mechanical structure to understand the laws of operation of the machine and master it instantly. He can also find out the insignificant inharmonious sounds in the operation of the machine by listening to the sound of the machine. This is the power of the ability to see through the laws of everything. Just like now, Brian only needs to listen to the mechanical sound of the watch to find out the problem and then easily repair it. Not only watches, as long as it is a mechanical structure, Brian can easily master its operating rules and then repair it. Wearing this Omega watch on his left hand, Brian tidied up his clothes that looked a little old, and then took out a Colt M1911 pistol from the drawer of the table. Brian put the Colt pistol in his arms and picked up the toolkit beside him. Everything was ready. Brian started his first hunting trip. Coming to the street, Brian looked at the prosperous and somewhat backward city and gently stroked the watch on his left hand. I hope I'm lucky and can find one or two mutants of the same kind. Brian stopped a taxi and prayed secretly. At present, the only way Brian can think of to find mutants of the same kind is to wander around New York City, hoping to get lucky and meet one or two mutants. Although this is like looking for a needle in a haystack, it is the best solution Brian can think of. After all, he is just an ordinary person with no abilities. The initial Sera Template is undoubtedly very weak. Advertisement. Chapter 2. Sir, you have already circled Brooklyn 3 times. Do you want to continue? In a taxi on the streets of Brooklyn, a black driver was looking at the Asian youth in the back seat through the rearview mirror with a strange look on his face, muttering in his rap-like words, "Niger, shut up and drive your car." A cold voice came from the back seat. At the same time, there was a cold temperature on the back of the head, and the familiar touch made the black driver shudder. "No offense, sir." The black driver wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shut his mouth tactfully. "Damn, is my luck so bad?" On the back seat, Brian took back the pistol in a bit of annoyance, looking at the bustling crowd outside with a trance. Brian has been circling Brooklyn for 10 hours. During these 10 hours, Brian would blend into the most lively crowd every time he arrived at a place, and then expect his mutant ability to give an early warning. But what made Brian a little crazy was that his mutant ability never gave a warning. In fact, since awakening the Sera Template, Brian could be like Sera, and when he met a mutant, his mutant ability would make a tick, tick sound like a machine running. As long as there was a mutant nearby, Brian's mutant ability would give a warning. However, he had been driving around Brooklyn for 10 hours, and his mutant ability had never given a warning. This only showed one thing. That is, in these 10 hours, he did not encounter a mutant. Are there so few mutants in 1962? Brian couldn't help but complain, and then directly ordered the black driver to pull over. After getting off the car, Brian signaled the black driver to leave. As for the fare, in such a free America, do I still have to pay the fare? Besides, I'm a mutant. Can't I do whatever I want? Don't eat the sour radish. Until the black driver drove away, he dared to roll down the window and cursed at Brian. And Brian just raised his hand and fired a burst of bullets at the black driver. The black driver was so scared that he stepped on the accelerator and fled in a panic. After venting his anger, Brian felt much better. 10 hours of useless work made him more determined to join Professor X's team. Sometimes, it is necessary to properly rely on the power of others. Squeak. Just when Brian was standing on the side of the road, thinking about whether to give up this hunting plan, a green taxi stopped in front of Brian. "Advertisement, sir. Do you need a taxi?" In the taxi, a young black driver rolled down the window and smiled professionally at Brian. And Brian also smiled brightly, because when the taxi driver was talking, the sound of mechanical operation like the sound of nature also rang in Brian's mind. Tick, tick. Brian was in a good mood after hearing the crisp and pleasant ticking sound. He glanced at the black driver, then opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. "Hey, bro, I suggest you sit in the back seat, which is more comfortable. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. You can call me Darwin." After hearing the black driver's self-introduction, Brian's smile became even brighter. Obviously, he found his kind. The taxi driver in front of him was a mutant. And he was a cannon fodder-level mutant who had appeared in the first battle of Mutant, Darwin. "Hello, Darwin. Nice to meet you." You can call me Sera. Brian did not follow Darwin's advice and still sat in the passenger seat, saying something meaningful. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Brian definitely won't tell Darwin his real name. When hunting, Brian has only one name. That is Sera. Sera? Darwin looked at Brian a little strangely, obviously a little strange about his name. Okay, Darwin, don't worry about the details. Can you take me around Brooklyn? Brian waved his hand and said to Darwin, Definitely, the customer is God. But, sir, are you sure you want to do this? When Darwin heard Brian's destination, his first thought was to get rich. As a black taxi driver, he didn't care why Brian had such a weird ride request. As long as Brian could pay the fare, Darwin would be willing to go around Brooklyn, not to mention New York City. Definitely, Darwin, just drive. Brian saw Darwin's doubts about his financial ability, and he took out a wallet from his pocket. The wallet was full of Mang. As a person who owns his own watch shop in Brooklyn, Brian is also considered a middle-class person. This little money is nothing to Brian. After seeing the Mang displayed by Brian, Darwin didn't hesitate for a second and stepped on the accelerator directly and started to go around Brooklyn. As the taxi started, Brian and Darwin chatted casually. What surprised Darwin was that Brian's talkativeness made him, a black driver, a little overwhelmed. During the chat, Darwin was surprised to find that this bro named Sera was actually a professor of genetic mutation. Advertisement Brian definitely couldn't be a professor of genetic mutation. But facing a black taxi driver with a generally low level of knowledge and who had never been to school, Brian only needed to fool Darwin a little bit to make him believe in his identity as a professor of genetic mutation. As the saying goes, when you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Darwin, do you believe it? The world is changing. A small number of people will have their genes mutated, thus gaining the ability of ability. These people are undoubtedly God's favorites. Brian glanced at Darwin and said meaningfully. What Brian said made Darwin a little stunned. Ability? God's favorite. Darwin looked at the road ahead and was a little absent-minded. Since he awakening ability, he has always regarded his ability as a curse. Darwin never dared to show his ability. He was afraid of being regarded as an alien and a freak by the people around him. That is why, even though he has awakened the ability of survival of the fittest, he is still an unknown taxi driver. Brian's theory of ability and giftedness comforted him. He suddenly felt like he had to speak out. Professor Sera, have you ever found someone with ability and giftedness? Darwin turned to look at Brian and asked with some expectation. Darwin has been hiding his ability for all these years. This made him feel lonely, and he was eager to find people like him. Yes, Darwin, why do you think I am telling you this? Darwin, you are God's favorite. Brian turned his head, looked at Darwin seriously, and said with a chuckle, Professor. Darwin was startled, and he suddenly braked, and the taxi stopped at once. Relax, Darwin. I have been following you for a long time. You don't need to pretend in front of me. As I said before, you are God's favorite, the evolutionist, pioneer, and hero of mankind. You should show your ability, not bury it. You should shine like a superhero. Instead of a black taxi driver, Brian spoke slowly, and his voice was full of appreciation and encouragement for Darwin. This made Darwin, who had never received attention, suddenly fooled. Can I be a hero? Darwin looked at Brian absent-mindedly and said uncertainly, Yes, Darwin, your ability will make you a dazzling star. Brian answered Darwin's question very affirmatively. Professor, what should I do? Darwin was indeed attracted by words like hero, and he looked at Brian with fiery eyes. Obviously, he had regarded Brian as his own mentor. Niger is indeed easy to deceive, especially mutant Niger, who is even easier to deceive. Looking at Darwin, who took the bait, Brian complained in his heart. Advertisement. Chapter 3. Darwin, the first thing you need to do is to release your ability, not hide it. Brooklyn, Coney Island. A green taxi is quietly parked by the bay. Next to the taxi, Brian and Darwin are leaning against the door of the taxi. While smoking, they enjoy the beautiful scenery of the bay and have a good chat. Yes, they have a good chat. In the past hour, Brian has successfully shaped himself into a genetics professor who is looking for mutants. And in this hour, Brian also made Darwin believe in himself. He made Darwin firmly believe that he, Sera, is Darwin's mentor. It is the sole mentor who can shape Darwin into a hero. This is not difficult. because the mutants of this era originally were in a state of confusion and desire to be recognized. They are afraid that their identity as mutants will make people around them label them as freaks and monsters, and they are eager to understand their mutant abilities. That is why when Brian proposed the mutant glory theory to Darwin, Darwin was deeply involved in it. Everyone has a heroic dream, especially a mutant like Darwin. Release your ability? Darwin took a deep breath under Brian's encouraging gaze. He, Darwin, wanted to show Professor Sera his ability. He wanted to be a hero. Mutation and glory. At this moment, Darwin's eyes were full of spirit. He chanted the slogan Brian taught him in a deep voice. Then he resolutely walked to the front of the bay and jumped directly into the water. Plop! As Darwin jumped into the water, gills quickly evolved on his two cheeks. The gills opened and closed, allowing Darwin to breathe freely in the water. Professor, this is my ability. I call it survival of the fittest. Advertisement: my body can automatically adapt to the surrounding environment and then evolve corresponding organs. Darwin emerged from the water and introduced his ability with some excitement. Brian could see that as Darwin left the water, the gills on his face were rapidly degenerating and disappearing. Very good ability, Darwin. Of all the abilities I have seen, yours is the best. Brian did not hide his admiration. He gave Darwin a thumbs up and praised him. In fact, Brian was not lying. Darwin's survival of the fittest ability, in terms of potential, even surpassed Magneto, Professor X, and others, reaching the Omega level. The ability to adapt to any extreme environment and evolve corresponding means of survival is simply a bug-level ability. If developed properly, even if Darwin is thrown into space, he can evolve to absorb cosmic radiation and thus obtain the ability to survive in the vacuum of the universe. However, even such a bug variant ability was used to bits by Darwin. Until his death, he was only in the ranks of the first-level variant ability. It was simply a waste of natural resources. This further strengthened Brian's determination to kill Darwin and plunder his variant ability. However, before killing Darwin, Brian needs to test the limit of Darwin's current ability to adapt. This is why Brian tried his best to make Darwin believe in himself. Darwin has the ability of survival of the fittest. Even if he is still very weak now, it will take some effort to kill him. Darwin, do you mind if I test your body? Looking at Darwin walking out of the water, Brian said directly, Definitely, Professor. Darwin, who believed in Brian, readily agreed. It must be said that some of the success stories that Brian learned in his previous life are still very useful. At least they have a significant effect on Darwin. Darwin now can't wait to become a superhero. Brian turned back to the taxi and picked up his toolbox from the co-pilot, which contained a complete set of watch repair tools. Brian took out a sharp knife from it, then walked in front of Darwin and nodded to Darwin. Swish! Brian unexpectedly used a knife to cut Darwin's right artery, and when the knife touched Darwin's arm, his arm suddenly became as hard as leather. The knife did not leave a trace on Darwin's skin. Advertisement: it was not until this moment that Darwin reacted belatedly. He looked at Brian and did not expect that the genetics professor's actions were so fast and fierce. He was simply not like a professor. Test record: a knife to the artery is obviously lethal, which will be automatically judged by your body as entering an extreme environment state. Thus activating the ability of survival of the fittest, the body automatically undergoes adaptive evolution, and your skin becomes as strong as leather. Brian ignored Darwin, but instead began to record data seriously. Such a professional scene made Darwin, who had never seen the world, subconsciously obey Brian's orders. In the following time, Brian conducted various tests on Darwin. When burned by fire, Darwin's body will instantly enter an adaptive state, thereby gaining the ability to resist high temperatures. When a taxi collides, Darwin's body will be completely petrified in an instant, thereby offsetting the kinetic impact of the taxi. Shooting Darwin's heart with an M1911 pistol will cause Darwin's body to metallize, and the bullet cannot penetrate its defense. According to Brian's test, as long as it is a lethal attack, Darwin's body will automatically adapt and evolve, thereby acquiring the corresponding confrontation characteristics. And through Brian's repeated tests, he found that Darwin's survival of the fittest is not fixed. Just like the same flame burning, Darwin's body adapted to develop flame-resistant skin that can withstand high temperatures for the first time. And the second time, Darwin's body skin directly absorbed the flame. After a long period of testing, Brian finally found that Darwin's survival of the fittest ability is also limited. First of all, it must be an extreme environment to stimulate Darwin's survival of the fittest ability. And scratching Darwin's finger with a knife, for example, will not stimulate his survival of the fittest ability. Secondly, Darwin's body can only adapt to one extreme environment at a time. In simple terms, if he is in water, his body will grow gills, giving him the ability to breathe in water. But if a gasoline bomb is dropped into the water will be set on fire. Even if Darwin is in an extreme environment, his survival of the fittest ability will not allow him to adapt to the fire resistance ability, but will be burned to death by fire. Even if Darwin's survival of the fittest ability is very buggy. But now Darwin is just a level 1 mutant who has never developed his own ability. This gives Brian a chance. Darwin, contribute the first mutant ability to me now. Now that Darwin's weakness is known, Brian is not going to waste time. In his brain, the mechanical ticking sound rang again. After so long, he is finally going to hunt for the first time. Advertisement. Chapter 4. At night, in front of the bay of Coney Island, Brian and Darwin sat on the ground, summarizing the previous test results while eating the sea fish caught by Darwin. With the long-term ability test, Darwin became more trusting of Brian. Maybe it was an illusion. He always felt that his survival of the fittest ability became stronger than before in the ability test again and again. Although this feeling was very weak, it also made Darwin feel the growth of ability. This was enough to make him grateful to Brian, the professor of genetics. Professor, I feel great now. My body has automatically adapted to the darkness, allowing me to gain night vision ability. Darwin was a little reluctant to share the changes in his ability with Brian. Just now, he gained night vision ability in the dark. This was something Darwin had never had before. Before meeting Sera, he had never gained night vision ability in the dark. But now, he has such an ability. There is no doubt that all this is the credit of this young professor. Darwin, you said you have gained the night vision ability now? Brian's eyes turned cold and dangerous when he looked at Darwin. It was as if a hunter was staring at his prey. Yes, Professor. Darwin, who was excited, did not notice Brian's unusual expression. He was immersed in the night vision ability brought by adapting to the dark environment. His eyes were emitting a faint light, as if they could dispel the darkness, and everything he saw was as bright as day. Darwin looked at the bay in front of him. The night vision ability not only allowed him to see things in the dark. At the same time, it strengthened his visual nerves, and he could keenly capture the changes in the surrounding light. This allowed him to even see the fish swimming in the water. Suddenly, Darwin glanced at Brian from the corner of his eye. He was surprised to find that Brian was pointing a gun at him at this moment. Huh? Professor? Darwin turned his head to look at Brian in confusion, wondering why Brian was pointing a gun at him. Relax, Darwin. This is just a simple little test. Brian comforted Darwin with a smile on his face. Darwin's ability is too buggy. Brian is worried that if Darwin can't be killed, he still has room for maneuver. After saying that, Brian pulled the trigger directly. Bang, bang, bang. A dull gunshot sounded, and just in case, Brian emptied the magazine directly. What's going on? Why doesn't my ability work? Darwin looked down at his chest in surprise. At this moment, streams of blood constantly flowed out of his chest. Darwin didn't understand why his ability of survival of the fittest was not activated. Bang. Advertisement in Darwin's confused eyes. His body fell straight to the ground. Although his heart and lungs were shattered by bullets, Darwin did not die immediately. His variant ability, survival of the fittest, was passively activated and began to adapt to the injuries on his body, and began to try to strengthen the self-healing of cells to repair the damage to the body. Darwin's broken heart began to heal slowly. At the same time, Darwin's body began to adapt and evolve rapidly, forming a new oxygen-absorbing organ in his body. It's worthy of the ability of survival of the fittest. He's not dead yet. Brian walked up to Darwin and watched Darwin's body constantly adapt to his injuries, and couldn't help but marvel. Then Brian raised his gun again and shot Darwin's new organ. Sera what? It was not until this moment that Darwin realized that Brian wanted to kill him on purpose. Poor Nig, there has never been unprovoked kindness or selfless help in this world. Everything has been marked in secret. Brian's cold answer made Darwin extremely angry, but he didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment. He could only hope that the ability of survival of the fittest would allow him to adapt to the current predicament. However, it was obvious that Darwin's wish was doomed to fail. Brian took out the dagger that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Then, in Darwin's horrified eyes, he placed the dagger on Darwin's forehead. K, Sera. What are you going to do? Darwin felt the cold touch of the dagger, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. At this moment, Darwin felt like a lamb to be slaughtered. Darwin, take a deep breath. It's normal to feel a little pain. Brian glanced at Darwin, and then without wasting time, the dagger pierced Darwin's forehead. Amid Darwin's screams, Brian opened his brain. At this moment, Darwin's mind was open. The brain was completely exposed in front of Brian. As Darwin's mind was open, the mechanical operation sound in Brian's mind sounded again. At the same time, there were some sounds similar to the operation of mechanical parts. Finally waited for this moment. Let me see what the operating rules of your ability are. Brian's face showed excitement. He couldn't wait to squat down and began to carefully observe Darwin's brain circuits. At this moment, Darwin's brain, in Brian's eyes, was quickly divided into independent function component areas. These functions correspond to various functions of the human body. There are memory centers, nerve centers, language centers, and so on. A minute later, Brian found the ability center in Darwin's brain. So, Darwin's ability runs like this. The variant ability that sees through the laws of operation of everything makes Brian instantly understand all the secrets of the variant ability in Darwin's brain. Tick, tick. Advertisement. As Brian understood Darwin's variant ability, his brain began to operate like a complex machine. His brain and body began to adjust themselves. It was like adding DLC to his body. In just a moment, Brian's body already had Darwin's variant ability. Brian stood up and carefully felt the changes in his body. At this moment, Brian's eyes were glowing, and his pupils kept shrinking and adjusting. The originally dark environment was as bright as day in Brian's eyes. Just after Brian obtained the ability of survival of the fittest, his body had adapted to the night vision ability in an instant. Not only that, Brian came to the edge of the bay and then jumped down. The moment he touched the sea water, Brian's neck on both sides automatically adapted to fish gills. At the same time, his limbs also grew fins like swordfish, and golden fish scales grew on his skin. At this moment, Brian was like a graceful fishman. Whoosh! Brian slightly exerted force on his arms in the water, and the whole person rushed through the water like an arrow from a string. The speed of movement in the water is faster than that of a swordfish. This is the horror of the Sera Template. The ability to see through the laws of operation of all things can automatically optimize and upgrade the acquired variant abilities. One-click full level, like using an arm. That is why, after Brian obtained the survival of the fittest ability, his variant ability level has been automatically upgraded to level 5. Yes, after plundering Darwin's variant ability, Brian jumped from an ordinary mutant without ability to a powerful level 5 mutant. In the water, Brian clenched his fists slightly. He could feel that his body was still undergoing adaptive evolution. It's not survival of the fittest, but adaptive evolution. His body can adapt to various extreme environments and continue to evolve. This adaptive evolution will not stop until he evolves into the most perfect creature in the current environment. I can feel that nothing can kill me except time. Brian jumped out of the water, as agile as a carp. When Brian landed on the shore, all the adaptive evolution organs on his body disappeared rapidly. It's a pity that this adaptive evolution will disappear if it is out of the extreme environment. After taking a look at his body, Brian shook his head helplessly. He turned his head to look at Darwin on the shore. At this moment, Darwin was dying, but he was still not completely dead. It must be said that the survival of the fittest gave Darwin a strong vitality. I will carry forward your ability. You can rest in peace. Brian looked down at Darwin, then raised his hand and shot Darwin in the exposed brain. The bullet hit Darwin's brain's ability center accurately, directly destroying Darwin's mutant ability. Darwin's eyes widened, and he couldn't die anymore. Chapter 5. Number 233, Brooklyn, a low two-story building. This is Brian's home, and it is also the only legacy left by Brian's parents besides the watch shop. In the living room on the first floor, Brian held a cup of coffee in one hand. In the other hand, he held an old-looking lighter and casually set his blood-stained clothes on fire. Boom. In just a moment, the flames of the burning clothes enveloped Brian's whole body. However, Brian did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, his body was rapidly adapting and evolving. In just a moment, Brian, who was originally a flesh and blood body, had turned into a silver-white metal man. At this moment, Brian was like the Silver Surfer in the Fantastic Four movie. When the flame disappeared, Brian turned back into a flesh and blood body. The flame did not leave a single bit of damage on his body. This is the Level 5 mutant ability, the power of adaptive evolution. Brian can adapt to any extreme environment. Not to mention this little flame. Even if he was thrown onto the surface of the sun, he would be safe and sound. Not just the flame. In the 2 hours after returning home, Brian conducted a comprehensive test of the adaptive evolution ability. His current body is immune to cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, disease, physical blows, and energy attacks. According to Brian's test, his current body can even produce mental resistance. Except for not being immune to aging, his current body is almost a replica of the eternal Titan body of Marvel boss Thanos. Unlike Darwin's first-level mutant ability, which can only survive in a single extreme environment, the adaptive evolution that has grown into a Level 5 mutant ability allows Brian to adapt to multiple complex extreme environments at the same time. This also makes Brian almost free of weaknesses. The only thing that bothers Brian is that adaptive evolution is a passive ability. He cannot actively control it, and the direction of evolution is completely random. This requires Brian to adapt to the situation after adaptive evolution. I am a Level 5 mutant. Advertisement. Brian felt his body and smiled. Yesterday, he was just an unknown mutant. And only 1 day later, he has already stood at the top of mutant. He became a Level 5 mutant with the same level as Professor X and Magneto. Oh, by the way, at this point in time, only Black Emperor Shao is a Level 5 mutant. Professor X and Magneto are only Level 4 and Level 3 mutants. After taking a sip of coffee, Brian began to think about the next plan. There is no doubt that at this point in time, the first battle of mutant has just begun. Professor X Charles Xavier has just become a university professor. And Magneto Eric Lyncher is hunting down his life mentor, Level 5 mutant Black Emperor Shao, all over the world. And the only Level 5 mutant Shao is deliberately trying to provoke World War III, so that the world will suffer a nuclear baptism, hoping to use nuclear radiation to activate the X gene hidden in humans and change the world into a mutant world. Speaking of which, my current body should be able to withstand a nuclear explosion and be safe and sound. Brian touched his chin and couldn't help muttering. He once again discovered an advantage of adaptive evolution, that is, being able to withstand nuclear explosions. The only one who can do this is Wolverine Logan, the son of Destiny in the mutant universe. After recalling the plot of the first battle of mutant, Brian also knew how to successfully join Professor X's team. The easiest way is to go directly to Oxford University, the Eagle Sauce. Professor X has just become a professor of genetics at Oxford University. You only need to ask around to find Professor X. If you can pass Professor X's mind-reading test, you can naturally join Professor X's team. However, it is obvious that Brian, who just killed a fellow mutant, will definitely not pass Professor X's test. Professor X during this period of time did not have any principle of not using telepathy ability on people without permission. On the contrary, Professor X during this period abused his ability without any bottom line and used his telepathy to invade other people's brains at will. Professor X used his ability to read all of Magneto's memories as soon as he met Magneto, and he used his ability to make Magneto temporarily give up the pursuit of Black Emperor Shao. Advertisement. Brian didn't want his memories to be read by Professor X at will. Although the ability of adaptive evolution has a certain mental resistance, but he is not sure whether the mental resistance brought by adaptive evolution can resist Professor X's telepathy. Therefore, before contacting Professor X, Brian still needs to make sure that his adaptive evolution ability can allow him to resist mental attacks. Brian tapped the table lightly with his fingers and determined his next target. Maura McMaggot. Yes, Brian decided to use CIA fringe agent Maura McMaggot as a breakthrough. The cause of the first battle of Mutant was that Agent Maura discovered the existence of Mutant in the Hellfire Club in Las Vegas. So he began to seek the help of Professor X Charles Xavier. And if you want to contact Agent Maura, the best place is definitely the Hellfire Club in Las Vegas. Brian glanced at the time. It was 8:15 in the morning. There was a direct flight to Las Vegas about to take off. Now that the target had been determined, Brian would not waste any more time. He simply packed his luggage, took the necessary documents and M1911 pistol, and then came to the balcony on the second floor. After looking at the ground below, Brian jumped directly from the balcony on the second floor without any hesitation. Bang! The next second, Brian had already hit the ground heavily. Brian was unharmed after jumping from a height of several meters. When he fell, his feet had adapted and evolved into cat-like pads. The pads offset the gravity and impact of the fall for Brian. The ability to adapt to evolution, although the combat ability is lacking. But in terms of survival ability, even Wolverine, who has a super strong self-healing factor, cannot be compared with Brian. Brian found a taxi and took it to Brooklyn Airport. Half an hour later, Brian boarded a flight to Las Vegas, Nevada. Mutant's first battle, here I come. Chapter 6. Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the entertainment capital of the world, a real den of money. It has the most complete entertainment venues in the world, with various casinos and brothels in every corner. This is a paradise for men. At this moment, Hellfire Club. Outside a luxurious private room, a group of girls, almost naked, are waiting in line outside the door. These girls are paid dancers of Hellfire Club. They are usually arranged to receive government officials and politicians who come here for entertainment. However, now these girls are turning a blind eye to the politicians and officials in Hellfire Club. Instead, they look at the door in front of them with fiery eyes. Everyone is like a pilgrimage. Next, just as these girls were waiting, a low and magnetic male voice suddenly came from the room. Then the door in front of them opened, and a girl walked out holding the door. Brian, you are really great. She looked back at the door behind her every 3 steps, and she was very reluctant to leave. Hundreds of people killed. Brian has done it. After the girl left, the girls who were waiting cheered excitedly, and these girls couldn't wait to compete for the next spot. Some girls even fought for this. The whole Hellfire Club hall was in chaos. In the room, Brian was lying on the bed, drinking coffee leisurely. 3 days have passed since Brian came to the Hellfire Club. During these 3 days, he has been looking for Agent Maura, but he found nothing. Brian had no choice but to come to the Hellfire Club to have fun while waiting for Agent Maura to appear. It has to be said that the Hellfire Club is really a man's paradise. As long as you have money, you can enjoy any service here. And Brian followed the local customs and enjoyed the treatment of Homelander. I can do whatever I want. While communicating with the young lady, Brian once again discovered an absolute advantage of adaptive evolution. Brian found that he would perfectly adapt to any woman. This is simply the ability that men dream of. Rubber Fruit, Rubber Man, are nothing in front of Brian. With this ability, Brian doesn't need to rest at all. He spent 3 days to finally achieve the achievement of killing 100 people. And Brian has become a godlike existence to these girls. Buzz. Advertisement just when the girls outside were in a mess. An invisible spiritual power enveloped the girls. The girl who was originally enthusiastic suddenly became dull. All the girls seemed to have pressed the freeze button. Click, click. While these girls were frozen, Brian in the room heard the click of mechanical gears in his mind at the same time. Brian, who was originally lying on the bed, turned over instantly. This is Brian's variant ability, which sees through the laws of operation of all things and warns. There are mutants nearby, and they are just outside the door. Just when Brian was alert to the mutants outside the door, Brian's door was pushed open. A blonde woman in a beautiful and sexy white pleated skirt caught Brian's eyes. This woman was like a ripe peach, exuding sexiness and charm, as well as the elegant atmosphere of European aristocrats. Her figure was especially amazing. Based on Brian's eyes of killing hundreds of people just now, this woman could be called a sexy stunner. White Queen Emma Frost. Brian guessed her identity the moment he saw this woman. This woman was the White Queen of Hellfire Club, Emma Frost. Level 4 Mind Mutant. Do you know me? White Queen Emma, who had just entered the room, was stunned when Brian called out her name, and then looked at Brian with interest. The reason why she came here was that she heard that a mysterious and powerful man had come to the Hellfire Club. This mysterious man almost made all the women in the Hellfire Club crazy. In just 3 days since he came to the Hellfire Club, he had already achieved the achievement of killing 100 people, and every woman who had communicated with him was extremely satisfied. It was a double satisfaction of body and mind. This made White Queen Emma, as a woman, have a strong interest in this mysterious man named Brian. If the rumors are true, Brian can bring the ultimate experience to any woman. Then White Queen Emma wants to try it. That is why, when Black Emperor Shao was preparing to receive Colonel Henry, the representative of the American military, Emma took a break from her busy schedule and came to Brian. What surprised Emma was that the Asian man in front of him, named Brian, actually called out his code name in mutant. This made Emma even more curious about Brian. White Queen Emma, a level 4 psychic mutant. It has 2 variant abilities. One is the telepathy ability. The other is the diamond ability. Face to face Emma's gaze, Brian calmly said her variant ability. As Brian spoke, Emma, who originally had an elegant smile, suddenly became serious. Mutant. Emma looked at Brian carefully. She was very sure that Brian was her mutant. This made Emma cautious. She raised her right hand and pressed 2 fingers on her temple. The power of telepathy was released. Advertisement, just when Emma used her psychic power to read Brian's consciousness. A sharp sound suddenly came from her brain. This sharp sound seriously interfered with Emma's telepathy ability. She could not hear any of Brian's thoughts, nor could she connect to Brian's psychic consciousness. Emma's telepathy failed. Psychic shielding? Emma frowned and said with some surprise. Seeing Emma in pain, Brian smiled. As Emma said, his brain evolved the ability to shield his mind the moment it was attacked. His brain would constantly release a special mind frequency. This mind frequency, like a jammer, constantly interfered with Emma's mind reading. Under the interference of this mind frequency, not to mention Emma, even Professor X, who used the brain enhancer, could not read his thoughts. This wave is stable. As early as when he met Emma, Brian was ready to test his mind resistance. After all, Emma and Professor X have completely different ideas. Even if she really read the whole process of Brian killing Darwin from Brian's brain, she would not shout and kill Brian because of this. This is the affinity from the villain. That's why Brian deliberately exposed his identity as a mutant and told Emma's information to lure her to use the telepathy ability on him. And now it seems that Brian's adaptive evolution ability is very effective. Even attacks on the spiritual level can adapt and evolve corresponding resistance mechanisms. Under Emma's vigilant gaze, Brian walked towards Emma step by step. As Brian approached, Emma's body suddenly turned into diamond. The sparkling diamond light made Emma's body even more dazzling. Emma, sweetheart, do you want to experience my mutant ability? Brian looked at Emma's crystal clear body with fiery eyes and said with a smile on his face, "What is your mutant ability?" Emma asked curiously. "I can adapt to any woman, including your current diamond body." Brian's words made Emma's heart move. Really? She gently lifted Brian's bathrobe with her fingers, and then her eyes widened instantly. Under Emma's gaze, a part of Brian's flesh and blood body instantly turned into a shining diamond. "Brian, this is really great. You are simply God's favorite." Emma saw such a shocking scene and immediately hugged Brian with both hands, exclaiming in amazement, "Emma, sweetheart, I will make you unforgettable for life." Chapter 7. 4 hours later, White Queen Emma walked out of Brian's room weakly. Just as Brian said, in these 4 hours, he brought Emma an unforgettable experience. The two tried various methods in these 4 hours. And because Emma has 2 physical states, so, compared with ordinary women, Emma has a dual experience. This also gave her 2 different pleasures. This is a feeling she has never had before. Moreover, Emma is a level 4 mind mutant. She can enter her memory anytime and anywhere and experience this 4-hour battle through her mind. The dual feeling of body and mind. It makes Emma feel like ascending to heaven. It also allows her to engrave Brian's mark into the deepest part of her mind. From this moment on, Hellfire Club's White Queen Emma will never forget Brian. Unless it is with Brian. Otherwise, she will no longer have any sexual interest in other men. In the room, Brian looked at the messy battlefield with a smile on his face. Emma in her normal state is gentle and charming. Emma in her diamond state is wild and very durable. This makes the fight between the two very crazy. They have tried more than 10 times the moves that appeared in various short movies and those that have not appeared before. That is to say, Brian is adaptable and can adapt to everything. If it were any other man, he would probably be dying now. It was a really exciting fight. Brian dressed neatly, took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and then exhaled a puff of smoke, looking comfortable. He made White Queen Emma happy physically and mentally. And now, it's time to get down to business. Find CIA agent Maura McMaggot, and then join Professor X's Superboy team. Brian walked out of the room, and the girls around him looked at him with fiery eyes. Having achieved the achievement of killing 100 people, Brian has become a celebrity in the Hellfire Club. Not only these girls, but even some congressmen and high-ranking officials know about Brian's existence. Hey, Brian, you're amazing. What's the secret? Is this the one who killed 100 people? It's okay that he has strong abilities, but he's also so handsome. Damn it. In the dance floor, the men who knew Brian raised their glasses to Brian frequently. Some even approached Brian quietly, asking him about the secret of Brian's strength. Secret? You weaklings, I'm just gifted with abilities. Under the gaze of everyone, Brian said lightly, F***K. A group of expectant men suddenly felt offended and cursed at Brian. Advertisement ignoring these people, Brian whistled and walked out of the Hellfire Club. Is it 10 o'clock in the evening now? Brian raised his left hand and looked at the time on his watch. He had fought with Emma so hard before that it was already night before he noticed it. He looked around and then locked his eyes on a black Lincoln car. In fact, as early as when he was communicating with Emma, he used the game method to let Emma help him find the location of Agent Maura. Now, Maura McMaggot is in this black Lincoln car, and her CIA partner is monitoring the every move of some members of the Hellfire Club. Brian walked into the darkness, and in the dark environment, his body automatically adapted to the new ability. This time, Brian not only adapted to the night vision ability, but also the darkness made his skin evolve rapidly, allowing him to absorb the surrounding light. This makes his body and darkness perfectly integrated, just like the Shadow Man in Conan can perfectly hide himself in the dark. Unless he takes the initiative to speak, others can't see him even if they are face-to-face with him. Under the light, there is only a human outline. He walked slowly to the window of the black Lincoln car, and then raised his hand and knocked on the window. Dong dong dong. Inside the black Lincoln, CIA agent James and CIA agent Maura McMaggot were observing the Hellfire Club intently, recording the politicians and high-ranking officials who came in and out. The sudden knock startled the two. Maura was the first to react, then unzipped her clothes, deliberately making herself look naked. Then she gestured to Agent James beside her. Agent James nodded, then slowly opened the car window a crack. Maura looked out through the gap, but did not find the person who was talking. In her eyes, there was only the thick and dark night. Maura was stunned for a moment, and then signaled Agent James to open all the windows. Through the open window, Maura turned her head and looked around, but still did not find the person who had just spoken. This made Maura frown. James, turn on the lights. Looking at the dark environment around her, Maura made the most correct judgment. Agent James quickly turned on the lights at Maura's command. Click. However, Agent James had just turned on the lights when the door of the cab was opened. Before Agent James could react, a strong force directly hit his head on the steering wheel. The violent impact made Agent James lose consciousness with only a muffled groan. F***K. Looking at his unconscious partner, Maura burst into a swear word, then directly pulled out a pistol from his arms and pointed the muzzle in the direction of the cab. Then Maura's eyes widened in shock. Don't eat the sour radish. What is this? A black shadow man. Maura looked at the direction of the cab in astonishment, and she couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw a dark human silhouette. It was like a black shadow. Advertisement, only the eyes and mouth were white, and it looked very surprised. Maura, who had never seen such a situation, was stunned. The one who stood in the cab and knocked Agent James unconscious was definitely Brian. Because the car lights were turned on, Brian's body was exposed to the light, which gradually made his body emerge with a human silhouette. Looking at Mora, who was stunned, Brian raised his hands very cooperatively. "Agent Mora, don't get excited. I have no ill will towards you." Brian's gentle words greatly soothed Mora's shocked heart and temporarily restored her thinking ability. "Who are you? What are you going to do? And why did you attack my partner?" Mora held the gun in both hands. The muzzle was always pointed at Brian and asked loudly, "Agent Mora, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Brian Kent, and I'm a mutant. I'm here to seek cooperation. I'm sorry about your partner. This is just my self-protection. I don't trust any CIA agent except you." Brian apologized to Mora with an apologetic look on his face, but what he said made Mora frown. Mutant. It was the first time Mora heard the name of mutant. She looked at Brian's black shadow body blankly and had no idea what mutant meant. "You can understand that we are a group of human gene evolutionists with abilities. We call ourselves mutants." Brian explained the concept of mutant in a concise manner. Although Brian had explained the concept of mutant, Mora still had only a vague understanding. Compared to mutant, she cared more about Brian's purpose. "Mr. Brian, what is the cooperation you just mentioned? Why did you look for me?" Faced with Mora's suspicious questioning, Brian said the words he had already thought of. Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Shao killed Darwin. Brian's voice was full of pain and hatred, and Mora had some guesses. "Darwin." Although he had guesses, Mora still asked. "Yes, Darwin. He is also a mutant. He is also my brother and beloved relative. But Black Emperor Shao killed him cruelly. As his brother, I want to kill Shao myself and avenge Darwin bro. However, with my own strength, I can't kill Shao at all. So, I found you." Agent Mora. Chapter 8. In the darkness, in front of a black Lincoln, Brian, in the form of a black shadow, was leaning against the headlights. Next to Brian was Mora, who was staring at Brian with a vigilant look. "Who is the Black Emperor Shao you just mentioned?" Mora frowned and asked. "The Black Emperor Shao is the controller of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw. The Black Emperor is his title of mutant." Brian knew everything and said everything. In fact, he was gaining Mora's trust in this way. After all, sincerity is always a sure-win move. It is also the cornerstone of gaining trust. Sebastian Shaw is a mutant? Mora, who had been tracking the Hellfire Club, frowned when she learned that the Black Emperor Shao was a mutant. If it is true as Brian said, Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club is a mutant. Then, as a CIA agent, she needs to report this matter to the CIA top brass. "Yes, Agent Mora, Black Emperor Shao is not only a mutant, but also the only level 5 mutant in the world." Brian's words made Mora frown again. Is a level 5 mutant very strong? Mora didn't know the classification of mutants, so he didn't know the concept of level 5 mutants. Level 5 mutants can already ignore most thermal weapons, and Black Emperor Shao can even withstand nuclear bombardment without dying. Brian didn't exaggerate Black Emperor Zhao's ability. In fact, this is true. Black Emperor Shao has an Omega-level variant ability that can absorb all energy. This includes nuclear explosion energy and nuclear radiation. He will not die if he does not exceed the limit of Black Emperor Zhao's energy absorbing. According to the plot of the First Battle of Mutant, Black Emperor Shao can perfectly absorb the power of the nuclear reactor, which is enough to show that Black Emperor Shao can withstand a nuclear bomb. But that's all. If there are more, Black Emperor Zhao's body will be overloaded and then explode and die. Holy Xiao level 5 mutant is so powerful. When Mora learned that Black Emperor Shao could withstand a nuclear bomb, she was shocked. At the same time, she also understood why Brian wanted to find her and seek cooperation. It was really that Black Emperor Shao was too strong. "Mr. Brian, what level of mutant are you, and what is your ability? Why do you want to cooperate with me?" After Brian's sincere nirvana, Mora has established initial trust in Brian. Advertisement. Mora, as you can see, I am just a level 3 mutant. My awakening ability is called Survival of the Fittest. I can adapt to some special environments. Just like now, my Shadow Man state is to adapt to the darkness. Brian shrugged, showed Mora his Shadow Man body, and then continued. "And the reason I found you is because of Darwin's ability. My brother Darwin is a powerful level 4 prophecy mutant. He has the ability to predict the future. Yes, Brian is going to make the dead Darwin into a rare predictor ability. In this way, Brian can freely show his advantage of plot prediction. Darwin is dead anyway. There is no evidence. Brian said he is a level 4 prediction mutant, and he is a level 4 prediction mutant. Even Brian just doesn't have time now. If he has time, he wants to draw the plot of the first battle of mutant to serve as evidence of Darwin's prediction of the future. The ability to predict the future? Mora looked at Brian in disbelief, obviously shocked by Darwin's prediction of the future. Yes, Darwin Bro is a prophet. As early as 3 months ago, he had predicted that an unprecedented nuclear disaster would sweep the world. Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Shaw is plotting to let the American military deploy nuclear bombs in Cuba. Once Black Emperor Shaw's plan is completed, nuclear war will be inevitable, and mankind will usher in an unprecedented nuclear disaster. My brother Darwin foresaw a cruel future. That's why he was ready to save the world alone. But as a predictor, Darwin's fighting power is not comparable to that of the mutant of the Hellfire Club. Before stopping Black Emperor Shao, Darwin recorded all the major events he predicted in the future and gave them to me. And you, my friend Mora, you will be the key person to start the first major event, and you are kind, brave, and trustworthy in Darwin's prediction. That's why I found you. Brian told Mora in advance the plot he knew with the help of Darwin's prediction ability. When Mora heard that Black Emperor Shao wanted to provoke a nuclear war, her heart was in turmoil. Definitely, Mora would not listen to Brian's one-sided words. She still needed to verify Brian's words. I need to verify what you said in person. Mora took a deep breath, calmed down her mood, and then said calmly, Definitely, Mora. You will be verified. Darwin has predicted everything. Tonight, you will get important information, and you will have enough trust in me. Brian nodded, then approached Mora and said very sincerely, Since it is a cooperation, you should also show your appearance. Looking at Brian, who only had a human outline, Mora said with some dissatisfaction, In fact, my ability has some defects. Advertisement, I can't control the ability autonomously, and my body will automatically adapt to the surrounding environment. Moreover, when adapting to survival, I will uncontrollably produce the desire to reproduce. This is definitely Brian's lie. The reason for saying this is, on the one hand, to create a defect in Mora's ability, so as to lower Mora's psychological defense line. On the other hand, it is because Brian really wants to have a deep communication with Mora. While Brian was talking, his right hand had already dishonestly taken off Mora's messy clothes. Please forgive me, Mora. In the midst of Mora's astonishment, Brian threw her to the ground. Before Mora could react, the two had already started an in-depth conversation. 2 hours later, Brian, who had recovered his normal body, stood up and looked at Mora with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Mora. Beside Brian, Mora was putting on her clothes. After hearing Brian's apology, she looked at Brian's face with a complicated look. Look at it this way, you are still very handsome. If it is a defect in your ability, I forgive you, Brian. Besides, the feeling just now was really great, and I was very satisfied. So, you don't need to blame yourself so much. Mora forgave Brian very readily, not only because Brian is handsome, but also because this experience made her unforgettable for the rest of her life. Okay, now it's time to verify what you said, Brian. After putting on her clothes again, Mora turned back into a capable CIA agent. She turned her eyes to the Hellfire Club. Just as Mora was communicating with Brian, in front of the Hellfire Club, White Queen Emma was receiving several senior American officials. Colonel Henry, I am Emma Frost, Sebastian Shaw's partner. At this moment, White Queen Emma elegantly introduced herself to Colonel Henry, who was invited this time. Where is Shaw? Why doesn't he come? Colonel Henry looked at White Queen Emma and then asked with a vigilant face. Relax a little, Colonel Henry. You will see Shaw. White Queen Emma slightly focused, and the power of her mind instantly relaxed the vigilant Colonel Henry. You are right, Ms. Emma. I should relax a little. Colonel Henry's expression relaxed, and he walked directly into the Hellfire Club. Brian looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the plot had begun. Chapter 9. In front of the Hellfire Club, Mora walked back with a somewhat ugly face. Just now, after seeing Colonel Henry, the representative of the American military, appear in the Hellfire Club, Mora wanted to follow him. But as the top club in Las Vegas, the Hellfire Club is a membership system. Mora, a CIA agent, obviously did not have the money to apply for a membership. So, she was stopped outside the door. As for the original plot, disguised as a dancer and easily mixed in? Just kidding. This is the base camp of the Black Emperor Shao. How could it be so easy to mix in? Especially with a spiritual mutant like White Queen Emma. Let's go, Mora. I'll take you in. Looking at Mora, who returned in vain, Brian smiled, and the time to show off had come. Then he directly pulled Mora's right hand and led Mora to the door of the Hellfire Club. Mr. Brian, please come in. The security guard at the door smiled in admiration after seeing Brian, and personally led Brian into the Hellfire Club. Brian's celebrity effect of killing hundreds of people alone is definitely not enough to make the security guards so flattering. It's just because Brian is now a permanent member of the Hellfire Club. This is a gift from White Queen Emma. Entering the Hellfire Club so easily made Mora a little suspicious of Brian. Facing Mora's doubts, Brian explained slowly. Mora, you should have experienced that my ability can adapt to size. Not only men come here, but also some ladies come here to find happiness. I just happen to be able to satisfy these ladies. Membership of the Hellfire Club is a generous gift from a beautiful lady. Brian's explanation made Mora roll his eyes at him with some contempt. Mora did not doubt Brian's words. Because what Brian said was true, he could really bring women the ultimate satisfaction. Brian, you come and find a way to attract attention. I'm going to look for Colonel Henry, who just entered the private room. After entering the Hellfire Club, Mora gave Brian an order and then blended into the crowd. Faced with Mora's order, Brian followed it without hesitation. Hey, girls, your god is back. Brian opened his arms like a king returning from a triumphant victory. And the girls who were dancing with the men, after hearing Brian's words, immediately abandoned their dance partners and threw themselves into Brian's arms. Oh my God, Brian is here. Advertisement, Brian is back. This time I must experience the taste of killing 100 people, and no one of you can compete with me. In the blink of an eye, Brian was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Mora, who was looking for Colonel Henry's location, saw the scene in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and gave Brian a thumbs up. Then, with his extraordinary agent ability, Mora successfully found the private room where Colonel Henry was, and triggered the mechanism to come to the back of the private room, a secret room. As soon as he came to the room, Mora heard the conversation coming from behind the bookshelf. Mora approached the bookshelf and saw the reception room behind the bookshelf through the gap of the bookshelf. At this moment, in the reception room, Black Emperor Shao was sitting leisurely in front of the sofa, gently shaking the goblet. Next to Black Emperor Shao was White Queen Emma. Colonel Henry, I need you to place the Jupiter nuclear bomb in Cuba. Black Emperor Shao glanced at Colonel Henry opposite and said leisurely, F***K Shao, you are simply a lunatic. Do you want me to become a sinner of mankind? If so, our cooperation ends here. Hearing what Black Emperor Shao said, Colonel Henry stood up with a face full of anger. Although he had a deal with Black Emperor Shao, he would not become the sinner who provoked World War III for this. Looking at Colonel Henry standing up, Black Emperor Shao smiled, and then gestured to Jiliu beside him. Jiliu stood up with a cold face and raised his hands. In his palms, 2 tornadoes grew from small to large, and then were thrown on the table by Jiliu. Holy shit, Shao, what did you add to my drink? Seeing the tornado raging in front of him, Colonel Henry was confused. He thought he must have drunk something that could cause hallucinations. But then he was swept up by the tornado and hit the wall heavily. Colonel Henry, you only have 2 choices now. Obey my orders and place the Jupiter nuclear bomb in Cuba. Or die. Black Emperor Shao stood up with a glass of wine, looking down at Colonel Henry, giving Colonel Henry only 2 choices. What are you? Colonel Henry, who collapsed to the ground, looked at Black Emperor Shao in horror and asked loudly, As you can see, we are mutants. We are the evolvers of mankind. Colonel Henry, the world is about to undergo unprecedented changes. Human beings, such low-level creatures, will evolve in a nuclear explosion and become one of us. Black Emperor Shao spoke of his grand plan without hesitation. This made Mora, who was hiding behind the bookshelf and secretly observing, instantly realized that what Brian said was true. Black Emperor Shao is not just a mutant, and his purpose is really to provoke a nuclear war. Brian didn't lie to me. He is trustworthy. Mora took a deep breath and continued to observe. Advertisement as White Queen Emma showed her telepathy ability. The terrified Colonel Henry could no longer hold on. Shao, our cooperation will continue. I will complete your orders very well. Colonel Henry decisively chose to surrender. Just kidding. Compared to his own life, being a sinner of mankind is nothing. Moreover, if what Black Emperor Shao said is true, then maybe after the outbreak of the nuclear war, he will also evolve and become a mutant who has awakened the mutant ability. At that time, he will not only not be a sinner, but even the Messiah who opens the mutant era. A true hero. Emma. Facing Colonel Henry's surrender, Black Emperor Shao did not express anything. He turned his head and looked at White Queen Emma. At the signal of Black Emperor Shao, Emma used telepathy ability to invade Colonel Henry's brain. Then he nodded gently to Black Emperor Shao. Welcome to the Hellfire Club, Colonel Henry. Until he was sure that Colonel Henry was truly surrendering, Black Emperor Shao smiled and reached out to pull Colonel Henry up. The summit is about to begin. Emma, notify Red Devil and ask him to send Colonel Henry to the summit. Under Black Emperor Zhao's order, White Queen Emma blew a whistle, and a red mist instantly appeared beside Emma. It was the level 4 mutant of the Hellfire Club, Red Devil Azazo. His ability teleportation is enough to cover the distance of half the Earth. Under Mora's shocked gaze, Red Devil directly grabbed Colonel Henry and disappeared here. Shao, a rat sneaked in here. After everything was over, White Queen Emma glanced in Mora's direction and then reminded. Who is it? Black Emperor Shao frowned and asked. A CIA agent. Emma put her right hand on her temple and easily read Mora's information. Emma, take care of her. His plan was about to be completed, which made Black Emperor Shao in a good mood, so he did not take Mora who sneaked in seriously. Just a CIA agent, just leave it to Emma. Azazo, take me to Cuba. Black Emperor Shao did not care about Mora. What he really cared about was the smooth start of the nuclear war. Bang! A red mist appeared again. In the red mist, the Red Devil grabbed Black Emperor Zhao's shoulder and then disappeared with a teleport. The entire Hellfire Club, only the 4th level Mind Mutant Emma was left. Chapter 10. In the living room, Mora opened her mouth wide, shocked by the mutant she had seen before. Compared to Brian's Shadow Man state, which seemed to be more of an auxiliary. The mutants of the Hellfire Club have mutant abilities that seem very powerful, whether it's the tornado of the rapids, or the teleportation of the Red Devil, even the telepathy and diamondization of White Queen Emma. They are all very powerful and perverted abilities. Now Mora finally completely understood why Brian wanted to cooperate with her. I'm going to leave here and report the intelligence and plan of Black Emperor Shao to the top of the CIA. Seeing that Black Emperor Shao had disappeared, Mora was ready to leave here. However, just as Mora was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Mora McMaggot. The sudden voice scared Mora. Who's talking? Just as Mora was suspicious, the bookshelf in front of her opened, and then Emma walked out of it. Is it you, the psychic mutant? When Mora saw Emma for the first time, he realized that the voice in his mind was Emma's telepathy ability. As a CIA agent, Mora reacted very quickly. When he saw Emma for the first time, he took out his gun and shot. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of dull gunshots rang out in the small private room. Facing a powerful mutant, Mora emptied the magazine without any hesitation. Ding, ding, ding. Facing Mora's shooting, Emma just casually transformed her body into a diamond form. The sparkling diamond skin blocked all the bullets. F****KU. Looking at Emma's diamond body, Mora cursed, then turned around and ran. Stop. Before running a few steps, Mora heard Emma's psychic voice again in his mind. Emma's psychic voice seemed to be some kind of supreme command, which made Mora's consciousness obey unconditionally. Her body was still running, but it had stopped. When Mora came back to her senses, she was shocked to find that her consciousness seemed to be separated from her body, and she could not control her body. She could not even speak. Come here. Emma's voice in her heart sounded again, and Mora turned around and walked towards Emma. Emma looked at Mora with cold eyes. The ability of telepathy is not only able to read minds and invade brains. Advertisement similarly, it can also make conscious creatures obey the conscious instructions of the telepathist. It can even directly erase other people's consciousness through the mind level. However, dealing with a CIA agent would not make Emma spend energy to erase her consciousness. Point the gun at yourself. Facing Emma's ability to do what she wants, Mora had no power to resist. She mechanically changed the magazine for her pistol, then raised her right hand and pointed the gun at her temple. Pull the trigger. Emma gave the final order. Mora's eyes were full of fear and despair, but the index finger of her right hand began to slowly pull the trigger. Just when Mora thought she was going to die, an arm suddenly stretched out from behind and grabbed Mora's gun. The one who blocked Mora's gun was Brian. As early as the first time Mora shot Emma, Brian followed the sound of the gun and found this place. As soon as he came here, he saw Mora about to shoot himself under Emma's mental ability. Brian definitely wouldn't let Mora die. After all, he still needed Mora to endorse him in order to gain Professor X's trust. Bang! A dull gunshot sounded. The bullet hit Brian's palm, and his adaptive evolution was also passively activated, and the palm of his right hand suddenly evolved into metal skin. The bullet did not cause any harm to Brian. Until this time, Mora came back to her senses. She looked at Brian with gratitude. The life-saving grace made her no longer have any doubts about Brian. At this moment, Brian's image in Mora's heart quickly rose, and he became a trustworthy mutant companion. Seeing Mora's eyes of approval, Brian smiled. The efforts just now were not in vain. Then Brian looked up at Emma and nodded to Emma. Emma, thank you for saving Mora's life. Emma smiled at Brian elegantly. Brian, are you really going to be an enemy of Black Emperor Shao? As a psychic mutant, Emma had already used psychic power to read Mora's memory. That's why Emma knew the relationship between Mora and Brian. In view of the unforgettable deep communication with Brian before, Emma did not kill Mora. Otherwise, with Emma's powerful level 4 psychic mutant, Mora alone, there is no need to be so troublesome. In fact, Emma has been waiting for Brian. She wanted to ask about the level 4 mutant Darwin that she saw in Mora's memory. After all, in any world, prophets are very rare. Yes, Emma. You know, Black Emperor Shao killed my mutant brother Darwin. Advertisement. Brian shrugged and said nonsense. Emma frowned slightly. The relationship between the mutants of the Hellfire Club and Black Emperor Shao was not that of superiors and subordinates, but that of collaborators who were in the same group for warmth. That is why Emma did not know whether Black Emperor Shao had really killed a fellow mutant named Darwin. She did not care about these. What she really cared about was just the future events that Brian mentioned. She wanted to know whether Black Emperor Zhao's plan could succeed. Is the human race after the nuclear explosion really the era of mutants, as Black Emperor Shao said? What does the future that Darwin predicted look like? Emma asked with some trepidation. The reason she followed Black Emperor Shao was because he painted a big pie for her. Black Emperor Shao wants to create a world with only mutants. That is why Emma, who is also a mutant, follows Black Emperor Shao. It was a disaster, a double disaster for humans and mutants. The nuclear radiation produced by the nuclear explosion can indeed activate the mutant genes in humans. But at the same time, nuclear radiation will also kill 99% of the mutants in the world. In the whole world, only 3 mutants can survive. Brian did not lie this time. It can only be said that Black Emperor Shao suffered from his lack of education. He miscalculated the damage caused by nuclear radiation to the human body. Or, because of his own mutant ability, he subconsciously ignored the harm of nuclear radiation. 99.9% of mutants cannot resist the damage of nuclear radiation and die miserably. Which 3 people? Emma asked subconsciously. Black Emperor Shao, Wolverine Logan, and Jean Grey, who has not yet been born. Brian did not say that he could also withstand the nuclear explosion, which was one of his trump cards. Hearing Brian's words, Emma was silent. After all, this is 1962. Although the power of nuclear bombs has been verified in the island country, the harm of nuclear radiation is still unknown. So when she heard Brian say that only 3 people in the world could survive, Emma began to waver from her original belief in Black Emperor Zhao's plan. Take your little lover away from here. Don't think about revenge for your brother Darwin. Black Emperor Shao is more powerful than you can imagine. Emma looked at Brian deeply, and then said coldly, Black Emperor Shao is indeed very powerful, but not invincible. And I have already learned the way to defeat Black Emperor Shao from Darwin's prophecy. Brian looked at Emma calmly, and then pulled the confused Mora away from the Hellfire Club. Chapter 11. Why did that mind mutant let us go? On the flight to Oxford University in Eagle Country, Mora was still a little shocked. She looked at Brian, who was staring at the sea of clouds outside the plane, and asked her most puzzled question. Because I made her happy, and more than once. Brian's answer was concise and to the point. Mora was stunned for a moment, but she was unable to refute. Brian, you are really AB******************. D. After a moment of silence, Mora couldn't help but give Brian a middle finger. Thank you for the compliment. Facing Mora's middle finger, Brian didn't care. Brian, can Professor X and Darwin's prophecy really help us defeat Black Emperor Shao? Mora asked again with a worried face. As early as after Brian and Mora left the Hellfire Club, Mora, who had already believed in Brian, asked Brian how to defeat Black Emperor Shao. And Brian didn't hide anything, and told Mora all the information about Professor X with the help of Darwin's prophecy, and told Mora that this was the only way Darwin could defeat Black Emperor Shao among the 14 million futures he observed with his prophetic ability. Mora believed it, so she immediately booked a flight to Oxford University. According to Darwin's prediction, Professor X is the future leader of mutant. He will definitely help us defeat Black Emperor Shao. Brian said very confidently. I hope so. Although she believed in Darwin's prediction, Mora, who had seen the powerful strength of Hellfire Club mutant, was still a little lacking in confidence. She murmured, then turned to look at Brian. Brian, what are you drawing? Hearing Mora's question, Brian raised his head from the sketchbook in his hand and handed a comic he had just drawn to Mora, who was full of curiosity. Mora picked up the comic and looked at it curiously. This comic is in the form of a 4-frame comic. There are 4 different scenes on it. The first scene is very simple. In front of a huge amount of antennas, a bald young man sitting in a wheelchair was pressing his right hand on his temple. Next to him, there was a line of text, Professor X. In front of Professor X, there was a man showing a shark smile. The text was marked as Magneto. Above the 2 people, there was a text bubble. Eric, remember, your ability can be stimulated not only by anger and pain. Calmness will make you stronger. Behind them, there was a scene of a group of young mutants in training. And the second scene, a group of human soldiers were frantically attacking a man in a suit. Countless bullets hit the man's body, but did not cause the slightest effect on him. Advertisement after the soldiers finished attacking, the man just raised his foot, and a terrifying energy shockwave instantly engulfed the soldiers. Above the man's head, it was written, Black Emperor Shao invaded CIA headquarters. The third scene. It was a bar. A man with a thick beard and wolf-like hair edges was smoking a cigar and drinking beer. There was an iron plate on the man's neck, which read, Wolverine Logan. Next to this man were Professor X, the bald wheelchair man in the first scene, and Magneto, the Fassbender man. The 2 were inviting Wolverine Logan. In response to the invitation, Wolverine Logan just looked at the 2 coldly, and there was a big text bubble next to Wolverine's mouth. Get lost. The 4th comic was only half drawn. Professor X in the comic was wearing a brainwave enhancer, and around him were light red figures. Brian, what is this? Mora pointed to the comic in his hand and asked in surprise. Mora, this is the future, Brian said with a smile on his face. The future. Mora looked at Brian in astonishment and subconsciously clenched the comic in his hand. Darwin often recorded the future scenes he saw in the form of paintings. However, Darwin did not learn professional painting. And as a watchmaker, I happen to have learned painting since I was a child. So, I became Darwin's painter and helped him record the future scenes. This is one of the future pictures I have recorded. From the beginning, Brian was ready to shape the dead Darwin into a prophet. Only in this way can Brian perfectly play his advantage as a plot prophet. Only in this way can Brian's various predictions be reasonable. For any unreasonable move, Brian can bring Darwin out and say, I got inspiration from Darwin's foresight. That is why Brian bought brushes and drawing paper at a roadside store before boarding the plane. He planned to directly draw the plot of the first Battle of Mutant in the form of a comic in advance. When the time comes, after seeing this predictive comic, even Professor X will be convinced of Darwin's identity as a prophet. And the comic in Mora's hand is a few scenes of the first Battle of Mutant. Moreover, in order to create a non-time linear prophecy, Brian deliberately disrupted the order of the plot. As for the bald Professor X in a wheelchair, this is Brian's bad taste. This is definitely to prove the accuracy of Darwin's prediction. Is this Professor X? Looking at the bald young man sitting in the wheelchair, Mora frowned slightly. Brian ignored Mora and continued his creation. Thanks to the painting ability of his predecessor as a watchmaker, the comics Brian depicted are vivid, and various scenes are at his fingertips, just like printing the pictures in his mind on paper. While Brian was busy drawing the predictive comics, the plane landed smoothly in Eagle Country. After Brian and Mora got off the plane, Mora directly got a car with the authority of the CIA agent, and then drove straight to Oxford University. An hour later, Oxford University. Advertisement in the Newman Bar on campus. A group of young people are wantonly swaying their youth. In front of the bar, a handsome man in a gray custom suit was holding a glass of brandy, and his eyes were attracted by a pair of eyes. These eyes have completely different colors. Heterochromia, what a beautiful pair of eyes. Definitely, the girl with these eyes is also very beautiful. The handsome man walked up to the beautiful woman and said very gentlemanly, "This is really a unique gentleman's chat. However, since you are a gentleman, won't you buy me a drink?" The girl glanced at the handsome man and was obviously happy with the compliment he just gave her. "Definitely, beautiful lady. This glass of brandy is specially prepared for you." The handsome man handed the brandy in his hand to the girl with a smile on his face. Looking at the brandy in his hand, the smile on the girl's face disappeared, and she asked in surprise, "How do you know what I want to drink?" Faced with the girl's question, the handsome man smiled but said nothing. "My name is Charles Xavier. Beautiful Miss Amy, it's nice to meet you." The handsome man was the young Professor X, Charles Xavier. Opposite Professor X, the girl named Amy looked at Professor X with surprise. "How do you know my name is Amy?" Faced with Amy's question, Professor X shrugged casually. "I guessed. Amy, are you bothered by the fact that one of your eyes is green and the other is blue? In fact, you don't need to be so bothered. This is a typical genetic mutation. A very wonderful genetic mutation. This mutation makes you different from ordinary people and also makes you gifted with abilities. Amy, I can tell you with certainty that you are a mutant," Professor X said with admiration. However, when Amy heard Professor X say that she was a mutant, her face suddenly turned cold. First flirt with the girl, then tell her that you are a freak. Is this your strategy to pick up girls? Facing Amy's cold eyes, Professor X just smiled calmly. Mutation is a necessary process of biological evolution. Don't be afraid of it, Amy. You have to try to accept it. Professor X's face was full of sincerity, which made Amy couldn't help but be moved. Cheers to the mutation and glory you mentioned. Cheers. Chapter 12. In the Newman Bar at Oxford University. Mora looked at Professor X, who was competing with a group of students and drinking beer from a huge amount of wine glass, with a grim expression. Then she lowered her head and looked at the precognitive comics Brian handed her again. Is this really Professor X? Mora was a little skeptical. The young man in front of her was completely different from the mature, stable, and bald wheelchair man Professor X in the precognitive comics she had just read. Not only because the current Professor X was not bald and in a wheelchair. It was also because of Professor X's personality. Professor X, who was still very young, looked like a man who only had women and beer in his eyes and had no sense of responsibility. This should be Professor X. Darwin often confused the future and the present. That's why some of the characters in my precognitive comics are what they will look like in the future. Brian shrugged casually and made up a story. I hope so. Mora had a very bad impression of the young Professor X in front of her. She looked at Professor X, whose eyes were a little blurry from drinking, and her mouth twitched slightly. However, out of trust in Brian, Mora was still ready to contact the overly young Professor X first. Professor X, we need your help, Mora said bluntly when she walked in front of Professor X, who was reveling. Professor X, who was already a little high, turned his head and looked at Mora subconsciously after hearing Mora's words. When he saw Mora's very beautiful blonde hair, Professor X's eyes lit up. Blonde gene. This is a very beautiful gene mutation. Beautiful lady, given your blonde gene, I am willing to spend 5 minutes to listen to what help you need. In addition, the name Professor X is really good. I like it very much. Professor X looked at Mora and said, No time to explain. Professor X, use your mind ability to read my memory. You will understand everything. Explaining everything she knew was too time-consuming for Mora. So, she directly grabbed Professor X's right hand and pressed it on her head. Professor X. Confused, Professor X subconsciously began to read Mora's memory. The next second, Professor X's hazy eyes gradually became serious. His brain, which had been paralyzed by alcohol and had been down for a while, began to restart. Through Mora's memory, Professor X saw everything that had happened to Mora recently. Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Xiao, White Queen Emma, Torrent, Red Devil, Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy to provoke a nuclear war between the two superpowers. Advertisement similarly. In Mora's memory, Professor X also discovered the existence of Brian and the prophet Darwin mentioned by Brian. When Professor X's right hand left Mora's head, he also sobered up. At this moment, Professor X had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was a little excited to find a fellow mutant. On the other hand, after learning about the conspiracy of the fellow mutant, he felt helpless and angry. After all, in Professor X's view, mutants are just a symbol of genetic evolution, and they are still human in essence. So he couldn't understand Black Emperor Zhao's intention to use nuclear radiation to create a mutant world. He also couldn't understand Black Emperor Zhao's mutant supremacy theory. Agent Mora, I will help you stop Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy. Professor X took a deep breath and said to Mora solemnly, the mutants of Hellfire Club are all very powerful. Ordinary human armies cannot stop Black Emperor Xiao. Only mutants can defeat mutants. Before that, can you introduce Mr. Brian to me? Professor X looked at Mora and said. Compared to Mora, Professor X is very interested in Brian and Mora's memory at this moment. No, to be precise, it is Brian and the prophet Darwin who has died. Through Mora's memory, Professor X learned about Brian's mutant ability, adaptive evolution. Although Professor X only saw Brian's Shadow Man state from Mora's memory, but as a professor of genetics, he knew very well what adaptive evolution meant. This means that Brian is the only mutant who can continue to evolve. This ability gives him the ability of almost immortality. But at the same time, survival of the fittest also has various disadvantages. First of all, Brian has no way to control this mutant ability. Secondly, it can only adapt to one extreme environment at a time. After sorting out Brian's information, Professor X made a summary. Brian is very strong, but limited. Compared with Brian, Professor X is more interested in Darwin, the level 4 precognitive mutant mentioned by Brian. Although Darwin is dead, but Professor X has seen the precognitive comics drawn by Brian from Mora's memory, called Mutant First Battle. Although Brian has not finished drawing that precognitive comic, but Professor X has a hunch that the first battle of mutant is their future. That is why Professor X is eager to get to know Brian. He hoped to learn more about the mysterious prophet from Brian's memory, Mr. Darwin. Professor X, that's Brian. As Professor X asked, Mora led Professor X to the bar counter. Advertisement at this moment. A young and handsome Asian man was sitting casually on a bench at the bar counter, talking to a beautiful girl with an angel face and a devil figure with a smile on his face. This Asian man was Brian. As you can see, beautiful angel. I am a mutant. God has given me the ability to be gifted. In front of the bar counter, Brian smiled and inserted his right-hand fingers into the wine glass burning with blue fireworks. As Brian's fingers touched the blue fireworks, his adaptive evolution ability was activated instantly. His skin quickly turned into the same blue as the fireworks in the wine glass at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked like a blue elf. There were also mysterious flame-like lines on his skin. It made Brian more handsome and mysterious. Cool. The girl in front of Brian was not surprised or panicked after seeing Brian's mysterious blue skin. Instead, she looked at him like a friend of the same kind. Brian, aren't you afraid that others will think you are a freak? Facing the concerns of the angel girl, Brian did not speak, but stood up and whistled. The shrill whistle sounded in the bar. The people in the bar subconsciously looked at Brian. When they saw Brian's blue skin full of mysterious flame patterns, everyone was shocked. Then everyone's eyes showed astonishment and fear. Brian, let's go. The girl next to Brian stood in front of him with a worried face and said, Raven, what are you doing here? Go home quickly. Professor X just came here and saw Brian showing off his ability. However, Professor X doesn't care about Brian now. He looked at the girl in front of Brian and asked sternly, "Charles, I'm an adult. I'm not a child anymore." This girl with an angel face and a devilish figure is the future Mystique Raven. As early as entering the bar, Brian's ability was constantly warning. The variant ability that sees through the laws of operation of everything makes it very easy for Brian to find Mystique Raven, who is drinking and drowning her sorrows in the crowd. Mystique Raven is every man's dream. It is also Brian's dream. So, Brian came directly to Raven without any hesitation. Then he stated his identity as a mutant and easily obtained Raven's recognition. The reason why the scene in front of him appeared is that Brian is going to use his ability to force his shadow into Raven's heart. He, Brian, wants to become Mystique Raven's soul mentor, then transform Raven from inside to outside into Brian's shape. Chapter 13. Inside the Newman bar, the deafening heavy metal music had disappeared. Instead, there was a solemn and surprised atmosphere. Everyone looked at the bar with disgust and fear. In front of the bar was Brian with blue flame skin. "Mr. Brian, don't reveal your identity as a mutant in front of ordinary people. This will bring you trouble." Behind Brian, Professor X frowned, put his right hand on his temple, and reminded him with telepathy. Telepathy can only convey Professor X's thoughts. There is no mental aggression, so it did not trigger Brian's ability to adapt to evolution. After hearing Professor X's reminder, Brian just turned around and smiled at Professor X. It must be said that Professor X is really young and handsome now. However, that's all. At this time, Professor X is not one of the future mutant leaders. So, facing Brian, who casually showed his ability, Professor X just gave a kind reminder, but did not mean to stop Brian. "Raven, take a good look at what will happen if you rashly reveal your mutant ability." After reminding Brian, Professor X turned around and sent a telepathic message to Raven beside Brian. After hearing Professor X's reminder, Raven subconsciously looked around. When she saw the disgust and fear in these people's eyes, Raven's face became heavy. That was the look of looking at a freak. As a mutant, Raven definitely knew that these people might have regarded Brian, who casually revealed his ability, as a freak. "Brian, let's leave here." Raven pulled Brian with some concern and subconsciously took 2 steps back. She was afraid. From Brian, she saw the acceptance of ordinary people for mutants. It was almost impossible to accept the existence of mutants. This made Raven feel genuinely scared, because this means that humans simply cannot accept Raven's original blue appearance. Seeing Raven's fear, Brian gently embraced her in his arms and comforted her softly. "Raven, remember what I said. We are God's favorites. We don't need to hide. And the reason why these people can't accept us and fear us is because they can't see the hope of becoming us. Once they see the hope of becoming us, they will become our fanatical worshippers. Even, they will fear us as if they were fearing God." Advertisement. Brian's low words successfully made Raven forget her fear. She looked at Brian steadily, and then couldn't help but give Brian a French kiss. When the kiss ended, Brian glanced around, and then jumped directly onto the bar. Amid the fear and disgust of everyone, Brian calmly tidied up his clothes that were a little wrinkled because of the kiss. Then Brian looked down at everyone and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself solemnly. My name is Brian. Brian Kent. A few days ago, I was an unknown Brooklyn watchmaker. And now, a few days later, I have become a superpower with abilities. Not only can I turn my skin blue, I can also resist bullet attacks." When Brian said this, he took out his pistol from his pocket, pointed the gun at himself, and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! A deafening gunshot sounded in the bar. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Brian, who was hit in the forehead by a bullet, was unharmed. "I was not born with these abilities. Like you, I was originally just a group of ordinary people. But I am luckier than you. I was lucky to be selected by Water Company. They thought I had the potential to become a superhero, so they gave me abilities." When Brian said this, his voice paused for a moment. He was waiting for everyone to ask. Sure enough, a young man asked subconsciously after Brian paused, "Did you get your ability from Water Company? What is Water Company?" Facing the question, Brian's voice was always low and magnetic. Water Company is a genetic research institute dedicated to building a superhero star team. The philosophy of Water Company is that as long as you have a dream, and as long as you have the potential to be a superhero, you can join Water Company. Water Company will tailor super abilities for you according to your genes. From now on, you will say goodbye to ordinary life and become a superhero that everyone is paying attention to. Brian explained the philosophy of Water Company with emotion. The people in the audience looked at each other at this moment. Unconsciously, the fear and disgust of these people towards Brian had quickly subsided. Advertisement instead, they were interested in and curious about Water Company. This era is the era of rapid development of personal heroism. Various superhero comics, movies, and TV series are developing rapidly. It also planted a superhero dream in the hearts of young people. If it is mutant, these people may find it difficult to accept. But if mutant is called a superhero, this group of people will easily agree with Brian. Mutant is born and cannot be reproduced. But superhero can be reproduced. Over the years, Captain America's comics have been popular all over the world. Brian is in the mutant universe. There is no superhero, only mutant. From 80-year-old men to children who have just learned to walk. Everyone knows that Captain America became a superhero from a thin human being because of a shot of super soldier serum. Many young people dream of getting such a super soldier serum. They originally thought that it was just their unrealistic fantasy. But after seeing Brian's ability, their inner superhero dream began to rekindle. Vought Company? Superhero? Really? Can we become superheroes? Some young people now look at Brian differently. They no longer regard Brian as an alien freak. They want to become a guiding light for superheroes. Definitely, anyone can become a superhero. The body of a chameleon can change at will according to the environment. The tongue of a toad can stretch more than 10 meters in an instant. The Turritopsis dohrnii can live forever. In fact, this is all an ability of extraordinary ability. And what determines this ability is the gene sequence in your body. And this gene ability of most people is recessive. After years of hard work, our Water Company and the American military have jointly developed a genetic compound. Water Company named it Compound Number 5. Compound Number 5 can activate the recessive gene fragments hidden in the genes of ordinary people, so that you can gain the power of extraordinary ability. And our Water Company will help you develop your ability until you become a qualified superhero. While Brian was talking, he took out a blue candy from his pocket and said seriously, "This candy was taken out by Brian from a candy store on the way here, and now it can be used as Compound Number 5. In order to verify the accuracy of Compound 5, I will randomly select an ordinary person for on-site testing," Brian said as he jumped off the bar, and then walked in front of Raven in full view of everyone. "This beautiful angel, do you want to try the magic of Compound 5? Raven nodded very cooperatively. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she swallowed the blue candy. As Raven swallowed the blue candy, her body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 14. Holy shit, Compound Number 5 is real. This girl really got super ability. Oh my god, Vought Company can really make superheroes. Inside Newman Bar, a group of ordinary people had no fear or disgust at all. On the contrary, they looked at Raven in front of them with fiery eyes, exclaiming in amazement. At this moment, Raven has restored her original appearance. Blue skin, blue scale pattern. The skin that is different from ordinary people not only did not destroy Raven's beauty, but made her look more dazzling, especially her figure. The body is more hot and sexy, with a slender waist, convex front and back, and full of flexibility. It's simply a devil figure. Even if she just stands here, she can easily arouse men's desire. Raven, don't show your blue body. Looking at Raven in front of him, Professor X frowned even deeper. However, his telepathic communication was ignored by Raven. This was the first time she showed her mystique form in public. Similarly, this was the first time that Raven received praise instead of disgust and fear after showing her body. This feeling of being noticed and admired by everyone made Raven a little fascinated. Cool. Raven, you are the most beautiful and charming now. Beside Raven, Brian also gave a heartfelt compliment. Hearing Brian's exclamation, Raven looked up at Brian. At this moment, Raven's body and mind were all Brian's shadow. It was Brian who made her gain recognition and praise from everyone. It was also Brian who allowed her to show her ability in front of everyone as she pleased without being treated as a freak. Instead, she received cheers and applause. Yes, to cooperate with Brian. Raven not only showed her mystique form, but also performed various transformations. Every transformation would cause cheers and envy from everyone. Okay, Ms. Raven, welcome to join the water company. We will assist you in developing your own ability and provide you with all the necessary funding needs. Now, you can think of a superhero code name. Putting on a full show, Brian said to Raven with a serious face. Mystique, Raven said almost without thinking. Advertisement. The title of Mystique was something Raven had thought of a long time ago. Let's cheer for the new superhero, Mystique. Brian grabbed Raven's right arm and raised it high. The people in the whole bar suddenly cheered wildly. Mystique, Mystique. Water, water. Superhero, superhero. Everyone started cheering wildly. Originally, these people were skeptical of Brian's words. But after seeing with their own eyes that Raven became Mystique, these people no longer had any doubts. Even though the people here were all top students at Oxford University, they still sank uncontrollably into Brian's carefully crafted lies. They were full of envy for Raven, who had obtained super abilities. They also wanted to become superheroes and obtain abilities. Vought Company welcomes anyone with superhero potential to join. As long as you join Vought Company, money, power, beauty, power, and fame are at your fingertips. Brian's voice was impassioned, making everyone eager to move. I want to join Vought Company. I want to be a superhero. I want to gain unparalleled power, money, beauty, and power. The whole bar was boiling. Everyone wanted to join the fictitious Vought Company. And everyone looked at Brian with only awe and admiration. No one doubted that Brian was lying. In America, which advocates freedom, even if you say that the earth is flat, there are still a large number of people who believe it and believe it firmly. Come and register your name now. And then you need to cultivate your superhero temperament in the following days until we judge that you meet the conditions for synthesis as a superhero. Vought Company will send you an invitation letter. Brian dismissed this group of fooled humans with a few words. It took only half an hour for these people to complete the registration, and then left the bar with the dream of becoming a superhero. Brian, you are really my hero. Mystique. Raven hugged Brian with excitement. At this moment, Raven showed unique flexibility, hanging on Brian like an octopus. If Professor X was not still in the bar, Raven wanted to completely merge her body into Brian. Raven, remember what I said. We mutants are supreme. Advertisement. Brian stroked Raven's blue skin. Although she had blue scales on her body, it was surprisingly smooth and did not feel rough at all. Mutants are supreme, Raven said solemnly and enthusiastically. A pair of eyes looked at Brian affectionately. Okay, give me this list. Brian put Raven down and said calmly. Hearing Brian's words, Raven handed the list in his hand to Brian without any hesitation. Brian put the list away solemnly. He was really going to establish Water Company. On the one hand, it was to gather mutants in the name of Water Company, and then select high-quality mutants for brain opening. On the other hand, Brian was going to build Water Company into a superhero oligopoly company to attract and even unite the general public. Mutants are a minority after all. This world still respects humans. If you want to live a comfortable life in human society, you need the support of these ordinary people. And the hundreds of top students from Oxford University in front of you are the future team of Water Company. It has to be said that Brian has learned the true teachings of capitalists. Definitely, Water Company is a matter for the future. Mr. Brian, we should talk. After Brian put the list away, Professor X finally couldn't hold back and walked up to Brian, frowning and saying. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Brian's deceiving ordinary people. What made him even more dissatisfied was, it was okay for Brian to show his mutant ability. Raven actually followed suit. You know, Professor X has always regarded Raven as his sister. He knew very well how bad the situation of mutants was in this world. So he always protected Raven very well. Raven was also very obedient. But since Brian appeared, everything has changed. Raven became rebellious. No longer obeyed Professor X's teachings. Professor X had a feeling that he was losing Raven. Professor X, you are very different from the image I got from Darwin. Brian turned to Professor X and said. Hearing Brian's words, Professor X's face obviously darkened. Professor X had also seen Darwin's precognitive comics, in which his image was a bald man in a wheelchair. Mr. Bryan, I don't think I will become the bald wheelchair man predicted by Darwin. Professor X shrugged, quite confident, even a little conceited. Really? But Darwin's predictions are always correct. In the future, you will definitely be bald and in a wheelchair. Bryan said tit for tat. Hearing Bryan's words, Professor X finally couldn't help but break his defense. Don't eat the sour radish. He couldn't help but burst out a swear word and gave Bryan a middle finger. The first meeting between the two was full of gunpowder. Chapter 15. Eagle Country, a single-family villa at Oxford University. This is the residence that Professor X bought for the convenience of teaching. As a true British aristocrat, Professor X is a veritable billionaire. Not only did he inherit a huge Xavier Manor, he also inherited hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Buying a villa is just a drop in the bucket for Professor X, evil capitalists. Bryan couldn't help but complain while visiting the villa. More up, Bryan. Please sit down. Coming to the living room of the villa, Professor X nodded to Bryan and the others, and then poured 2 cups of coffee for them. Professor X, we have no time to waste. Black Emperor Zhao's plan may be implemented at any time. Sitting in the living room, Mora held a cup of coffee and reminded anxiously. As a CIA agent, Mora knew very well how tense the current international situation was. War was imminent. Mora, calm down. Professor X and I still have something to say. Seeing Mora, who was obviously anxious, Bryan patted her shoulder gently and chuckled. Mora took a deep breath and calmed down. Then you guys chat first. Mora glanced at Bryan and left the living room with Raven. Professor X and Bryan were the only ones left in the living room. The two just looked at each other calmly, and no one spoke first. It was not until 5 minutes later that the young Professor X spoke first. Mr. Bryan, I'm curious about how you divide the mutants. Professor X asked with a hint of curiosity. Since checking Mora's memory, Professor X has been curious about Bryan's classification of mutants. Before this, the ability level of mutants was very vague. Even Professor X could only feel that he was very strong, but he couldn't tell how strong he was. That's why he was eager to know how Bryan divided mutants. The mutant hierarchy was sorted out by my brother Darwin after he got inspiration from the future. Bryan did not say that he established the mutant hierarchy. Instead, he attributed it to Darwin, who was already dead. In this way, even if Professor X wanted to get to the bottom of it, Bryan could say that he didn't know. In fact, the mutant system was summarized by the vast number of Marvel fans in the previous life, and even Bryan only had a vague understanding of it. How could he explain to Professor X clearly how he established this mutant hierarchy system? Anyway, just attribute everything to Darwin. Darwin divides mutants into 5 levels. Level 1 mutant, just awakening a mutant ability, but the ability is very weak, and they are completely unable to control their own abilities. Level 2 mutant, the mutant ability is slightly stronger than the level 1 mutant, and they have been able to initially master the ability, but they still often lose control. Level 3 mutant, the mutant ability is powerful, and they can control their abilities very well, and they have a certain combat effectiveness. Level 4 mutant, the ability is extremely powerful, and they can control their own abilities freely, like using their arms and fingers, and they have terrifying combat effectiveness. Level 5 mutant, only a very few mutants can reach this level. Usually, every level 5 mutant has a godlike ability, and conventional means can hardly defeat them. Advertisement definitely, according to Darwin. There is another level above the level 5 mutant, called the Omega level, also known as the God level mutant. This level of mutant can already be called the God of Mutants. Bryan briefly introduced mutant hierarchy. According to the mutant hierarchy, what level am I? Professor X couldn't help asking. Level 4 mutant. Bryan glanced at Professor X and said, what about Black Emperor Zhao? Level 5 mutant. When Professor X heard that Black Emperor Zhao was a level 5 mutant, his face fell. Is Black Emperor Zhao so strong? Professor X said in disbelief. According to Bryan, a level 5 mutant is as powerful as a god and is already difficult to kill. Black Emperor Zhao can absorb the energy of nuclear reactors and can withstand nuclear explosions. Bryan glanced at Professor X and gave a kind reminder. F***K, Withstand nuclear explosions? Is he still a human being? Professor X couldn't help but swear again. He claimed to be knowledgeable, but when he heard that Black Emperor Shao could withstand nuclear explosions, he was still a little shocked. Mr. Bryan, can you tell me about Darwin? I am very interested in his prediction ability. After learning about the level of mutants, Professor X became more interested in Darwin, a level 4 precognitive mutant. Definitely, Darwin is like you, and he has awakened his mutant ability since he was very young. Bryan was about to start talking nonsense again, but obviously Professor X didn't want to spend time listening. He was going to use his mental power to directly invade Bryan's brain to check the memory of the Prophet Darwin. The power of the mind is silent. But the moment Professor X released his mental power to invade Bryan's brain, Bryan already felt it. The moment his brain suffered a mental shock, it had already evolved a new ability. Bryan called it brain occlusion. He could use his mind consciousness to completely seal his brain. All the memories, consciousness, mind, emotions, etc. in his brain were sealed in the deepest part of the mind world. Unless Professor X could find Bryan's mind residence sealed in the deepest part of his subconscious and destroy it. Otherwise, Professor X would never be able to detect any of Bryan's memories and inner thoughts. In addition to sealing his own memories and emotional thoughts, Bryan's evolved brain occlusion also has an ability. That is to use mind consciousness to create false memories to resist the memory reading of the mind mutant. The false memories created by Bryan have reached the level of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Not to mention Professor X now. Even Professor X, who will be in a wheelchair in the future, will not be able to find that these memories are false. Professor X, since you want to see it, then take a look. It just so happens that I can use these false memories to prove Darwin's identity as a prophet. Bryan closed his eyes and began to weave false memories with his mind consciousness. Advertisement in just a moment. Bryan had completed the creation of false memories. At the same time, Professor X also began to read Bryan's memory. At this moment, in the spiritual world, Professor X's spiritual consciousness sank into Bryan's memory. Scenes of memory appeared in front of Professor X. When Bryan was a child, he accidentally fell into the water, which made him awaken the mutant ability in a life and death crisis. When he was 7 years old, Bryan found a black child who was graffitiing crazily under a bridge. This black child was Darwin in his childhood. Professor X casually stretched out his hand, and the originally scrolling memory picture stopped at this moment. Then the small theater in the memory reappeared in front of Professor X. Bryan Kent, you are finally here. Darwin, who was graffitiing crazily, stopped and turned to look at Bryan. Bryan in his childhood was startled by Darwin's pure white eyes. Who are you? Why do you know me? Bryan looked at Darwin with some fear and curiosity and asked carefully, I am Darwin, your kind and your future best friend. I have foreseen the future of you and me. I have also seen my destiny. In the future, you will become a being that everyone admires and fears. And I will be your guide, and I will use my ability to guide you in the direction of progress. Professor X looked at the frozen memory picture, then walked to the place where Darwin's graffiti was, and began to look at it carefully. Is this a nuclear explosion? Although the graffiti in front of him was like a ghost painting, after careful identification, Professor X still figured out what the graffiti represented. It was a nuclear explosion. A nuclear explosion that has not yet happened. Chapter 16. In the living room of Professor X's villa, Professor X put down his finger on his temple with shock and emotion. He took a deep look at Bryan, his eyes full of complexity. Just now, he used his mental power to invade Bryan's brain and read Bryan's memory. He saw Bryan in his childhood, who had just awakened his mutant ability and was hated and feared by the people around him. He was even bullied. He became a freak in people's mouths. But even so, Bryan never resented them and never hid himself. He was not afraid to show his mutant ability in front of others, even if he was feared and hated by the people around him. Bryan in his childhood used his actual actions to tell others that his mutant ability was an ability. Professor X was moved by Bryan's unwavering belief in his childhood. He also saw Bryan in his childhood after he met Darwin. Although Darwin was just a child, he turned into a life mentor and used his predictive ability, constantly predicting the future and then guiding Bryan on how to develop his own mutant ability. He also saw that Brian and Darwin had a relationship like brothers. Similarly, he also saw the predictive comics that Brian and Darwin drew together when they were young. From the predictive comics, Professor X saw the scene of his childhood encounter with Mystique. He also saw the little boy screaming in pain in front of the Auschwitz concentration camp, and in front of the little boy was a gradually shape-shifting iron gate. Similarly, Professor X saw Black Emperor Shao, and behind Black Emperor Shao was a shocking nuclear explosion. He also saw that after the nuclear explosion, countless humans evolved into mutants due to nuclear radiation, but died miserably due to nuclear radiation. He also saw huge amounts of robots called Sentry. He also saw some scenes that were obviously in the future. However, these scenes were scattered and fragmented, and Professor X could not see the real future from these scattered future pictures. This was definitely Brian's intention. When creating false memories, Brian filled in a lot of X-Men plots in order to prove Darwin's identity as a prophet. However, in order to prevent Professor X from seeing the future through these plots and losing his plot advantage, many of the plot scenes chosen by Brian are specious and look like that, but what they represent is not something Professor X can know. In Brian's memory, Professor X also saw the scene of Darwin's tragic death. In order to prevent the occurrence of a nuclear explosion in the future, Darwin used the predictive ability to find Black Emperor Shao and tried to persuade Black Emperor Shao to give up his plan. Then, Brian saw with his own eyes that Black Emperor Shao cruelly cut open Darwin's head and destroyed his brain. Brian, who witnessed Darwin's death, was heartbroken. Years of brotherhood blinded him with hatred. He wanted to seek revenge on Black Emperor Shao. However, Black Emperor Shao was too powerful. Advertisement, he could not defeat him at all. That is why Brian found Mora and then found himself. Brian, I'm very sorry for Darwin's death. After the memory reading was over, Professor X's face was filled with grief. He was infected by Brian's pain in Brian's memory. Professor X, what did you do to me? Brian cooperated very well and recalled the feeling of grief after the memory was read and asked with a painful face. I'm very sorry, Brian. I read your memory without your permission. Professor X stood up and apologized to Brian very sincerely. Then Professor X solemnly extended his right hand and invited Brian. Brian, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Professor X, happy cooperation. Brian glanced at Professor X and knew that he had completely trusted him, which made Brian smile sincerely. As the two held hands together, it also marked that Brian successfully mixed into Professor X's team. After that, it only needs to steadily advance the plot. Let Professor X use the brainwave enhancement machine to search for mutant, and Brian can fish in troubled waters and find powerful mutant ability to harvest. Brian, according to Darwin's prophecy, how should we stop the Black Emperor? Professor X humbly asked Brian for advice. After checking Brian's memories, Professor X was convinced of Darwin's identity as a prophet. That is why he is Darwin's brother and partner in the predictive comics. Brian is also a half-prophet. Darwin once said that in the west coast port of Miami, Florida, another future mutant leader, Seen Man, will appear to assassinate Black Emperor Shao. To defeat Black Emperor Shao, we need the help of this Seen Man. Brian casually told Professor X the next plot. Another mutant leader? Seen Man? Is this a code name? Or his ability? Professor X was confused. He always felt that the Seen Man in Brian's mouth was a nickname, but he couldn't find evidence. That's what Darwin said. Brian shrugged and pushed everything to Darwin. Okay, let's go to Miami to meet this Seen Man. Professor X thought for a moment and decided to go to Miami, Florida, according to Brian's prophecy. Since he had decided to go to Miami, Professor X no longer hesitated, and he directly told Mora and Mystique Raven his decision through telepathy. Cool, are we going to fight? After hearing Professor X's decision, Raven was excited. But Mora frowned. Professor X, Brian, I think we should first report the intelligence of Black Emperor Shao to CIA headquarters. As a CIA agent, Mora's first thought was to report the situation of Mutant and Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy. Advertisement. Mora, the CIA top brass will not tolerate the existence of Mutant. Brian glanced at Mora and said calmly, now that he has successfully infiltrated Professor X's team, Mora's role has been minimal. He definitely won't let Mora report the situation of Mutant to the CIA top brass. Once the CIA top brass knows the existence of mutant, they will immediately lock all mutants in the laboratory and conduct inhumane research. At that time, the situation of mutant will be even worse. Brian, you have to believe in the CIA top brass. They will not catch all mutants in one fell swoop. Faced with Brian's persuasion, Mora always insisted that the situation should be reported. This made Brian frown. His expression gradually changed from calm to indifferent, and his eyes were no longer gentle when looking at Mora. He walked in front of Mora, and in the puzzled eyes of Mora and Professor X, he pressed his right hand on Mora's forehead. Clenched brain, Brian muttered silently, and his mind consciousness instantly released the newly evolved clenched brain. Unlike the abilities that evolved from the body in the past, which would disappear and degenerate with extreme environments, there is no such thing as degeneration in the evolution of brain consciousness. Since the evolution of a clenched brain, it has been engraved on Brian's mind consciousness. Brian can use this ability anytime and anywhere, and use it as if it were an arm. Occlusive brain is already Brian's second variant ability. From now on, anyone who wants to explore Brian's memory will return in vain. At this moment, Brian pressed his right hand on Mora's forehead. The mind consciousness activated the occlusive brain. His mind consciousness instantly sank into Mora's brain. Then Mora's memories of the past few days were quickly read out by Brian. Occlumency can use the mind to seal all memories, emotions, thoughts, etc. deep in the brain. Similarly, it also has a certain ability to read memories. Definitely, it is different from Professor X, who can read all memories instantly. Occlumency can only read other people's memories for a few days. But for Brian, it is enough. Buzz. Brian quickly found Mora's memories of the past few days, and then used occlumency to seal all these memories deep in her subconscious. When Brian put down his right hand, Mora's originally clear eyes became confused. Why am I here? Who are you? Chapter 17. Why am I here? Who are you? In Professor X's private villa, Mora looked at Brian and others with a confused face, and her tone of voice became stiff and unfamiliar. Agent Mora, do you really not remember? Brian looked at Mora calmly and asked, Remember what? Mora looked at Brian with a confused face. You came to Oxford University and drank too much yesterday, and I kindly brought you back here, Brian said without blushing or beating his heart. Really? Hiss, why can't I remember it? Mora looked at Brian suspiciously, trying to recall what happened yesterday. However, the more she recalled, the more drowsy her brain became, and she even felt a little tingling. Not only yesterday, she couldn't remember the memories of the past few days at all. Agent Mora? Brian's voice gradually brought Mora back to her senses. She glanced at Brian and the other two, but found that she had no impression of them at all. I think they should be some insignificant people. Hangovers make the brain drowsy. Would you like a cup of coffee? Brian casually took a cup of coffee from the coffee machine next to him and handed it to Mora with a smile on his face. Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I have to leave here. I still have a mission to complete. Mora left the villa directly after she finished speaking. Looking at Mora leaving, Professor X frowned and looked at Brian. Brian, what did you do to Mora? Facing Professor X's questioning, Brian just said lightly, Nothing. I just deleted her memory about us and mutant. Professor X was stunned for a moment. He looked at Brian in surprise, not knowing that Brian actually had other mutant abilities. Can you delete Mora's memory? Professor X asked subconsciously. Brian had been waiting for Professor X's question. In fact, after using the brain block technique to seal Mora's memory, Brian knew that Professor X would definitely ask. And Brian had already thought of an excuse. To be honest, I was also surprised. Professor X, you should know that my ability is survival of the fittest. I can adapt to extreme environments so that my body can evolve. After you used your mind power to read my memory, I found that I had adapted to a new ability. Moreover, this ability does not seem to degenerate with the disappearance of the extreme environment. Brian was a little excited and explained incessantly. As if seeing the doubts of Professor X and Raven, Brian spoke again. In short, I have adapted to a new variant ability. This is the first time this has happened to me in all these years. This is incredible. Brian had just finished speaking when Raven admired Brian and said, Brian, your variant ability is so strong that you can adapt to a new variant ability. What is the second ability you have obtained? Memory deletion. I can delete the memory in my brain through my mind by touching someone's skin. However, this ability is very weak. I can only delete up to 3 days of memory. Brian definitely would not tell Professor X that he has the ability of brain occlusion. Before Professor X asked, Brian had already thought about how to disguise his brain occlusion. Among the American TV heroes, there is a Haitian who has the ability of memory deletion. Brian directly applied his ability to brain occlusion. Anyway, the effect of being blocked by brain occlusion is no different from memory deletion. Can the mutant ability of survival of the fittest actually adapt to new mutant abilities? Brian, you are stronger than I thought. Professor X also said with some envy. Advertisement, although he knew that Brian's mutant ability was very strong and almost nothing could kill him. However, adapting to a new mutant ability still shocked him with Brian's potential. Professor X, I can actually adapt to a new mutant ability, which really excites me. Brian seemed to be completely immersed in excitement. It was not until 5 minutes later that Brian sighed helplessly. It's a pity that I can't control my ability at all. Maybe adapting to the situation of memory deletion is just a coincidence. Looking at Brian, who was a little ups and downs, Raven walked to Brian's side, hugged him gently, and comforted him. Brian, you will definitely be able to master your ability, and then adapt to the second and third mutant abilities. Come on. Thank you, Raven. Brian smiled. He held Raven's cheek and gave her a long kiss. His goal was achieved. In the future, even if he cut the brains of other mutants and plundered their abilities, as long as Professor X didn't see it, he could push it to his own adaptive evolution. Asked, it is the new ability that I adapted to. What? Why is my ability similar to other mutants? Isn't that normal? I adapted to the new ability through the stimulation of other mutants. Is this reasonable? This is very reasonable. Brian found an excuse to use the plundering ability reasonably, which made him feel very good. He even wanted to celebrate with Raven. However, the presence of Professor X disturbed Brian's interest. Brian, you haven't told me why you want to delete Mora's memory. Professor X continued to ask, if the human leaders know the existence of mutants, what is the first reaction? Brian did not answer Professor X, but asked earnestly, catch all mutants. Professor X answered subconsciously, that's why I deleted Mora's memory. If Mora told the CIA leaders about the existence of mutants, it would be equivalent to making mutants public, and the human leaders would eliminate us at all costs. Advertisement. Hearing Brian's words, Professor X was silent. As a spiritual mutant, Professor X is more aware of the ugliness of human nature. He knows very well what kind of reaction the human leaders will make once they know the existence of mutant. It is good to catch and study them. What awaits mutant will be the full strangulation of humans. In order to eliminate dissidents, humans will do anything. Professor X sighed. He knew Brian's approach was right, but he still couldn't accept it. After all, Mora has been with you for a few hours, and she has regarded you as a friend. Professor X said with a wry smile. Professor, I know. Mora is my friend. It hurts me to delete her memory. Brian took a deep breath, and then his face turned cold. But, for the future of mutant, the necessary sacrifice is worth it. In order to prevent my fellow mutants from being chased by the human military, I am willing to make sacrifices. Everything is for mutant, Brian said righteously. However, in fact, Brian had no psychological barriers to deleting Mora's memory. Mora is just a stepping stone for Brian to get close to Professor X. Now, he has joined Professor X's team. Mora is dispensable. Although he had a relationship with Mora, there are hundreds of women who have had relationships with him, all kinds of women. So what does Mora count for? It would have been fine if Mora had listened to advice before. However, Mora still insists on her own opinion, so don't blame Brian for being ruthless. Chapter 18. Dear passengers, the flight to Miami, Florida is about to land. Please sit tight and hold on. On the flight to Miami, Brian, Professor X and Raven were sitting in the first-class cabin. After solving the problem of Mora, Brian and the other two took the plane without stopping, ready to go to Miami to save Magneto, who was about to be beaten by Black Emperor Shaw. At this moment, Brian was sitting in a soft and comfortable seat, concentrating on drawing the Premonition comic. And Raven was holding several comics drawn by Brian in both hands, watching with curiosity. Brian's premonition comics still use the format of 4-frame comics. In the comics, a huge amount of luxury cruise ships are clearly depicted. On the cruise ship, members of the Hellfire Club are having a celebration party. On the surface of the cruise ship, a man with a face full of hatred is opening his hands, and a thick chain is entangled on the cruise ship like a python. The subsequent comic screen shows that the man is being beaten by Black Emperor Shaw with a desperate look on his face. Is this what's going to happen in Miami? Professor X also looked at Brian's precognitive comic with a serious face and asked in surprise, "Yes, this is the future that is going to happen." Brian nodded calmly. "Brian, is this Scene Man's ability to control steel? Then he should not be called a Scene Man, but Magneto." On Brian's left, Raven pointed at the man who was controlling steel in the comic and said with a smile. Brian turned his head and glanced at Raven. He had to admit that Raven was really keen on giving code names to mutants. Speaking of which, whether it was Professor X, Magneto, or the code names of the X-Men, they were all given by Raven. This can be regarded as a little code name expert. When Brian finished the last precognitive comic, the plane happened to land at Miami Airport. The three walked out of the airport. Standing outside the airport, Professor X and Raven looked at Brian. "Which port is the cruise ship of the Black Emperor Shao in?" Professor X even asked. "Professor X, you seem to rely too much on Darwin's prophecy. Darwin once said that his prophecy can only guide us in the direction. But we still need to find out where the Black Emperor Shao is hiding." Brian looked at Professor X's expression and said solemnly, "He just knew the plot. The plot will not show the specific location coordinates. How could he know which port the Black Emperor Zhao's cruise ship was docked at?" After hearing Brian's solemn warning, Professor X was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly. Just as Brian said, he relied too much on Darwin's prophecy. So much so that he forgot that he was also a mutant. And he was a level 4 psychic mutant. Professor X was no longer confused. He pressed his right hand on his temple, and the huge psychic power instantly enveloped the entire Miami. Advertisement as the strongest telepathist in the world. Professor X's telepathy range can reach hundreds of kilometers. This is almost the size of a New York City file. As Professor X released telepathy, countless psychic consciousness projections appeared in front of Professor X. Then came the mental thoughts like a tsunami. The noisy sound made Professor X look painful. His fingers on his temples began to tremble because of this. The third port. The next second, Professor X said the port where the Black Emperor Shao cruise ship was located with some pain, and then he withdrew his mental power with some exhaustion. Professor X is now only a level 4 mutant. It is still a long way from the bald professor who can wipe out half of the Earth's consciousness with a thought in the future. Let's go to the third port." After getting the information he wanted, Brian patted Professor X's shoulder with a smile on his face and said with a chuckle, "Are you okay, Professor X? Can you still walk? If not, I can find a wheelchair for you." Hearing Brian's teasing words, Professor X, who was originally panting wildly, gave Brian a middle finger. "It seems that you don't need help, Professor. Let's go. Raven, let's go to the third port." Brian shrugged, then pulled Raven to stop a taxi, and then drove away. "Brian, is it really okay if we don't wait for Professor X?" In the taxi, Raven looked at Professor X, who was getting farther and farther away with some concern, and said, "Raven, I don't want him to disturb our world of 2 people." Brian gently hugged Raven and said gently, "Advertisement, Brian." Listening to Brian's words like a lover, Raven couldn't help but be moved. A charming atmosphere spread in the taxi, until Brian spoke up and broke the atmosphere. Raven turned into a succubus with a heart-shaped tail. Raven was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes at Brian. However, due to her affection for Brian, she still met Brian's somewhat strange XP requirements. Cool. Looking at the graceful and charming succubus in front of him, with a heart-shaped tail swaying constantly, Brian whistled with fiery eyes. "Nige, change the destination. Go to Vienna Hotel." With such a beauty in his arms, Brian's appetite was excited. The plan to save the situation can be postponed temporarily. He has more important things to do now. Professor X watched the taxi suddenly change lanes, which made him stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but curse Brian with telepathy. "Don't eat the sour radish, damn Brian." F***K. Brian ignored Professor X's telepathy. The taxi took Brian and Raven to Vienna Hotel. F***K. Professor X, who had finally recovered, looked at the taxi going away and wanted to kill Brian. He had always regarded Raven as his own sister. How could he not be mad when he saw a man he had just met for less than a day abduct his sister? However, Raven had no opinion, so Professor X could only be furious. Professor X simply turned a blind eye. He directly used his mind power to control a white man driving a Ferrari supercar and let him hand the Ferrari to Professor X. Then Professor X stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari sped away. He wanted to go to the third port by himself to investigate the movements of the Hellfire Club in advance and see if there was a chance to rescue the people in Darwin's prediction. Magneto. By the way, wait for Brian and Raven. F***K. Professor X, who was driving, couldn't help but swear again. Chapter 19. 6 hours later, it was almost dusk. The setting sun cast a golden glow, shining on the water, sparkling and beautiful. Brian came to the third port of Miami with Raven, who was also smiling. It must be said that Mystique Raven is simply a man's dream. Brian experienced the kaleidoscopic shapeshift ability of Mystique Raven. It turns out that Raven can not only transform into various female forms. Even the humanoid female images such as Angel with white wings, Succubus with heart-shaped tail, and Demon with goat horns on his head can be transformed. This made Brian ecstatic, because Mystique Raven can meet any XP requirements of Brian. Without paying attention, he experienced Raven's transformation ability for 6 hours. As soon as he arrived at the port, Brian saw the super luxury cruise ship anchored by the port. And on the cruise ship, Black Emperor Shao and others were holding a celebration party. In the water below the cruise ship, a man in black was quietly swimming towards the cruise ship. On the shore, Professor X was holding his right hand on his temple and communicating with the man in black. Eric, don't let hatred get to your head. You can't defeat Black Emperor Shao. You are only a level 3 mutant now, while Black Emperor Shao is a level 5 mutant. The gap between you is too obvious. Shut up, Charles. The man in black in the water couldn't stand Professor X's nagging, so he turned around and yelled at Professor X. This man in black was the future Magneto Eric Lyncher. However, Magneto was only in his 20s and was still very young. At the same time, his mutant ability had barely reached the level of a level 3 mutant. Since the end of World War II, Magneto has been hunting down Black Emperor Shao all over the world. This made his ability to manipulate metal advance by leaps and bounds. But it still cannot reach the level of level 4 mutant. Only Magneto, who has evolved into the state of Fashion after special training by Professor X, can be among the ranks of level 4 mutant. As for level 5 mutant, that will have to wait until the ancient mutant god Apocalypse is revived. Brian looked at the young Magneto, who was blinded by hatred, and stood on the shore to watch the show. Professor X, it seems that you have gained Magneto's trust. Brian walked to Professor X while watching Magneto swim towards the luxury cruise ship in front, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, F***K, Brian, you are finally here. Looking at Brian beside him, Professor X's eyes were complicated. On the one hand, he was angry that Brian kidnapped Raven. On the other hand, he was full of admiration for Brian. There is no doubt that Brian is a role model for men. How is the situation over there with Black Emperor Shao? Brian did not care about Professor X's complicated eyes, but looked at the luxury cruise ship and asked, Black Emperor Shao has discovered us. After hearing Brian's question, Professor X's face became serious. He then told Brian what had happened during this period. Advertisement while Brian and Raven were fighting. Professor X also came to the third port, and he happened to meet Magneto, who was also following Black Emperor Zhao's footsteps. Although it was only their first meeting, the two hit it off immediately, especially after they found out that the other party was a mutant of their own, and the target was Black Emperor Shao. The two sides had a long talk on the shore. They were surprised to find that the two sides had surprisingly similar ideas about mutant. This made them talk happily. It only took a few hours for Professor X and Magneto to become close friends. Professor X even told Magneto about Black Emperor Zhao's crazy plan. He even told Magneto about the existence of Brian, Raven, and the prophet Darwin. And Magneto told Professor X about his tragic experience in the concentration camp when he was a child. Then Professor X invited Magneto to join his team to fight against Black Emperor Shao together. Magneto readily agreed. However, the two sides had some disagreements on how to fight against Black Emperor Shao. Professor X believed that Black Emperor Shao was very powerful, and the 4 mutants on his side alone could not fight against Black Emperor Shao. Professor X planned to find some powerful mutants before facing Black Emperor Shao. However, Magneto spent more than 10 years and went through untold hardships to finally find the trace of Black Emperor Shao. He did not want to give up this rare opportunity. Even if Professor X popularized the classification of mutants for him, Magneto was also fearless. That was why the scene just happened. We hit it off at first sight. A confidant. Brian felt a chill as he looked at Professor X, who was smiling like an ant, and quietly moved away from Professor X. Brian, we must stop Eric. He is not yet a match for Black Emperor Shao. Professor X did not notice Brian's disgusted expression, and his eyes were always on Magneto. Looking at Magneto approaching the cruise ship, Professor X said anxiously, "How to stop him? You also said that Magneto is now blinded by hatred." Brian shrugged, and he just watched quietly. "Charles, can't you use your mental power to make Magneto give up revenge?" Beside Brian, Raven, who had just recovered from the afterglow, said to Professor X in confusion. She knew very well that Professor X's mental power could easily change a person's mind. It was easy to make Magneto give up revenge. "Raven, I can't do this. This way Eric will stand against us, and I will lose him as a friend." Professor X shook his head seriously and said, "Okay, Charles, you are happy." Advertisement. Raven glanced at Professor X, then at Magneto, who had already boarded the cruise ship and no longer cared about the two of them. Brian ignored Professor X. His eyes were always on Magneto. The scene of Magneto being beaten up is rare. At this moment, on the deck of the luxury cruise ship Victoria, the mutants of the Hellfire Club are gathered here. "Cheers to the coming mutant era," Black Emperor Shao said with champagne in his hand. "Cheers." White Queen Emma, Riptide, Red Devil, and Colonel Henry, who had just joined the Hellfire Club, raised their glasses together. Black Emperor Shao. Just after Black Emperor Shao drank the champagne, a roar of anger and hatred sounded on the deck. Black Emperor Shao was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Magneto, who was wearing black clothes and holding a pure steel dagger with the words "Bloodline" and "Honor" engraved on it, on the deck. "It's little Eric. Come quickly. Let the teacher love you well." Black Emperor Shao was shocked when he saw Magneto, and then his face showed sincere excitement and relief. Magneto looked at Black Emperor Shao in front of him with a very complicated look. Even he had to admit that it was Black Emperor Shao who made him successful. But Black Emperor Shao should not have killed his mother. "Go to hell." Magneto looked at Black Emperor Shao angrily, without any idea of reminiscing about the past. He raised his hand directly, and the pure steel dagger in his hand flew up instantly, and then rushed towards Black Emperor Shao at a very fast speed. Too slow, so slow that I don't even have the desire to take action. Looking at the dagger coming, Black Emperor Shao frowned slightly, and his eyes looking at Magneto were full of dissatisfaction. Click! Black Emperor Shao just stretched out his hand and easily grabbed Magneto's dagger. The kinetic energy and magnetic field on the dagger were instantly absorbed by Black Emperor Shao the moment they touched him. "Little Eric, my most proud student, you are wasting your ability. It seems that the pain I have caused you is not enough." Black Emperor Shao played with the dagger in his hand and said with some regret. After that, Black Emperor Shao turned the dagger around and then let go. Whoosh! The dagger pierced Magneto's shoulder and pierced his scapula at a faster speed than when it came. K. Black Emperor Shao. Although his right arm was bleeding, Magneto still roared at Black Emperor Shao like a mad lion. At this moment, his hatred for Black Emperor Shao reached its peak. The pain made his ability increase rapidly. Magneto stretched out his left hand toward the shore, and the vehicles and containers parked in the port began to tremble wildly. Then all the vehicles and containers were sucked into the air by Magneto, and then turned into a torrent of steel, pouring madly towards the deck of the cruise ship. TSK. He is indeed a scene man. Sure enough, he made a big scene with one move. Chapter 20. Port number 3 in Miami. Brian turned into a fun-loving person, watching the battle on the cruise ship with great interest. At this moment, on the cruise ship, Magneto slowly stood up, raised his left hand, and above his head, there were suspended cars and containers. Magneto opened his left hand slightly. All the cars and containers began to disintegrate. From the original hole, it quickly turned into dense steel fragments. Good job, Eric. Keep going. Opposite Magneto, Black Emperor Shao looked up at the steel fragments above his head and did not hide his admiration for Magneto. Black Emperor Shao, die for me. Magneto roared, and then clenched his left hand. The dense steel fragments turned into a steel torrent like a storm, sweeping the entire deck. Facing Magneto's range attack, the mutants of Hellfire Club didn't care. Black Emperor Shao even had the leisure to continue pouring himself a glass of champagne. White Queen Emma was just lazily lying on a sun lounger, enjoying the sunset. In the other two directions of the deck, Red Devil Azazo was whistling while trimming his sharp nails with a knife. And the Rapids sat there in silence, not even looking at Magneto. Magneto felt that he was ignored. He worked harder to push his ability. The steel torrent, which was already like a storm, soared in speed. Countless steel fragments shot on the deck like bullets. The champagne originally used for the celebration banquet shattered one after another. The wooden deck was even more unrecognizable after being hit by the fragments. But the mutants of the Hellfire Club were calm under the steel torrent. Black Emperor Shao just stood there, letting the steel fragments hit him. All the fragments lost all their power the moment they touched Black Emperor Shao and fell down one after another. Black Emperor Zhao's variant ability makes him completely immune to physical attacks. These steel fragments will not only not cause any harm to him, but also provide him with a lot of kinetic energy, making him stronger. White Queen Emma, by simply turning her body into diamond, perfectly blocked the attacking steel fragments. Red Devil turned into a ball of red mist and disappeared on the deck. And Riptide flicked his hand lightly, and the surrounding air instantly turned into a tornado, blocking all the steel torrents. When Magneto's steel torrent ended, advertisement, all the mutants of the Hellfire Club were safe and sound. There was only one unlucky guy on the entire deck who was killed by Magneto. That was Colonel Henry, who had just joined the Hellfire Club. Shao, Colonel Henry is dead. White Queen Emma released the diamond form, then walked in front of Colonel Henry, who was stabbed into a sieve, and reminded him, "If you die, you die. It's nothing more than finding another partner." Black Emperor Shao just looked at Colonel Henry with an indifferent look and then walked towards Magneto. "Come on, Eric. We are your destination. Join us. Let's create a world with only mutants together." Black Emperor Shao walked to Magneto and invited Magneto. "Black Emperor Shao, I agree with your ideas, but you killed my mother." Magneto looked at Black Emperor Shao with anger, then raised his left hand, and the dagger that fell on the deck instantly stabbed Black Emperor Shao from behind. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded behind Black Emperor Shao. However, facing Magneto's sneak attack, Black Emperor Shao just raised his hand lightly. The dagger that came at a high speed was instantly fixed in the air by Black Emperor Shao. Then the dagger slowly fell. As the only level 5 mutant in the world, Black Emperor Shao has reached the pinnacle in the development of his mutant ability. Absorbing energy from a distance is just a routine operation. "Eric, have I told you about my mutant ability before?" Black Emperor Shao reached out and pulled Magneto up from the ground, then took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and placed it in the palm of Magneto's left hand. No. Looking at the chocolate in his hand, Magneto inevitably recalled his tragic experience as a child. He looked at Black Emperor Shao, who was close at hand, and the fear buried deep in his heart made him subconsciously answer Black Emperor Zhao's words. "Well, it seems I haven't said it yet. I can absorb any form of energy and convert it into my own energy and store it. This keeps my cells in peak condition at all times. It allows me to stay young forever. To be honest, if it was just the ability of immortality, it would be too boring. The interesting thing is that I can release the energy in my body. Like this." Black Emperor Shao casually introduced his variant ability, and then, in Magneto's horrified eyes, he raised his right index finger and gently tapped Magneto's body. Advertisement: the energy that Black Emperor Shao had absorbed before was released from his fingers, and a dazzling energy ball enveloped Magneto. Boom! A huge amount of explosive energy knocked Magneto directly into the water. Black Emperor shall only release the energy stored by Magneto's steel torrent before. Even so, the degree of explosion of these energies is almost equivalent to that of high explosive grenades. Hit by such a close-range energy explosion, Magneto was seriously injured and unconscious. This was because Magneto saw the situation was not good when the explosion occurred, and used the steel fragments on the deck to form a steel shield, so he was lucky enough not to be killed or maimed by the energy of the Black Emperor Shao. Even so, Magneto's body is now in a terrible state. His skin is bloody and his wounds almost reveal his bones. The blood almost instantly dyed the water red. Eric. On the shore, Professor X saw that Magneto was seriously injured and his body was gradually sinking into the water. He couldn't sit still. Although they had just met, Professor X had already regarded Magneto as his confidant. At this moment, seeing that his friend was not sure whether he was alive or dead, Professor X was immediately extremely anxious. Fortunately, Eric is still alive. Professor X pressed his right hand on his temple, and his spiritual power instantly invaded Magneto's brain. After discovering that Magneto was still conscious, Professor X breathed a sigh of relief. Then he jumped directly into the water. "Professor X, what are you doing?" Professor X's sudden action stunned Brian, who was eating melons, and he asked Professor X in confusion. "Don't eat the sour radish, Brian. Don't you see I'm saving people?" Professor X swam towards Magneto, who was sinking to the bottom, and said to Brian unhappily, "The distance between you and Eric is a full 200 meters. Are you going to swim all the way over?" Brian stood on the shore, took a look at the distance between Professor X and Magneto, and said jokingly, F***K. Brian, either help or get out. Professor X said to Brian angrily while swimming hard in the water, "I'm anxious. You're anxious." Looking at the frustrated Professor X, Brian felt happy. Then he moved his hands and feet slightly, and then jumped into the water. Now it's my home court. Chapter 21. On the harbor shore, Raven stared at Brian in the water with eyes wide open. "Is this your ability?" "Brian. It's so cool." Looking at Brian, whose appearance changed rapidly after entering the water, Raven was shocked and couldn't help but screaming in admiration. At this moment, under the sparkling water, Brian, who jumped into the water, had already completed his adaptive evolution in an instant. At this moment, Brian's teeth evolved into shark teeth, sharp and pointed. His skin was covered with golden scales. These scales were as smooth as fish scales, shining in the sun. Under the golden scales were rapidly expanding, extremely developed muscle groups. This made Brian look extremely strong, with 8 abdominal muscles looming in the water, and the arm muscles were even more developed. A sharp shark fin extended from each of the elbows of the 2 arms. On Brian's shoulders, there were 3 fine gills, which opened and closed, breathing in and out the air in the water for Brian. At this moment, Brian's appearance is like a combination of Hoshigaki Kisame and DC Aquaman in Naruto. Not only does it not feel out of place, but it is full of unique muscle line beauty. Brian called this adapted form, fishman form. Brian, who evolved into a fishman, clenched his fist in the water. He could feel the terrifying, explosive power of this evolved body. The golden scales on his body allowed him to feel the subtle changes in the water flow. At the same time, the fishman form also optimized his organs and 5 senses, allowing him to see and speak freely in the water and store a lot of air in his lungs, so as to spit out air bubbles. Brian is now a new evolved species. Now, the water is my home court. Feeling the explosive power of his body, Brian smiled. Then, his feet swung gently like a fish tail. Advertisement whoosh. Brian was like a flexible shark, sneaking rapidly in the water. The golden scales on his skin vibrated slightly as Brian swam, changing the direction of the water flow and reducing the resistance of the water flow. Let the water flow constantly push Brian to sneak. In the water, Brian turned into a rapid current. His super-fast speed made him seem to turn into a thin water line. Wow! Professor X, who was swimming hard in the water, only heard a sound of rapid current in his ears, and then he was submerged by the waves that followed. Professor X struggled hard in the waves and finally stabilized his body. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. Under the water, The water seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, and in front of the water was Brian, who was like a water elf. Holy crap, is that Brian? Professor X widened his eyes and even forgot about Magneto, who was sinking to the bottom of the water. Brian ignored Professor X. He was now extremely excited to experience his evolved fishman form. Now his speed has surpassed the fastest swordfish in the world, reached an astonishing 280 kilometers per hour. In the water, no human ship can compare with Brian. Cool. Adaptive evolution is indeed an Omega-level ability. Brian was diving rapidly in the water while speaking fluently. After testing his speed, he twisted his body slightly, and his whole body turned sharply in the water, rushing towards Magneto, who was sinking to the bottom. 200 meters away, for Brian now, it was just a breath away. Looking at Magneto, who was suffocating because of drowning, Brian opened his mouth and spit out a 2-meter file-sized air bubble towards Magneto. After the air bubble displaced the surrounding water flow, it quickly wrapped Magneto. TSK, he's not dead yet. Brian was amazed at Magneto, who was barely breathing. Then he grabbed Magneto's collar with his right hand and swam quickly to the shore. Splash. In just a moment, Brian dragged Magneto to the shore like a dead dog. Then Brian exerted a little force on his right arm. Magneto's body was thrown directly onto the shore and then fell heavily in front of Raven. As he left the water, the air bubbles surrounding Magneto burst instantly. The huge amounts of impact caused Magneto to wake up briefly from his coma. After a few violent coughs, he vomited out the water in his lungs. Magneto fainted again. Brian, is he okay? On the shore, Raven looked at Magneto, who was covered in blood and bruises, with some concern. Brian had just thrown Magneto onto the shore, causing him to break several ribs again. He shouldn't die. Brian raised his head from the water, lying on his back in the water, and said casually, "He just used too much force." In the fishman form, Brian's strength, endurance, and physical strength have been greatly improved. His current physical strength can beat 2 Captain Americas. Combined with Brian's speed in the water, his punch is comparable to a torpedo attack. Brian, are you sure you are only a level 3 mutant? Professor X, who had just swam to the shore and checked Magneto's injuries, looked at Brian's current form with surprise. Although he knew that Brian's mutant ability was very strong, but he didn't expect Brian to be so strong. The moment he came into contact with the water environment, his body had evolved into its current state. Moreover, it seems that Brian's evolved state is very powerful. No matter how Professor X looked at it, Brian was not just a level 3 mutant. As you can see, Professor X, survival of the fittest will make my body evolve randomly. But because my body evolves autonomously, it is not under my control. Advertisement, so I am indeed a level 3 mutant. Brian looked at Professor X and said seriously. Hearing Brian's words, Professor X was speechless. According to the level of mutant, although the level 3 mutant has a certain combat power, it cannot freely control its mutant ability. And Brian, because of the special nature of adaptive evolution, is indeed unable to freely control his mutant ability. He is really a level 3 mutant. Brian, we should leave here. Professor X no longer entangled with Brian's mutant level, but turned to look at Magneto and reminded him. Professor X, I'm afraid we can't leave so easily. Brian turned to look at the cruise ship. At this moment on the deck of the cruise ship, Black Emperor Shao also looked at Brian with admiration. That young man has unparalleled ability. Black Emperor Shao did not hide his admiration for Brian. That's Brian. White Queen Emma stood up from the sun lounger, looked at the water, and said, Emma, do you know him? Black Emperor Shao was stunned for a moment, then asked White Queen Emma. Yes. White Queen Emma nodded gently. After seeing Emma nod, Black Emperor Shao smiled. Great, Emma. Go and invite our mutant brother Brian to the Hellfire Club. Black Emperor Shao had the idea of recruiting Brian. However, facing Black Emperor Zhao's idea, Emma just shook her head gently to refuse. In the questioning eyes of Black Emperor Shao, Emma said calmly, Shao, he is here to kill you. Black Emperor Shao? Black Emperor Shao was a little confused. Why do you want to kill me? We don't even know each other. Brian said that you killed his brother, Darwin. Who was Darwin? Black Emperor Shao was even more confused. A Nigeria? It's just a nig. I have killed so many nigs over the years. How do I know which one is Darwin? Black Emperor Shao frowned. After hearing that Darwin was Nig, he felt that he might have killed Darwin himself. In that case, Brian can only become our enemy. Black Emperor Zhao's face turned cold. Because of the mutant supremacy concept, he is very tolerant of the mutant clan, and he also desires to unite the mutant clan and jointly create a world with only mutants. But this does not mean that he will not kill mutants. For those mutants who cannot be united, Black Emperor Shao has never been merciful. The Torrent, the Red Devil, killed Brian. Chapter 22. On the luxury cruise ship of Hellfire Club, Black Emperor Shao looked at Brian in the water, then turned to Jiliu and ordered, "Jiliu, get Brian out of the water." Black Emperor Shao is not only powerful in mutation ability, his knowledge is also extremely profound. He watched the whole process of Brian's transformation, although he didn't know what kind of mutation ability Brian had. But Black Emperor Shao guessed that Brian's transformation should be related to water. The best way to deal with this kind of transformation ability is to get him out of the water. Facing Black Emperor Zhao's order, Jiliu said nothing. He walked straight to the edge of the deck. He raised his hands directly. In Jiliu's palm, two small tornadoes were spinning rapidly. Jiliu raised his hand and threw the two tornadoes out. Boom! The original mini-file-sized tornado rapidly grew after leaving Jiliu's palm. Almost instantly, it turned into two huge amounts of tornadoes. The tornado was raging above the water. Countless water flows were swept into the sky by the tornado. Above the water, two huge amounts of vortexes were swallowing up the water madly and spreading rapidly towards Brian. Looking at the tornado sweeping over, Brian did not retreat but advanced. As a level 5 mutant, Brian's adaptive evolution is not only able to adapt to one extreme environment, he can adapt to multiple extreme environments at the same time. Under the water, Brian slightly accumulated power with his feet and then stepped out suddenly. Boom! The violent force squeezed the water flow under his feet, shape-shifting, forming a circle of water shockwave. And Brian's body shot out. The super-fast speed made the water flow in front of Brian roll to both sides. It was like an invisible sharp blade cutting the water surface in half. While diving rapidly, Brian raised his hands, crossed his arms, and made an X shape. He looked up at the first approaching huge tornado. Brian grinned, revealing his sharp, white fangs. "It's just right to test the limit of my strength in fishman form." Brian took a deep breath, and some blisters were discharged from the gills on his shoulders. Then his body muscles instantly tensed up, and his arms swung out with force. Boom! Two extremely compressed, ultra-high-pressure water columns, in the shape of an X, shot out from the water like thin lines. The high-speed rotating tornado was instantly shattered by these two high-pressure water columns. The cyclone inside the tornado collapsed. The entire tornado quickly disappeared. Advertisement, gift crab. The taciturn Jiliu rarely swore after seeing Brian shatter his first tornado. Then Jiliu opened his hands. The wind speed and scale of another tornado increased rapidly. The violent tornado even blew the cruise ship on the water to the ground, and the volume of the tornado reached tens of meters. Such a powerful tornado can even pull up a tall building. The entire port was hit by a massive tsunami because of the tornado. Is this the strength of the Hellfire Club? On the shore, Professor X looked at the raging tornado with a solemn expression, and his heart was extremely heavy. All the mutants of the Hellfire Club are level 4 mutants. Although Brian's mutant ability is very strong, but can he really defeat the Rapids? Brian, come on. Compared to Professor X's worry, Raven has great trust in Brian. She firmly believes that Brian will definitely be able to defeat the Rapids. Hearing Raven's encouragement, Brian, who was drifting in the water, turned around and made a reassuring gesture to Raven. Then Brian jumped out of the water and stepped on the tsunami with both feet. Like surfing, he quickly rushed into the tornado. F***K, is Brian crazy? Looking at Brian rushing into the tornado, Professor X couldn't help but curse. However, although he cursed, he moved quickly. He directly pressed his right hand on his temple, and his mental power instantly rushed to the rapids. He was ready to control the rapids, and then manipulate the rapids to rescue Brian from the tornado. However, Professor X had just released his mental power. White Queen Emma on the deck had already sensed it. She also put her fingers on her temples and directly intercepted Professor X's mental consciousness. F***K, it's White Queen Emma. I can't break through her mental defense. I hope Brian can be safe. Professor X put down his fingers dejectedly. As long as White Queen Emma was there, he couldn't control anyone in the Hellfire Club. Definitely, White Queen Emma couldn't control the people around Professor X. Both of them were level 4 mental mutants. No one could do anything to anyone. Just when Professor X and White Queen Emma were competing in mental power, Brian, who had already entered the tornado, began to adapt and evolve again. He still maintained his fishman form, but a closed hole appeared in the palms of his hands. Brian called this evolved hole Wind Hole. This is a new organ that Brian's body evolved adaptively. Advertisement, it has only one ability. That is to absorb hurricanes. The wind hole in the palm of his left hand opened instantly. Buzz. A terrifying devouring force immediately sucked the huge tornado into the wind hole. The originally turbulent water surface suddenly became calm. On the deck, the mutants of the Hellfire Club all looked at Brian in shock. Especially the rapids. He saw with his own eyes that the tornado he created was sucked into Brian's palm. The shock was simply incomparable, and Black Emperor Shao was also extremely shocked. He looked at Brian, and his originally relaxed face gradually became serious. What ability does this guy have? No one, answered Black Emperor Shao. Although White Queen Emma knew Brian's ability, she did not choose to tell Black Emperor Shao. Jiliu, use your ability to the fullest. Hey Huang, Shao ordered Jiliu again. Jiliu nodded seriously. Then his whole body spun rapidly. A tornado that was even bigger than before quickly took shape. However, facing this even bigger tornado, Brian just stretched out his right hand, and the wind hole burst out a suction force. This tornado that looked very violent was quickly sucked into the wind hole like a young swallow returning to its nest. Plop. Jiliu, who lost the tornado, fell under the water surface while spinning. Looking at Jiliu falling into the water, Brian grinned, with sharp teeth, making him look a little creepy. In the water, he is the absolute king. Brian quickly swam in front of Jiliu, and then under Jiliu's horrified eyes, he directly grabbed Jiliu's head and dragged him to the bottom of the water. Jiliu, you will become the second variant ability I plunder. Looking at Jiliu, who was struggling with suffocation, Brian used the shark fin to open the mind of the rapids. Then, Brian squatted down and began to carefully examine the brain of the rapids. At the same time, Brian activated the variant ability that saw through the laws of operation of everything. After finding the ability circuit of the rapids, Brian also obtained the variant ability of the rapids at the same time, and it was automatically maxed out. Make a tornado? Brian felt the new variant ability he had just plundered, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 23. On the shore, Professor X looked at the calm water surface with worry. He wanted to use the power of telepathy to check the battle between Brian and Riptide, but he was competing with White Queen Emma in mental power. There was no way to separate the mental consciousness to check the situation under the water. It was not just Professor X. White Queen Emma was the same. The mental power of the two was evenly matched, and neither could break through the other's mental shield. This was why Brian dared to open his brain to Riptide under the water. Only Professor X and White Queen Emma had the ability to check the situation under the water. But now, the two of them were almost the same as ordinary people. Brian was not worried that Professor X and the people of the Hellfire Club would discover his secret. On the riverbed under the water, Brian looked at the dead Riptide indifferently. Just now, he had obtained the variant ability of Riptide. The variant ability of Riptide was very simple. He could create a tornado through his thoughts. You can also form a super large tornado by rotating your body at high speed. Tornado. Brian opened his right index finger, and a mini tornado instantly formed on his index finger. Compared to the 4th level mutant, Brian's ability to create tornadoes is now automatically maxed out. It has surpassed the 5th level mutant. The 5th level mutant can only create a single tornado, but Brian can create different tornadoes according to different environments. For example, water tornadoes, thunder tornadoes, fire tornadoes, multi-vortex tornadoes, and other tornadoes. He can even manipulate tornadoes for simple mimicry. This is the power of the Sera Template. He can not only plunder other people's mutant abilities, he can even max out the ability with one click, and can maximize his potential. Moreover, Brian does not need to practice his ability at all, and he can use it as if it were his arm. He is even more skilled than the 5th level. After robbing the ability of the rapids, Brian looked down at the dead rapids. Then Brian threw his hand and released a water tornado. Rumble. A water vortex quickly formed, and a water tornado tens of meters high quickly formed. As Brian released the water tornado, the entire water surface suddenly became turbulent again. Brian glanced at the water tornado in front of him, and then put the body of the rapids into the tornado. Hula-la. The water pushed the rapids up rapidly. It was like taking a vortex elevator. In just a moment, the rapids had risen to the top of the water tornado. At this moment, Professor X and He Huang Xiao saw the water tornado rising from the ground at the same time, and the rapids in the center of the water tornado were spinning rapidly with the vortex. It's the rapids. Professor X and He Huang Xiao recognized the figure in the water tornado at the same time. However, because of the barrier of the water curtain, they did not realize that the rapids were already a corpse. Well done, Jilly. He Huang Xiao looked at the Jilliu in the waterspout and couldn't help but shouting. However, what happened next made He Huang Xiao confused. The waterspout above the water surface, under the gaze of everyone, began to move rapidly to the distance, but in the blink of an eye, the shadow of the waterspout could no longer be seen. He Huang Xiao. Whoosh. Just when He Huang Xiao was puzzled, a Jilliu shot out from the bottom of the water, and then quickly chased the distant waterspout. However, after chasing for hundreds of meters, the Jilliu stopped and returned to the shore. In the Jilliu, Brian's figure surfaced. Don't eat the sour radish, he ran away. Brian cursed loudly with annoyance on his face, and clenched his right hand slightly under the water. The waterspout, whose shadow could no longer be seen, suddenly erupted with countless small whirlwinds, which quickly tore the Jilliu body in the waterspout into pieces. Then the waterspout, carrying blood and flesh, sank to the bottom of the water. The dead torrent left no trace. Level 4 mutant Jilliu ran away. Professor X said with his eyes wide open, somewhat surprised. Brian nodded. Black Emperor Xiao, who had been paying attention to Brian, obviously heard Brian's words. His already gloomy face became even gloomier. Waste, Black Emperor Xiao said coldly. He did not doubt Brian's words, because just now, he witnessed Jilliu using his ability to escape at a high speed. He was a little confused before why Jilliu wanted to escape, but now it seems that he was probably beaten by Brian and fled in panic. From beginning to end, Black Emperor Xiao never thought that Jilliu was dead. He knew Jilliu's strength very well. As a rare level 4 mutant in the world, each one is difficult to kill. Emma, let's go back. The loss of one member of the Hellfire Club made Black Emperor Xiao no longer want to fight. Compared with the next battle, what Black Emperor Xiao wanted to do more was to find the escaped Jilliu. Every level 4 mutant is a rare fighting force of Hellfire Club. Following the order of Black Emperor Xiao, White Queen Emma nodded and blew a whistle. A ball of red mist instantly appeared on the deck. It was the Red Devil Azazo. Azazo, go and drive the boat. Black Emperor Xiao ordered the Red Devil, although he could let the Red Devil take himself and others away directly. But what is the difference between this and running away? As a level 5 mutant, Black Emperor Xiao definitely would not escape from here just because of Brian. The Red Devil teleported to the cabin and then started the cruise ship skillfully. However, although Black Emperor Xiao wanted to leave, but Brian was not going to let him leave so easily. Adapting to evolution made him fearless of death. Although he could not kill Black Emperor Xiao could not kill him either. After killing the rapids, the strength of Hellfire Club has declined significantly. This is very unfavorable for Brian to fish in troubled waters. Therefore, he was going to strengthen Black Emperor Xiao now. Let him realize the threat of himself and others. So he would take the initiative to recruit powerful mutants and strengthen the strength of Hellfire Club. Facing the more powerful Hellfire Club, Professor X had no choice but to continue to recruit mutants and form a more powerful X-Men. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Brian is the fish man who dominates everything. Black Emperor Xiao, do you want to leave so easily? You killed my brother Darwin. I also want you to experience the pain of losing a brother mutant. In the water, Brian roared at Black Emperor Xiao, and then the whole person dived rapidly in the water. Brian, don't be blinded by hatred. Looking at Brian, who suddenly rushed towards the cruise ship, Professor X only had time to remind him. Whoosh. Brian rushed towards the cruise ship at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. At the moment of reaching the cruise ship, his muscles and bones expanded rapidly. He clenched his right fist and punched out. Boom. The extreme speed, combined with the power beyond the human body's limit, makes Brian's punch comparable to a torpedo. Huge amounts of cruise ships exploded instantly under Brian's punch. Then they fell apart. The shockwave generated by the explosion swept the entire cruise ship. Black Emperor Shao, who was the first to bear the brunt, had a blank expression on his face and opened his hands. The energy generated by the explosion was compressed rapidly into his palms and then absorbed by his body. However, Black Emperor Shao was able to energy absorbing, but he could not stop the collapse and sinking of the cruise ship. Seeing that the cruise ship was about to sink under the water, Black Emperor Shao glanced at Brian and then whistled. The Red Devil Azazo suddenly turned into a red mist, grabbed Black Emperor Shao and White Queen Emma, and left the cruise ship smoothly. Chapter 24. Boom. Port number 3 in Miami. Hellfire Club's Victoria cruise ship. Under Brian's attack, it collapsed and then quickly sank into the water. Before the cruise ship sank into the water, Red Devil Azazo brought Black Emperor Shao and White Queen Emma and teleported to the shore. The moment Black Emperor Shao and the other two appeared, Professor X was startled. The distance between the two sides was really too close. Only less than 10 meters away. This made Professor X's face change drastically. Raven, take Eric away from here. Professor X put his right hand on his temple and reminded Raven behind him with telepathy. Hearing Professor X's reminder, Raven immediately pulled Magneto away from Black Emperor Shao and others. After seeing Professor X, Black Emperor Shao frowned slightly. Long before, Black Emperor Shao already knew that Professor X was also a level 4 psychic mutant. This made him full of fear of Professor X. After all, his physical immunity attribute is max, but the mental resistance is almost the same as that of ordinary people. Although White Queen Emma can block Professor X's mental invasion and protect him from mental damage. However, Black Emperor Shao knows that White Queen Emma cannot stay by his side at all times. It seems that after this battle, I will go to the Soviet Union. Black Emperor Shao took a deep look at Professor X and then ordered the Red Devil Azazo. Red Devil, kill them. As the most powerful level 5 mutant in the world, Black Emperor Shao is arrogant. He disdains to take action against a mere level 4 mutant. Brian was like this before. Professor X is also like this now. Yes, Shao. Red Devil Azazo saluted Black Emperor Shao very gentlemanly, and then his whole body turned into red mist. When the Red Devil appeared again, he had already come to Professor X, gift crab. Before Professor X could react, he was grabbed by the Red Devil's arm. Then the two turned into red mist and disappeared on the spot. 10,000 meters above the sky, the Red Devil appeared in the clouds with Professor X. Then the Red Devil wanted to loosen his arms and let Professor X fall freely. However, before the Red Devil made any move, Professor X suddenly felt that White Queen Emma's mental shield had disappeared. This made Professor X ecstatic. Obviously, he had left White Queen Emma's telepathy range. After the mental shield disappeared, Professor X was finally able to use his mental power at will. Without any hesitation, he directly used his mental power to invade the Red Devil's brain. The Red Devil's originally cold eyes suddenly became dull. Take me back. Professor X gave the Red Devil a mental order. Swish. The Red Devil was completely unable to resist Professor X's mental power and directly took Professor X away at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Professor X's strength was clearly revealed at this moment. This is easy. As soon as he returned to the original place, Professor X felt a sharp pain in his brain. Then a mental power instantly interfered with his control of the Red Devil. White Queen Emma. Professor X looked at the White Queen opposite unwillingly. He was very upset now. The excitement just now made him forget the existence of White Queen Emma, so that he just got up for a second. The mental power was offset by White Queen Emma again. Mind control. The Red Devil regained consciousness and left Professor X in shock. The Mind Mutant is undoubtedly one of the most difficult mutants. They can often quietly influence other people's minds, rewrite other people's thoughts, and even play with other people's brains at will. The reason why the Red Devil joined the Hellfire Club was because Emma, who had just become the White Queen, used her mental power to teach the Red Devil a lesson. She even left a mental imprint in his brain. As long as Emma whistles, the mental imprint in the Red Devil's brain will be activated. At that time, no matter where the Red Devil is, he will return to Emma's side as soon as possible. Therefore, the Red Devil is afraid of the mind mutant from the inside out. He was not going to deal with Professor X. His eyes turned and then shifted to Raven in the distance. F***K. Raven, be careful. Although Professor X could not use his mental power, he was still keenly aware of the Red Devil's thoughts. This made Professor X's face change drastically, and he sent a telepathic message directly to Raven. However, before Professor X's telepathic message was over, the Red Devil appeared in front of Raven, and then teleported to a height of 10,000 meters, and then let go. Whoosh! Raven immediately fell rapidly. Brian, save me. The strong sense of weightlessness made Raven terrified, and she couldn't even maintain her transformation and showed the mystique form. In the critical moment, Raven was not thinking about Professor X, but Brian. Obviously, Brian has replaced Professor X. Blue skin. This is really rare. Don't worry, the mutant named Brian will be with you. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Red Devil looked at Raven's blue skin with some surprise, and then turned into red mist again and disappeared. Swish! The Red Devil appeared directly under the water in front of Brian. Looking at the Red Devil so close, Brian did not resist at all. He let the Red Devil catch him. Then the two turned into red mist and reappeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this moment, Brian, because he was out of the water, his fishman form quickly degenerated and disappeared. He turned back into a human. So, if you leave the water, you can only be slaughtered by others. The Red Devil looked at the scene in front of him and sneered. Really? Brian looked at the Red Devil coldly, and then looked down. Raven was still falling rapidly. Listening to Raven's terrified cry for help, Brian no longer wasted time. Under the astonished eyes of the Red Devil, Brian exerted a little force and broke free from the Red Devil's arms, and then his body fell rapidly in free fall. Are you so anxious to die? The Red Devil was stunned for a moment, and then teleported back to the side of Black Emperor Shao. Shao, the battle is over. The Red Devil patted the non-existent dust on his body and said confidently, in his opinion, falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Even if the opponent's mutant ability was very surprised, it would be useless. However, facing the confident words of the Red Devil, Black Emperor Shao just looked up at the sky with his mouth slightly wide open. Obviously, Black Emperor Shao was shocked. And the one who could shock the level 5 mutant Black Emperor Shao was undoubtedly Brian. At this moment, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Brian fell rapidly with gravity. And the rapid feeling of weightlessness is also an extreme environment. This made his body begin to adapt and evolve in an instant. But this time, Brian did not evolve organs such as the meat pads of cats. After all, this is 10,000 meters in the sky. Even with meat pads, it would be useless. So this time, Brian evolved a completely different organ. During the fall, Brian felt a slight itch on his back, and then 2 wings 10 meters long broke out of his body. On the wings, there were white feathers. As Brian evolved wings, his body, after spreading his wings, hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Under the shining of the golden sun, the white wings seemed to cover Brian with holy light. At this moment, his wings were spread, and the white feathers exuded a holy golden light. His body also evolved very handsome in the process. On his forehead, there was a golden vertical pupil mark. It looked full of majesty and justice. It was like an angel descending to the world. Brian turned his head and took a look at the beautiful white wings and called the evolved form in front of him, angel form. Boom! Brian flapped his wings slightly, and the whole person rotated and dived down. The wings behind him just flapped slightly, and Brian's speed broke the sound barrier. In just a few seconds, Brian had already caught up with the rapidly falling Raven. Then, in Raven's surprised eyes, he easily hugged Raven in his arms. Brian, you are simply my guardian angel. Looking at Brian at this moment, Raven cried with joy. Chapter 25. Whoosh. 10,000 meters in the sky. Brian held Mystique Raven and hovered above the clouds. The wings behind him stretched out to both sides, and the white feathers shone brightly in the sunset. The golden vertical pupil mark between his eyebrows made Brian look like a real angel at this moment. "Brian, you are really my guardian angel." In Brian's arms, Mystique Raven looked at him dazzled and couldn't help saying. This was not the first time Mystique Raven said this. Ever since Brian evolved wings and rescued Raven from the crisis of falling from a high altitude, Raven has regarded Brian as her guardian angel from the depths of her consciousness. Now, Brian's position in Raven's heart has surpassed Professor X. "Let's go. Raven, I'll take you down." Brian looked down at Raven, and then the wings flapped rapidly. Boom! A sound barrier exploded in the sky. At this moment, Brian's flight speed reached Mach 1. From the ground, Brian was like a supersonic fighter, speeding down. What a fast speed! On the ground, Black Emperor Shao looked up at Brian. When he saw that Brian's flight speed reached supersonic speed, even he couldn't help but be surprised. And the Red Devil beside him took a breath of cold air. Brian's speed was really too fast. It was so fast that even if he had teleportation, he couldn't catch Brian's figure at all. It's Brian. White Queen Emma also shifted her attention from Professor X to Brian. Looking at Brian's appearance like an angel descending at this moment, she couldn't help but admire. Swish! Brian landed rapidly at supersonic speed, and in just over 10 seconds, he landed 10,000 meters. When he was 2 meters close to the ground, Brian's wings vibrated slightly, his body instantly hovered. "Raven, stay by Professor X's side." Brian put Raven down in his hand and ordered Raven. "Okay, Brian." Raven landed steadily on the ground, nodded, and then walked quickly to Professor X. As for the seriously injured and unconscious Magneto, now both Professor X and the people of the Hellfire Club have chosen to forget about him. In midair, Brian glanced at Professor X. He didn't expect Professor X to protect Raven. Because of the existence of White Queen Emma, Professor X is the most useless person in this battle. After seeing Raven approaching Professor X, Brian flapped his wings slightly. A fierce gust of wind swept down immediately. Then the gust of wind turned into a huge amounts of tornado, covering Professor X and Raven. Tornado. Looking at Professor X and the two protected by the giant tornado, Black Emperor Shao and Red Devil looked at each other. They are really familiar with tornadoes, because their mutant brother, Torrent, has the ability to create tornadoes. And now, Brian actually used the ability of tornado. How could they not be surprised? "Don't eat the sour radish. How do you have the ability of rapids?" The Red Devil looked at Brian angrily and questioned. "You don't think that only rapids can use tornadoes?" Brian looked down at the Red Devil with a contemptuous smile on his face. Then he flapped his wings, and 2 huge amounts of tornadoes rose from the ground. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 tornadoes swept towards the Red Devil rapidly. Even though they were several meters apart, the Red Devil could still feel the extreme tearing sensation brought by the tornado. F***K. Facing Brian's tornado, the Red Devil did not dare to be arrogant. His body suddenly turned into a ball of red mist and used teleportation to avoid the tornado attack. However, he had just finished teleporting when a tornado came towards him. F***K. The Red Devil couldn't help cursing and had to continue teleporting. However, every time the Red Devil finished teleporting, a tornado would appear in front of him. F***K. I understand. Your wings can create a tornado? After teleporting again and again, the Red Devil gradually understood Brian's ability. He keenly discovered that every time a tornado appeared in front of him, Brian would flap his wings. It was obvious that he could create a tornado by flapping his wings. Not too stupid. Brian looked at the Red Devil coldly and said in a deep voice, "The wings that Brian evolved definitely did not have the ability to create a tornado. He just disguised the tornado ability that he had just plundered from the rapids as the ability of his angel wings. The wings can stir up a strong wind. It is reasonable to stir up a tornado. Don't eat the sour radish. Do you think the tornado can protect them?" The Red Devil teleported again to avoid the tornado, and then looked at Brian provocatively. Swish. He teleported again, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Professor X and Raven. The protection of the tornado was useless for the Red Devil, who could teleport. Walk into a trap. Brian just looked at the Red Devil who had just emerged from the red fog state coldly. Without any hesitation, the wings spread out, and countless white feathers poured down like sharp blades. Like a violent storm, in an instant, it covered the center of the tornado vortex. At the same time, another dragon-shaped tornado separated from the tornado and swallowed Professor X and Raven into its body. Chi-chi-chi, a sound of feathers piercing flesh and blood sounded. The Red Devil had no time to react and was pierced into a quill by the overwhelming feathers. Trap. The Red Devil was covered in blood. Although he was pierced by feathers, his unique appearance gave him a tenacious vitality like a demon. Although he was seriously injured, he was still able to move freely. Idiot. Brian looked at the seriously injured Red Devil with a sneer on his face. The Red Devil's teleportation is indeed unsolvable. No one can limit the Red Devil's teleportation. Not even Brian. But the inability to limit the Red Devil's teleportation does not mean that the Red Devil will not be caught. After using the tornado to force the Red Devil to teleport continuously, Brian finally discovered the Red Devil's weakness. That is, whenever the red fog has not disappeared and the Red Devil has just appeared, he has no way to teleport again. Only when the red fog disappears completely can he teleport again. Although this process was very short, but Brian still seized this opportunity accurately. Swish. The Red Devil's face looked a little hideous because of the pain, and he looked like a living demon. He stood up shakily, and then the red mist came out of his body again. Then the figure of the Red Devil appeared in front of Brian. The claws and sharp tail of both hands quickly stabbed Brian. However, facing the attack of the Red Devil, Brian just raised his right hand lightly and snapped his fingers, drilling the heart and cutting the bones. The feathers on the Red Devil's body suddenly seemed to be alive and drilled into the flesh and bones of the Red Devil. Then they were nailed to the bones of the Red Devil fiercely. A piercing pain made the Red Devil lose all his strength and howled wildly. Brian snapped his fingers again. The feathers that were originally like sharp blades became extremely soft. The pain of the Red Devil's piercing the heart and cutting the bones disappeared like a tide. What did you do to me? The Red Devil looked at Brian in horror. The pain just now was so deep that it hurt his bones. However, his question was not answered. Brian snapped his fingers again, and then the Red Devil howled again. After dozens of times in a row, Brian finally left a deep psychological shadow on the Red Devil. He swore that he would hide from Brian whenever he saw him in the future. This guy is simply a demon. He has a spell from hell. After leaving a psychological shadow on the Red Devil, Brian grabbed the Red Devil, then took off at high speed and came to an altitude of 10,000 meters again. Red Devil, there is no future for you to follow Black Emperor Shao, so follow me in the future. Brian invited the Red Devil. Chapter 26. Red Devil, there is no future for you to follow Black Emperor Shao, so come with me. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Brian invited the dying Red Devil who was beaten by him. Red Devil. He raised his head with his last bit of strength and looked at Brian. At this moment, if Brian had Professor X's telepathy, he would definitely hear the hysterical curses of the Red Devil, who recruits people by beating them half to death. Besides, he also has a backbone. Since he has joined the Hellfire Club, how could he easily betray? I am Azazo of the Hellfire Club, the Red Devil said hoarsely, weakly, but decisively. If you agree to follow me, I may be able to find a way to let White Queen Emma remove the mental imprint in your brain. Looking at the Red Devil staring at him angrily, Brian said leisurely, I, Red Devil Azazo, am willing to follow you. Mr. Brian. The Red Devil, who had just glared at Brian and sworn allegiance to the Hellfire Club, suddenly changed his position. Compared to being loyal to the Hellfire Club, the Red Devil cares more about regaining his freedom. As for why Brian knew that there was Emma's mental imprint in the Red Devil's brain, it was Professor X who told him. Before, the Red Devil was controlled by Professor X, and that's why Professor X knew that there was Emma's mental imprint in the Red Devil's brain. A wise choice. Now, you go back to Black Emperor Shao and report to me about Black Emperor Zhao's movements at any time. Brian patted the Red Devil's shoulder gently, and then swooped down with the Red Devil. The reason for recruiting the Red Devil. Because Brian wants to know the movements of Black Emperor Shao at any time. The Red Devil's teleportation allows him to report the movements of the Hellfire Club to Brian anytime and anywhere. without worrying that Black Emperor Shao will find out. As for whether the Red Devil will change his mind, Brian said that as long as the Red Devil wanted freedom, he could only cooperate with him obediently. Swish! Just as Brian dived towards the shore, the ability of adaptive evolution was activated again. Under Brian's white wings, a pair of wings grew again. Brian stopped diving rapidly. A smile appeared on his face. Adaptive evolution not only allowed him to adapt to extreme environments. Moreover, as time went by, Brian would continue to evolve towards a perfect creature. Now Brian has evolved into a four-winged angel form. As long as I don't leave the state of weightlessness, I can constantly grow wings. Maybe in the end, I will evolve into a 10,000-winged angel. Brian had some hope. However, he also knew that it would not be a matter of a day or a night to evolve into an ultimate creature like a 10,000-winged angel, but just the four-winged angel form. It was enough for Brian to dominate the sky. Boom! Brian flapped his four wings slightly, and the flight speed directly broke through Mach 8. This is comparable to the world's most advanced supersonic fighter. Moreover, at such a speed, Brian can perform all kinds of difficult flight actions. Brian's speed is now faster than the Red Devil's teleportation. Almost in the blink of an eye, Brian has been suspended above the head of the Black Emperor Shao. Brian threw the Red Devil down casually, and then slowly landed on the ground. As Brian stepped on the ground with both feet, the four wings behind him quickly degenerated and disappeared. Buzz! As the four wings on Brian's body disappeared, his body suddenly shook. Then he keenly noticed that an inscription of a four-winged angel appeared on his skin and then merged into the depths of his genes. The ability to see through the laws of operation of all things made Brian instantly understand the four-winged angel inscription on his body. In the process of evolution, organisms have the characteristics of directional selection. That is, those who adapt to the environment are preserved, and those who do not adapt to the environment are eliminated. Brian's adaptive evolution ability is the same. It will select those forms that are more adapted to the environment, so as to preserve them and store them in the body. The four-winged angel form is obviously more adapted to the high-altitude environment than the angel form. Therefore, adaptive evolution recorded the four-winged angel form. At the same time, because the adaptive evolution recorded the four-winged angel form, Brian would no longer be in a high-altitude environment in the future and would no longer be a simple random evolution. He could choose to activate the four-winged angel form selected by the adaptive evolution. He could also allow random adaptive evolution. Brian smiled. His adaptive evolution finally brought him an active ability. Although there is only one four-winged angel inscription now, but Brian believes that in time, his body will be able to adapt to various evolutionary inscriptions, so that the adaptive evolution ability can be transformed into an active ability. Allow Brian to change into the form he wants at will. Brian, what kind of ability do you have? At this moment, He Huangshao looked at Brian opposite with curiosity and asked, My ability is survival of the fittest. I can adapt to any extreme environment and evolve my body. Brian said without hiding anything. He Huangshao was stunned. He originally just asked casually. He never thought that Brian would answer him. So after hearing Brian talk about his ability, He Huangshao was a little stunned. Survival of the fittest, able to adapt to extreme environments and evolve. Brian, your ability is simply unparalleled. Black Emperor Shao looked at Brian with surprise. Just like Professor X. After hearing about the survival of the fittest, Black Emperor Shao had already realized the potential of this ability. Brian, come to me. Join the Hellfire Club. I can help you develop your ability. I can even make you a god. Black Emperor Shao looked at Brian with fiery eyes and invited Brian again. Can I become a god? Brian seemed to be a little tempted. Yes, Brian, my brother. The ability you have can make you a godlike existence. You can become the Messiah of Mutant. Savior. Even, I can make you the Black Emperor of Hellfire Club. Everything in Hellfire Club will serve you alone. Black Emperor Zhao's tone became a little trembling because of excitement. When he heard the conditions offered by Black Emperor Shao, Brian called him a good guy. He was a little moved. But it's a pity. Brian's goal, in addition to using Professor X to find other mutants, is to obtain Black Emperor Zhao's mutant ability. Therefore, no matter how tempting Black Emperor Zhao's conditions are, Brian will not agree. Black Emperor Shao, Your conditions are really tempting. I want to agree. But you should never, ever kill my brothers and sisters, my beloved relatives and friends. I want to avenge Darwin. Brian looked at Black Emperor Shao with hatred and said in a deep voice, Brian, I really don't know when I killed Darwin. Maybe you made a mistake. Until now, Black Emperor Shao has not remembered when he killed a Nig mutant named Darwin. Don't eat the sour radish. I saw you kill my brother with my own eyes. I will never make a mistake. Brian clenched his fists and was furious. It seems that we can only be enemies. Looking at Brian's appearance, Black Emperor Zhao's face darkened. In that case, Brian, I can only let you die. He Huang Zhao's eyes became cold. He opened his right hand, and a ball of red energy appeared in his palm. Brian, I don't know if you can adapt to this. He Huang Zhao sneered, then threw the energy ball at Brian. This is the energy that He Huang Zhao just absorbed when Brian smashed the cruise ship with one punch. Chapter 27. On the shore of the port, Brian and Black Emperor Zhao stood opposite each other. After Brian rejected Black Emperor Zhao's solicitation, Black Emperor Zhao threw an energy bomb directly and hit Brian's body. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. Black Emperor Zhao's energy bomb was the shockwave and explosion energy absorbed by the cruise ship explosion just now. Although the energy bomb does not look big, only the size of a palm file, but it is very powerful. The ground under Brian's feet collapsed under huge amounts of shockwave, and Brian, who was at the center of the explosion, was swallowed by the flames produced by the explosion. Just as Black Emperor Zhao stared at the center of the explosion, ready to see if Brian could adapt to his energy bomb, a low and domineering voice sounded from the center of the explosion. Black Emperor Zhao, do you think you can kill me? Following the voice, Brian strode out of the flames. At this moment, Brian had already evolved into the Silver Surfer form. The whole body of silver-white metal reflects a bright metallic luster under the illumination of the flame. The scorching heat only makes Brian's metal skin slightly red. The explosion shockwave has no effect on Brian's body. It is only because of the kinetic energy impact that Brian's right foot takes a step back. Brian in the Silver Surfer state has skin strength comparable to titanium alloy, or even stronger. Not only can it withstand the impact of energy explosions, but it is also not afraid of high temperatures. Moreover, Brian in the Silver Surfer form has the characteristics of lightness and high strength. This makes his weight only 1/10 of the normal state. It also makes his movements light and flexible. Whoosh! Brian exerted a little force on his feet and ran at a speed of 100 meters in 5 seconds. After arriving in front of Black Emperor Zhao, he clenched his right fist and smashed it directly at Black Emperor Zhao. Bang! Facing Brian's heavy punch, Black Emperor Zhao did not dodge or avoid and let the fist fall on his face. Then the kinetic energy on the fist was all absorbed by Black Emperor Zhao. Brian's punch did not cause any damage to Black Emperor Zhao. Brian, I am invincible, Black Emperor Zhao said confidently. Then he raised his right hand directly, and like Brian, he clenched his fist and hit Brian. The punch with kinetic energy made Black Emperor Zhao's punch fast and fierce. Bang! Brian was directly knocked 2 meters away by Black Emperor Zhao, and then fell heavily on the ground, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, Brian jumped up with a carp, and then patted the dust on his body as if nothing had happened. So-called smoke without injury. Brian in the Silver Surfer state has a strong ability to resist blows. Black Emperor Zhao's energy attack is like tickling him. Boom! Brian just stood up, and Black Emperor Zhao threw his hand again to release a more powerful energy bomb. The violent orange-red energy hit Brian. At the moment of contact with the orange-red energy, Brian's metal body suddenly evolved into a blue-black stone skin. Brian's height also expanded rapidly, reaching 2.5 meters. His weight increased to 350 kilograms. He looked like a heavy and clumsy stone man. The orange-red energy of He Huang Zhao hit Brian, but it not only did not cause any harm to Brian, but also did not even make his body shake. Brian was as steady as an old dog at this moment. Under He Huang Zhao's surprised eyes, Brian walked in front of He Huang Zhao with big strides despite the energy bombardment. Then he smashed down with his fist as big as a casserole. Brian, don't waste your energy. He Huang Zhao raised his right hand to block Brian's fist, and at the same time absorbed all the energy on his fist into his body. "You can't cause any harm to me." After absorbing the kinetic energy from Brian's fist, He Huangshao said calmly. After that, He Huangshao raised his hand and slapped Brian on the body. Boom! Huge amounts of energy exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud. This time, the energy released by Black Emperor Shao was equivalent to a medium-range missile. "Keep going, don't stop." Brian's voice came from the center of the explosion. At this moment, his body evolved into a different form. He returned to his normal appearance. A golden circular protective force field protected him, making him completely immune to the explosion. "Did you adapt to the energy protective force field this time?" Black Emperor Shao frowned slightly. Looking at the glittering energy protective force field on Brian's body, he suddenly felt powerless. No matter how he attacked, Brian could adapt to a new evolutionary form. The more dangerous, the stronger Brian. The previous two evolutions were just changes in body structure. In the third evolution, Brian has evolved a new variant ability. It was hard for Black Emperor Shao to imagine what Brian would evolve into if he continued to attack. Maybe he would be completely adapted to his energy attack. Black Emperor Shao looked at Brian, feeling helpless. At the same time, his fear of Brian reached its peak. An enemy that can evolve infinitely and is almost unkillable. How can Black Emperor Shao not be afraid? "Stop, Brian. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. Our fight is meaningless and just a waste of time." Black Emperor Shao looked at Brian and said helplessly. Brian shrugged indifferently. He didn't expect to defeat Black Emperor Shao. His fight with Black Emperor Shao was just to put some pressure on Black Emperor Shao. Now that the goal has been achieved, Brian definitely doesn't plan to waste time. In fact, it's not just Black Emperor Shao who feels helpless. Brian feels the same way. Black Emperor Zhao's energy-absorbing variant ability is really too buggy. Any attack will only make Black Emperor Shao more powerful. It's like a physical immunity and energy gain buff. "Emma, let's go." Looking at Brian, who stopped attacking, Black Emperor Shao walked to the side of the Red Devil, casually pulled up the Red Devil's seriously injured body, and then said to White Queen Emma, "Okay, Shao." White Queen Emma nodded, then turned back and smiled at Brian. Then the Hellfire Club, with only 3 people left here. Looking at the Black Emperor Shao and others who disappeared from sight, Brian showed a smile on his face. Although the battle with Black Emperor Shao was a bit anticlimactic, but Brian did not gain nothing. Just now, Brian had gained another directional choice for adaptation and evolution. In his genes, next to the 4-winged angel inscription, there was an additional golden shield inscription. Brian called this ability that he adapted to Energy Shield. The first contact with the Hellfire Club, Brian can be said to have gained a lot. Not only did he adapt to 2 directional selection abilities, he even plundered the variant ability of the Torrent. He also secretly recruited the Red Devil. Brian was in a good mood. He patted the dust off his body, and then walked straight to Professor X and Raven. "Professor X, is Magneto still alive?" Eric's condition is not optimistic. He must be sent to the hospital as soon as possible. Professor X looked up and saw Brian, and cast a grateful look at him. "Thank you this time, Brian. If it weren't for you, Raven and Eric would probably have died at the hands of Black Emperor Shao." Faced with Professor X's gratitude, Brian waved his hand very generously. "Professor X, don't say these. Let's send Magneto to the hospital first." Chapter 28. New York, Cantel Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Professor X looked at Magneto, who was wrapped in medical bandages like a dumpling, and his worry was evident on his face. Behind Professor X, Brian and Raven sat on the sofa in the intensive care unit as if nothing had happened, eating fruit and looking at Professor X with disdain. 3 days had passed since the battle with Black Emperor Shao. After Black Emperor Shao left, Brian and the other 2 took the seriously injured and dying Magneto to the top Cantel Hospital in New York City for treatment. It must be said that Professor X worked hard to treat Magneto. Not only did he spend millions of dollars to invite the top medical team in America, but he also took care of Magneto every step of the way. This friendship made Brian and Raven feel sick. After 3 days of treatment, Magneto was finally out of danger and transferred to the intensive care unit in front of him. "Charles, take a break." Raven on the sofa couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She walked to Professor X, patted Professor X's shoulder gently, and said, "It's okay, Raven. I'm not tired." Professor X shook his head. As a spiritual mutant, he wouldn't feel mentally exhausted even if he didn't sleep for 3 days or a month. However, his body was still that of an ordinary person. The long-term torture made his dark circles very heavy. "Charles, you're hopeless." Raven's eyes twitched slightly, and then she muttered something with some regret. Then she returned to Brian's side and snuggled in Brian's arms like a kitten. During these 3 days, Brian and Raven were inseparable. They both indulged themselves. Brian's adaptive evolution allowed him to persevere. He didn't feel tired at all, and Raven's mystique body had amazing endurance. Under Brian's development, Raven discovered another feature of the mystique body. That is, every time she shape-shifted into a new image, her fatigue was like a refresh. No matter how tired she was, as long as she shape-shifted into a new image, she would become lively again. And not only that, Raven found that no matter how serious the injuries were to her image after shape-shifting, as long as she changed to a new image, her injuries would become intact. This discovery made Brian and Raven fight more frantically. It was not until the two received a telepathic message from Professor X that they returned to the hospital. "Professor X, why don't you wake up Magneto?" Brian said leisurely while eating fruit. "Professor X." Professor X looked at Brian with a confused face, not knowing why Brian said that. As a mind mutant, it should be easy to wake up a comatose person. Brian's light words, like a heavy blow, shocked Professor X. He looked at Brian gratefully. The so-called concern leads to confusion. Professor X was so concerned about Magneto's safety that he even forgot that he was a mind mutant. He no longer hesitated and put his right hand on Magneto's forehead, and his mind invaded Magneto's brain. "Wake up, Eric." A voice of mind was transmitted to Magneto's mind. Magneto's sleeping mind gradually woke up. Magneto, who was seriously injured and unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. "Ahem, Charles." Magneto opened his eyes and coughed violently a few times. Then, with the help of Professor X, he sat up. "Where is Black Emperor Shao?" Magneto frowned, and he looked around in confusion and was surprised to find that this was actually a hospital. His consciousness was still in the battle with Black Emperor Shao. "Eric, the battle with Black Emperor Shao was 3 days ago," Professor X said, while using his mind power to transmit the memory of 3 days ago to Magneto's brain. Instantly, Magneto knew everything that happened after he fell unconscious. "Brian, I owe you a life." Until this moment, Magneto saw Brian and Raven. He looked at Brian and said in a deep voice, "Magneto, you are my mutant brother. I can't just stand by and watch you die." Brian said seriously, "Mutant brothers?" It must be said that Brian's words touched Magneto's heart. Under the guidance of Black Emperor Shao, Magneto gradually developed the concept of mutant supremacy. In his opinion, mutants should unite and help each other like brothers and sisters. By the way, what's the matter with Magneto? Magneto looked at Professor X with some confusion. Professor X shrugged and then spoke. "This is the code name Raven gave us. I am Professor X, and you are Magneto. Raven is Mystique." Professor X explained helplessly. Magneto was very satisfied with his title. He nodded to Raven and then looked at Brian. "What about Brian? What is his title?" Magneto's words made Professor X and Raven look at each other. Until now, they remembered that Brian had no title. "Homelander, my title is Homelander." Under the gaze of everyone, Brian covered Raven, who was about to speak, and then said seriously, "Homelander." Professor X and the other two looked at Brian blankly, wondering why Brian gave himself a title that had nothing to do with mutant abilities. "I think Evolution Master sounds better than Homelander." Raven struggled to break free from Brian's right hand and spoke. "Raven, I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. I think Homelander is great. There is a sense of freedom and ease, and doing whatever one wants." Brian glanced at Raven and spoke. "Free and easy? Do whatever one wants?" "Brian, how did you see that?" Raven scratched her head, somewhat unable to understand Brian's thinking. How did he feel the freedom and ease, and doing whatever one wants from the 3 words Homelander? However, since Brian has made up his mind, she could only support him silently. "Let's cheer for Homelander Brian." Raven excitedly grabbed Brian's right hand and announced loudly, "Homelander." Professor X and Magneto also celebrated for Brian. Since then, There is one more Homelander among the mutants. Homelander Brian. Okay, now that Magneto has woken up, I think we should also establish an organization. A mutant organization. Brian was silent for a moment, then reminded. Mutant organization? Professor X and the other two looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Black Emperor Shao has the Hellfire Club. They felt that they should indeed establish a mutant organization in order to compete with the Hellfire Club. Very good. Since everyone agrees to establish a mutant organization, then we should discuss the name of the organization next. Brian just finished speaking. Professor X and Magneto said in unison. Mutant Brotherhood. X-Men. After the two finished speaking, they looked at each other in unison. The eyes of both sides were full of ridicule and disapproval of the names of the other organizations. Eric, Mutant Brotherhood? Brotherhood has become rampant in college. Charles, X-Men is the most disgusting name. Are you ready to uphold justice? The two who just admired each other and were close friends are now at loggerheads. No one agrees with the other. Chapter 29. Brian sat on the sofa in the intensive care unit. He looked at Professor X and Magneto, who were arguing with each other. The two had serious disagreements on the name of the mutant organization to be established. Magneto believed that mutants should be like brothers and sisters, a big family. So it should be called Mutant Brotherhood. Professor X believed that the organization he and others established should uphold justice, defeat the evil mutant Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy, and save the world. So it should be called X-Men. Neither of them could convince the other. Then they looked at Brian, wanting Brian to decide what name to use. As for Raven, they both subconsciously ignored it. After all, Raven was only a level 3 mutant, and her mutant ability was not suitable for fighting. Although Brian was also a level 3 mutant, his mutant ability was simply a bug. He could even fight the world's only level 5 mutant Black Emperor, Shao, 55 to 55. Brian's strength was obvious to both of them. That's why they put Brian on the same level as the two of them. Let's call it the Super 7. Brian said with a rather evil tone. Professor X. Magneto? The two were confused and regretted asking Brian for his opinion. Ahem, I was kidding. Let's call it X-Men. After all, Magneto, you joined later. Brian shrugged and said seriously. Okay, you're right, Brian. Although Magneto was unwilling, he couldn't refute Brian's words. Then call it X-Men. Professor X smiled and made the final decision. Since then, X-Men was established. There are only 4 members of X-Men at present. Professor X, Magneto, Homelander Brian, Mystique Raven. They are the first generation of X-Men and the elders of the X-Men organization. Founder. Brian also became one of the 4 founders of X-Men. X-Men, as a mutant organization, cannot have only 4 of us. We need to recruit like-minded people. Together we can fight against the Hellfire Club of Black Emperor Shao. Professor X pondered for a moment and proposed. His proposal was approved by everyone. As Professor X said, an organization cannot have only 4 people. They need to recruit other mutants. But Professor X and Magneto were at a loss on how to recruit mutants. In this era, mutants are still very rare. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find other mutants. How to find other mutants is an urgent problem to be solved now. Brian, can Darwin's prophecy give us guidance? Professor X had no idea. He could only put his hope on Brian's friend, the prophet Darwin. He hoped that Darwin's prophecy could show them a way. Faced with Professor X's question, Brian pretended to close his eyes and think. 5 minutes later, Brian opened his eyes. Beast Hank. Brian said a name. I once heard Darwin say that Beast Hank is a unique, genius inventor among mutants. Maybe he can solve this problem for us. Brian told Professor X and others about Beast Hank's situation. In fact, Brian was not wrong. Beast Hank is a real genius. The brain-computer enhancer he invented not only enhanced Professor X's telepathy, it also allowed Professor X to easily distinguish between mutants and humans. It was also with the help of the brain-computer enhancer that Professor X easily found Shockwave, Siren, Angel, and others. Beast Hank, is he also our mutant brother? Professor X looked at Brian with curiosity and asked. Yes, Professor. Beast Hank is one of us. Brian said calmly. Where is Beast Hank now? Magneto asked concisely. I don't know, but there is a place that knows. Brian shook his head and said. Where? Raven asked curiously. CIA headquarters. Brian said a place. Brian really didn't know where Beast Hank was, but he knew that Hank had been working in the CIA's secret R&D department. As long as they found the top person in charge of the CIA's secret R&D department, they could follow the clues and find Beast Hank. CIA headquarters? Professor X frowned. To find Beast Hank, we need to invade CIA headquarters and find the person in charge of the CIA's secret R&D department. Through him, we can find Beast Hank. Brian's calm words were like a heavy bomb, shocking everyone present. Brian, we can't do that. Professor X was the first to speak out to stop him. His philosophy made him unable to agree with Brian's approach. He believed that although mutant had the ability of ability, it could not be abused at will, and it could not have a bad impact on society. Invading the CIA, in Professor X's view, would definitely cause a shock to the whole of America. This was not what he wanted to see. Compared to Professor X's opposition, Magneto is very much in favor of Brian's approach. Invade the CIA? When will it happen? Count me in. Magneto doesn't think invading the CIA is a big deal, as long as he can defeat Black Emperor Shao, let alone invading the CIA. Even if he is asked to assassinate the President of America, he won't hesitate for a second. Cool. X-Men has just been established, and they are going to invade the CIA? Raven was excited. She felt that this was very cool. Raven, don't mess around. Looking at the cheering Raven, Professor X frowned and scolded. He was opposed to invading the CIA headquarters. This went against his original intention. However, Brian's words made Professor X have to agree with his proposal. Professor X, don't forget Black Emperor Zhao's plan. The whole world is now on the verge of destruction. If you are still so indecisive, be careful of nuclear bombs falling from the sky. When he heard Brian's warning, Professor X was silent. Brian was right. If Black Emperor Shao cannot be stopped, the nuclear explosion crisis will break out at any time. By then, the CIA will be wiped out by the nuclear explosion. Brian, what method are you going to use to invade the CIA headquarters? Just attack it directly. Professor X compromised. In fact, whether it is now or in the future, Professor X has always compromised. Professor X, remember Mora? We can use her identity to sneak into the CIA headquarters, and then find the person in charge of the secret R&D base, and use your ability to read the location of Beast Hank from his brain. Brian had already thought of a countermeasure. Mora? Didn't you delete Mora's memory? Will she help us? Professor X put forward his own opinion. Before, he saw Brian delete Mora's memory with his own eyes. Mora, will you help us? Brian turned his head and said with a smile to Mystique Raven. Definitely, Brian. I will help you. Mystique Raven smiled, and then instantly changed into Mora's appearance. Raven, are you going to turn into Mora and sneak into the CIA? No, it's too dangerous. Looking at Raven, who turned into Mora, Professor X said with a worried face. He regarded Raven as his sister from the bottom of his heart, and he knew very well that Raven's ability and Mystique's ability did not have any combat power. Once the flaw was revealed, only death was waiting for Raven. Professor X did not want Raven to take risks. However, facing Professor X's worried eyes, Brian patted his shoulder gently. Professor X, Raven has grown up. She no longer needs your protection. Besides, I will follow Raven into the CIA headquarters. With my ability, no one can kill Raven. Brian's seemingly comforting words made Professor X very heartbroken. He looked at Raven seriously, then looked at Brian, and sighed helplessly. When are you going to act? Tonight. Chapter 30. Virginia, Langley Night. All members of the newly formed X-Men appeared here. Yes, all members. After making a plan to invade the CIA headquarters, the seriously injured Magneto strongly requested to participate in this operation. According to Magneto, this is the first battle of the X-Men. As a member of the X-Men, Magneto does not want to miss this operation. That is why the seriously injured Magneto also appeared here. Brian turned his head and looked at Magneto. At this moment, Magneto was wrapped in bandages, like a mummy. Under him, there was a wheelchair. The wheelchair floated in the air under the control of Magneto. It must be said that Magneto deserves the title of a scene man. Even though he is seriously injured now, he still has the demeanor of a scene man. Okay, Brian, it's up to you and Raven next. Magneto and I will meet you outside. In the darkness, Professor X walked in front of Brian, patted Brian on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "If the situation is not right, we will attack." Sitting in a wheelchair, Magneto reminded. He was originally planning to enter the CIA headquarters with Brian and Raven, but he can only move one finger now. Going in would only hinder them. So, he could only settle for the second best and be responsible for the support outside. "Let's go, Raven." Brian nodded, then took Raven's hand, walked out of the darkness, and walked towards the CIA headquarters. As for why Professor X was not allowed to directly control the entire CIA, Brian said that Professor X had a serious mental cleanliness. He refused to attack ordinary people. Although Brian sneered at Professor X's mental cleanliness, he could do nothing about Professor X. "Brian, I'm a little nervous." The dim street was silent. Only the CIA headquarters in front was brightly lit. As he got closer to the CIA headquarters, Raven's heartbeat accelerated and she became uncontrollably nervous. "Relax, Raven. I'll take care of everything." Brian grabbed Raven's arm and said gently. Seeing Brian so close, Raven calmed down. She took a deep breath, and the blue scales on her body flowed like water. Then she turned into Mora. Brian was full of admiration at Raven's current appearance. Not only was it lifelike, even Mora's CIA uniform was perfectly transformed. "Let's go, Agent Mora." Brian nodded to Raven and said with a chuckle. The two of them walked to the gate of CIA headquarters. Two CIA agents immediately cast their eyes at the two of them. "Stop." A CIA agent came to Brian and the others, looked at Brian with a scrutinizing look, and then turned to look at Raven. "Please conduct routine verification." The CIA agent brought an iris machine and scanned Raven's eyes. Then there was a beep from the machine. All the information about Agent Mora appeared on the computer next to them. "Agent Mora, welcome back." The CIA agent's originally cold face suddenly showed a smile after seeing the information on the computer. Then he looked at Brian and asked, "What is this?" "Confidential," Raven said casually. Although she had only met Mora once, Raven had mastered Mora's posture and way of speaking perfectly. This is Raven's ability. After hearing Mora's words, the CIA agent immediately shut up and stopped asking. Agent Mora's agent level reached level 6. This is the administrative staff second only to the CIA senator. In short, Mora is the agent's superior. Mora didn't need to explain anything to him at all. "Agent Mora, Agent Brian, please come in." The CIA agent opened the door and Raven and Brian walked in. Agent Mora, good evening, Agent Mora." After entering the CIA headquarters, all the administrative staff and agents on duty in the CIA greeted Raven. Obviously, Mora is very popular in the CIA. Raven nodded to these people calmly. Raven and Brian looked at the CIA as they walked. There is a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Not only are there various identity verification mechanisms, but they will even be searched by CIA agents. Almost every few steps, they will be asked to verify their identity. However, what surprised Raven was that Mora's identity was really useful. With Mora's identity as agent, Raven and Brian had a smooth journey. However, when they were about to reach the CIA administrative building, they stopped. Brian looked at the administrative building in front. This is the core of the CIA. To enter here, not only fingerprint and iris verification are required. You also need a special ID card developed by the CIA. Fingerprint and iris verification can identify the identity of the agent. The ID card can open the door of the administrative building. "Brian, what should we do?" Looking at the administrative building in front, Raven showed a sad look on his face. As America's intelligence department, CIA headquarters is not so easy to break into. Brian didn't care much when he saw Raven with a sad face. It would be best if he could get in. It doesn't matter if he can't get in. At worst, he could break through violently. "Mora, you just came out? Who is this?" Just when Brian was about to break through violently, a CIA agent in a suit came over. He looked at Raven with a puzzled look and said familiarly, "I'm here to pick up Agent Brian." Raven didn't know what the relationship between this agent and Mora was, so she said in a slightly stiff tone, "Agent Brian?" The man in the suit frowned slightly. As the ace agent of the CIA, he didn't know when the CIA had an extra Agent Brian. "Hello, I'm a hidden agent. Don't know your name yet." Brian stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face and shook hands with the man. "Levi, you can call me Agent Levi." Agent Levi looked at Brian with sudden realization. No wonder he didn't know the other party. It turned out that Brian was a hidden agent. Looking at his tall and handsome appearance, he must have been sent to the Soviet Union by his superiors to perform a hidden mission. Let's go. The high-level meeting is about to start. Agent Levi smiled politely at Brian, and then pulled Raven to the administrative building without saying anything. Agent Levi and Raven verified their palm prints, fingerprints, and irises respectively. As for Brian, he doesn't need it, because he is a hidden agent. After the identity verification, Agent Levi opened the door with his ID card and said to Raven, "Hurry up, Mora, Senator Skrilla is waiting for us." Led by Agent Levi, Brian and the others came to the high-level council room of the administrative building. A high-level CIA intelligence meeting was being held here. The world situation is grim recently. CIA executives constantly send agents to infiltrate the Soviet Union to gather intelligence in order to determine the Soviet Union's movements. And just now, Mora, who was sent to the Soviet Union, brought back an important piece of intelligence. It was also because of this intelligence that the CIA high-level officials held an emergency meeting. At this moment, in the conference room, a group of CIA high-level officials were on high alert. They looked solemn and repeatedly looked at the intelligence documents in their hands. Brian and Raven had just walked into the conference room when they were handed an intelligence document by the staff. Brian looked down. There was a big title on the document. A mutant with special abilities is suspected to have been found in the Soviet Union. At the end of the document, it was written by Agent Mora McMaggot. Brian looked at the document and exclaimed, "Wow." He had clearly cleared Mora's memory and made her forget the existence of the mutant. As a result, she found the existence of the mutant in the Soviet Union again a few days later. Brian didn't know what to say. That woman Mora, does she have any special abilities? Brian muttered to himself. "Agent Mora, tell me about the mutant you found." While Brian was thinking, a CIA high-level official had come to Raven and asked with a serious face. Chapter 31. CIA High-Level Meeting Room. CIA Senator Sorella came to Raven, his face serious, and asked directly, "Agent Mora, is your information true?" Raven looked at Brian. She didn't know how to answer Senator Sorella's question at all. "Sir, what Agent Mora said is true." Brian walked to Raven's side and said calmly, "Who are you?" Senator Sorella was stunned when he saw Brian, and he looked at Brian with some scrutiny. "I am Brian, a Soviet undercover agent," Brian said in a deep voice. When he heard that Brian was a Soviet undercover agent, Senator Sorella's eyes lit up. He looked at Brian and ordered impatiently, "Agent Brian, tell me about the Soviet mutant." Facing Senator Sorella's order, Brian walked to the podium in the meeting room leisurely and then began to talk freely. "Members of the Congress, mutants have been around for a long time. In fact, every once in a while, human genes will mutate, allowing some people to master the ability of extraordinary abilities. This is mutant. According to the research of Soviet scientists, as humans enter the nuclear age, this kind of human gene mutation is accelerating. That is to say, there will be more and more mutants in the future." Brian did not hide anything. The existence of mutants was announced openly. After learning that the existence of mutants was real, all CIA executives looked at each other. "Agent Brian, is there any way to find these mutants?" Member Sorella was the first to react and asked with a very serious face. "Mr. Congressman, the Soviet Union has developed a method to distinguish between humans and mutants, but I have not yet received this information." Brian glanced at Member Sorella and spoke without thinking. "We must get this method of identifying mutants at all costs. Then find them. Put them all in cages. This world can only be human." Senator Skrilla's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and his tone was full of fear and hatred for mutants. In fact, Senator Skrilla had never seen a mutant, but he hated mutants very much just by hearing the name. It has to be said that this is an irony. "Mr. Congressman, maybe we can handle this matter gently." Raven heard what Senator Skrilla said and spoke calmly. "Gentle handling? Absolutely impossible. Those mutants are the product of human gene mutation errors. They are human deformities and freaks. They should all be eliminated." A congressman said indifferently, and he agreed with Senator Skrilla's suggestion. "If there are really mutants in this world, then the most appropriate place for mutants is the grave and the laboratory." Raven looked at this group of CIA executives and did not hide their disgust and fear of mutants. Keep saying that mutants will be locked in cages. Eliminate all mutants found. Raven's heart became extremely heavy. She has been following Professor X since she was a child and has been deeply influenced by Professor X's ideas. Raven yearns for the human world. She wants to integrate into human society and let humans recognize her identity as a mutant. But now it seems that her idea is so naive and stupid. Look at the faces of these human high-level people. They want to kill all the mutants. The last bit of fantasy in Raven's heart was shattered. She couldn't help but look at Brian, but found that Brian was also looking at her. Raven suddenly realized. Brian's sudden publicizing of mutants was to let her see the true face of these human high-level people. Bang! Just when the CIA congressman was shouting and killing because of the news of mutants, the closed door of the conference room was suddenly opened. Then a woman with an anxious face rushed in. F***K, Levi, why don't you wait for me? This woman was the real Mora agent. At this moment, Agent Mora looked at himself in the conference room in astonishment and was stunned for a while. Holy shit, what's going on? Who are you? Agent Mora pointed at Raven and said in disbelief. With Agent Mora's shout, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. Don't eat the sour radish. How could there be two Moras? The CIA executives who were originally discussing how to catch mutant in one fell swoop looked at Mora and then at Raven, and their faces were confused for a while. What on earth is going on? Congressman Sorella widened his eyes and then pressed the alarm bell in front of the conference table. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire CIA headquarters was full of alarm bells. In just a moment, dozens of CIA agents rushed into the conference room. Capture these two Moras, along with Agent Brian. Anyone who resists will be shot directly. Congressman Sorella gave orders to these agents. He didn't know what was going on. He also didn't know which of the two Moras was the real one. Since he didn't know which one was the real one, they were all fake. Clap. Following Senator Sorella's order, dozens of CIA agents immediately pointed their guns at Brian and the other two. As a CIA agent, Mora raised his hands very tactfully and squatted down with his hands on his head. Seeing Agent Mora's cooperation, everyone looked at Brian and Raven. Brian, it seems that our identities have been exposed. Looking at the suspicious eyes of the crowd, Raven smiled helplessly. It doesn't matter. Since the identity has been exposed, we can only take action. Brian pulled Raven behind him and said calmly. The two did not avoid these CIA high-level officials in their conversation. They immediately judged that Brian and Raven were fakes. Kill them. Senator Sorella looked at Brian and Raven angrily and gave orders again. Following Senator Sorella's order, dozens of CIA agents surrounded Brian and Raven. Clap. The muzzles of rifles were quickly pointed at Brian and the other two. Then a CIA high-level agent raised his hand with a cold look and made a tactical firing motion. Da-da-da. A dense storm of bullets quickly swept Brian and the other two. Facing the bullet attack, Brian just casually blocked Raven behind him, and then Brian's skin, under the impact of the bullet storm, turned into metal skin. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp metal collision sounds rang out. All the bullets of the CIA agent were blocked by Brian's metal skin. No harm was caused to Brian. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Dozens of CIA agents widened their eyes and looked at Brian, who had turned into a cool metal man, and were stunned for a while. Mutant, this guy is mutant. Senator Sorella's face changed drastically. Looking at Brian at this moment, he screamed in panic. Kill him, kill him. Looking at Senator Sorella, who was shouting, Brian felt a little irritated. He threw out a small tornado casually. Boom. The tornado instantly enveloped Senator Sorella. Then the small wind blades in the tornado directly cut Senator Sorella into a bloody skeleton. Bang! When the tornado disappeared, the skeleton fell down. The whole conference room was silent again. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Brian moved his body slightly. Keep firing, don't stop, Brian said to dozens of CIA agents. Chapter 32. F***K, what the hell is this? What is mutant? F***K, he's coming. In the high-level conference room of the CIA administrative building, dozens of CIA agents looked at Brian, who was walking towards them, with fear on their faces and cold sweat on their foreheads. Agent Daniel, a high-level agent of the CIA, began to take out the walkie-talkie to ask for help. Requesting support, requesting support. However, before Agent Daniel finished speaking, Brian had already appeared in front of him like a hurricane. The Silver Surfer form allowed his metal skin to resist bullet attacks. It also greatly improved his strength, although not as good as the future Colossus. But it was enough to face these CIA agents. In the horrified eyes of Agent Daniel, Brian raised his right hand, grabbed Agent Daniel's neck directly, and then lifted him up easily. Fire! With Brian's action, a dense storm of bullets swept again. However, everything was in vain. Brian ignored the continuous storm of bullets attacking him and looked at Agent Daniel with indifference. Then he exerted a little force with his right hand and threw Agent Daniel directly towards the direction where CIA agents were densely packed. Bang! The powerful force made Agent Daniel smash the CIA agents into pieces like a bowling ball. Several CIA agents were directly smashed and flew out, hitting the wall of the conference room, making a dull sound. And Agent Daniel was already breathing more than breathing out. "Don't eat the sour radish, you freak. Take my RPG." A CIA agent looked at his dead companion and was immediately furious. He threw the rifle in his hand directly to the ground, then picked up the rocket launcher on his body and fired a rocket directly at Brian. Boom! Facing the rocket, Brian just stood there quietly. The scorching heat and the explosion flames engulfed him. "I killed that monster." Seeing Brian being engulfed by the explosion flames, the CIA agent shouted excitedly. However, what happened next made him so scared that he could no longer speak. Brian walked out of the center of the explosion. The rocket explosion could not break through the defense of the Silver Surfer form. He could not even adapt and evolve his body again. The thermal weapons attack of these CIA agents was too weak. For Brian, it was just like tickling. He didn't want to waste time. Under the gaze of everyone, Brian snapped his fingers lightly. Behind him, the flames formed by the rocket explosion spun and gathered rapidly. Then a huge amount of fire dragon swept out. The fire dragon roared at the CIA agents vividly, and then rushed directly into the group of CIA agents. Boom! A huge amount of explosion sounded. The fire dragon exploded instantly. Dozens of CIA agents were blown away by the fire dragon. Even the aftermath of the explosion directly lifted the ceiling of the conference room. When the explosion disappeared, all the CIA agents collapsed to the ground, with heavy casualties. The entire conference room was like being bombed and turned into ruins. The power of the fire tornado is not bad. Brian looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. What he used before was the tornado ability obtained by plundering the rapids. The tornado, which was originally only a level 4 ability, was amazingly powerful in Brian's hands. Moreover, he could control the tornado to mimic it at will. The previous fire dragon was mimicked by Brian controlling the fire tornado. After the battle, Brian walked in front of a group of trembling CIA senior congressmen. He grabbed a fat man at random and then asked with a smile, "Tell me, who is the head of the CIA's Secret Research and Development Base?" "Senator Foster. Senator Foster has been in charge of the Secret Research and Development Department." The fat man looked at Brian in horror and betrayed his colleagues without hesitation. In order to let Brian let him go, he even personally identified who Senator Foster was for Brian. "Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer. Now you can die." Brian took out his M1911 pistol from his pocket and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A bullet pierced the fat congressman's forehead directly. The fat congressman's eyes widened, and he died with his eyes wide open. "Raven, take Congressman Foster with you. We should leave here." Brian walked to Congressman Foster and lifted him up like a chicken. Then he came to Raven and handed Congressman Foster to Raven. Then Brian released a tornado with a flick of his hand. Rumble. In the conference room, a violent tornado raged. The CIA senior congressman in the conference room desperately grabbed everything around him with both hands, but was still inevitably swept into the tornado. Then the floor, ceiling, table, etc. Under Brian's control, the entire conference room fell apart. The terrifying destructive power directly tore the reinforced concrete of the CIA administrative building. The entire CIA administrative building was split into two. Holy shit, is this still a human? Monster, it's a monster. F***K, how can we fight this? Outside the CIA administrative building, the CIA agents who were rushing to support watched the administrative building in front of them being torn into two halves. Half of the building began to collapse and shatter under the ravages of the tornado. Even if it was 50 meters away from the tornado, it could still feel the amazing suction. Many CIA agents close to the administrative building had already begun to stagger, and their bodies could not help but slide towards the tornado. "Oh my God, what is that?" Suddenly, an agent subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then he screamed loudly. Everyone was attracted by his scream and looked in the direction of his gaze. Then everyone was stunned. What did they see? They actually saw that above the CIA administrative building, there was an extremely handsome four-winged angel, staring at them with indifference. "Oh my God, what is that?" "Four-winged angel. Angel has come to the world." "Angel, that's Angel." Among the CIA agents, some devout believers have thrown away their weapons and knelt down to the figure in the sky. Other CIA agents were trembling with fear, and some of them couldn't even hold their weapons. The scene in front of them was beyond their cognition. The figure in the sky was Brian, who had activated the four-winged angel form. As early as when Brian released the tornado just now, his body jumped high into the sky. The weightless environment at high altitude made it easy for Brian to activate the four-winged angel form. And because he was still in the Silver Surfer form, at this moment, Brian was all silver and white, and even his wings were metallic silver wings. Looking domineering, in Brian's right hand, he was holding Senator Foster, who was like a dead dog, and Raven was hanging on Brian like a koala. God said that all people are sinners. The hurricane should sweep away the filth in the world. Now, in the name of the four-winged angel, justice will be judged. Brian's majestic voice was sent to the entire CIA headquarters by the hurricane. Everyone looked at the only figure in the sky with emotion. They only saw that the beautiful metal wings were gently flapping. On the ground, dozens of tornadoes rose from the ground and then ravaged the entire CIA headquarters. Human buildings are as fragile as paper in front of tornadoes. With the CIA administrative building as the center, dozens of tornadoes pushed forward in all directions. One building after another disappeared after being swept by the tornado. Holy shit, what is Brian going to do? Is he going to tell the world about the existence of mutant? Outside the CIA headquarters, Professor X, who was quietly waiting to pick up Brian and Raven, looked at Brian in the sky and the CIA headquarters that was collapsing rapidly, and suddenly burst into a swear word. Mutants should be like Brian, trampling humans underfoot. Only mutants are sacred and noble. Compared to Professor X's worries, Magneto looked at Brian in the form of a four-winged angel with a fiery gaze. Magneto regarded Brian as his role model. Chapter 33. Don't eat the sour carrot. Does Brian want to focus the world's attention on mutant? How dare he destroy the CIA headquarters? F***K. He might as well destroy the White House. Outside the CIA headquarters, Professor X looked at the raging tornado in front of him and the CIA headquarters that seemed to have been bombed by missiles, and cursed madly in frustration. "Shut up, Charles." Beside Professor X, Magneto interrupted Professor X's curse with a black face. "Sorry, Eric. I lost my temper." After being interrupted by Magneto, Professor X gradually calmed down. He glanced at the CIA agents who kept escaping from the CIA headquarters, his eyes full of pity and reluctance. "Charles, you are not a qualified leader." Professor X's indecision made Magneto a little disappointed. Then he looked at the CIA agent who escaped, his only index finger that could move gently raised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not far away, the CIA agent who was running for his life felt the stab-proof suit on his body suddenly tightened. Holy shit, there are mutants over there too. A CIA agent saw Magneto floating in the wheelchair and took a breath of cold air. Then one by one, the CIA agents were restrained by the metal layer of the inner layer of the stab-proof suit and fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to move. Seeing more and more agents escaping from the ruins of the CIA headquarters, Magneto frowned slightly. Then he raised his index finger again. All the metal creations around him floated up. Then these metal creations quickly condensed into a huge amount of circular metal wall, which fell heavily on the ground. All the escape routes of the CIA agents were blocked. Magneto's move was a big scene. In the horrified eyes of these CIA agents, Magneto hooked his finger again. All the guns in their hands flew out of their hands and floated in the air. Under the gaze of everyone, the muzzles of these guns turned and aimed at these CIA agents who were overwhelmed by fear. Click, click, click. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands controlling these guns. All the walls were unlocked and the bullets were loaded. The CIA agents closed their eyes in despair. Enough, Eric. Just when Magneto was about to pull the trigger to kill these CIA agents, Professor X finally couldn't sit idly by. He directly used his mental power to control Magneto and prevented Magneto from killing these agents. F***K. Charles, what are you doing? Magneto looked at Professor X with a sullen face and asked loudly. Eric, X-Men should uphold justice and protect the human world, instead of slaughtering ordinary people at will. Professor X said with a serious face. Professor X's words made Magneto look even uglier. What justice? We are mutants, and they are humans. We are born to be unable to coexist. As a mutant, killing a few humans is nothing, Magneto said with a mocking face. Mutants are also human beings, Professor X said with unusual seriousness. Swish. Just as the two were arguing, a hurricane swept down. Brian, in the form of a four-winged angel, quickly appeared in front of the two. After landing on the ground, the four wings behind Brian quickly disappeared. He casually threw Senator Foster in front of Professor X, and then gently put down Raven. Brian, do you know what you are doing? If you do this, people all over the world will resist mutant together. Seeing Brian, Professor X, who had calmed down, was furious again. Brian just glanced at Professor X calmly. He said lightly, Professor X, humans will not know that the destruction of the CIA was caused by us. Professor X, who was extremely angry, was stunned for a moment by Brian's words. Then he looked at Brian in confusion. What do you mean? This time, Brian didn't need to speak at all. Raven, who had completely despaired of humanity, spoke first. Charles, don't we still have you? Professor X looked at Raven in astonishment, with some confusion on his face. As if he saw Professor X's doubts, Raven continued. As long as you use your mind ability to modify the memories of these surviving CIA agents, no one will know that the destruction of the CIA was caused by us. Professor X couldn't believe it. Such cold words came out of Raven's mouth. Raven, do you know what you are saying? Professor X looked at Raven with disappointment on his face. His tone was a little weak. Definitely, Charles. Raven nodded calmly, and then looked at the terrified CIA agent behind him. We have no choice now. You should know that if the human leaders know that it is us X-Men who destroyed the CIA, then everyone on the X-Men, including you, will become the enemy of mankind. Raven said earnestly. Professor X was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. He definitely knew what would happen if the human high-level knew about this. This means that the existence of mutant will be completely exposed to humans. At that time, it will not only be X-Men. I am afraid that all mutants around the world will face a catastrophe. Although Professor X insists on his own ideas, he will not sit idly by and watch mutant be destroyed. Brian, you have thought of using my mental ability from the beginning. Professor X looked at Brian deeply and said with a wry smile. Professor X, we are a whole, a team. We should help each other, and we will prosper together and suffer together. Brian said with a smile. Team. Professor X muttered without comment and looked at the CIA agents behind Brian. Then Professor X raised his right hand and pressed 2 fingers on his temple. Boom. A powerful mental force burst out. In an instant, it enveloped the entire CIA headquarters. The eyes of the CIA agents who were still in fear became empty and dull at the same time. 1 minute later, Professor X put down his right hand. Just now, he used his powerful mental power to invade the brains of all CIA agents. Then he forcibly modified the memories of these agents. Professor X erased the existence of X-Men, rewrote the reason for the destruction of CIA headquarters. A sudden tornado destroyed CIA headquarters. Professor X, you've worked hard. After everything was over, Brian walked up to Professor X and patted him on the shoulder gently. Welcome to join the X-Men, Charles. Raven also walked to Professor X's side, patted him on the shoulder gently, and said with a smile, Charles, you're not too stupid. Magneto also wanted to pat Professor X's shoulder, but he couldn't move his whole body now. so he could only tap the armrest of the wheelchair with his fingers. Oh, Professor X sighed. In order to save Mutant, Professor X compromised. He violated his original intention and was forced to use mental power to clean the floor. Young Professor X felt the helplessness of life for the first time. However, Professor X swore that this was the last time he would go against his original intention. By the way, Professor X, remember to read Senator Foster's memory. We still have to go to the CIA secret base to find Beast Hank. Brian, who had already walked away, suddenly turned his head and reminded Professor X. Professor X glanced at the unconscious Senator Foster, and his eyes twitched slightly. Then his mental power invaded Senator Foster's brain and read Beast Hank's information. This is the last time I will go against my original intention. After the end, Professor X set a flag again. Chapter 34. New York, Brooklyn, early morning. Brian's home. After destroying the CIA headquarters, Brian brought Professor X and others to his home. The reason for coming here is that Brian's home is very close to the CIA secret research base, where Beast Hank is located. That is why Brian's home became a temporary base for the X-Men. At this moment, in Brian's home, Brian and Raven walked out of the bedroom like lovers. They ran into Magneto, who was sitting in a wheelchair and drinking iced beer. Brian, can't you two be quieter? Magneto threw a bottle of iced beer to Brian, and then said with some dissatisfaction, we are already very quiet. In this regard, I have the ability. Brian shrugged, gave Magneto a weak look, then pointed to the can of beer in his hand and gestured to Magneto. Magneto was despised, and his eyes twitched slightly. If it was other aspects, he might still be a little unconvinced. But in this regard, Magneto is sure that all the men in the world cannot compare to Brian. Brian is really strong. Click. Magneto looked at the beer in Brian's hand, and the ring of the beer can opened immediately. Brian took a sip of the cold beer and frowned slightly. Not cold enough. He despised Magneto again. Magneto is indeed not as useful as Iceman. Magneto? Magneto looked at Brian with a confused face. He had no idea why Brian was despising him again. Magneto, you have the skill of eavesdropping. Why not find a woman? Brian was quite bored because his joke was not picked up. He said to Magneto, and then took Raven to the living room. Don't eat sour radish. Magneto took a sip of beer depressedly and cursed Brian. Then he looked at his bandaged body and shook his head helplessly. He is still injured. Yesterday, the use of ability caused the wound on Magneto's shoulder to burst. Now he couldn't even move a finger, let alone find a woman. He couldn't even take care of himself now. Brian completely ignored the howling of Magneto, the loser, and brought Raven to the living room. On the sofa in the living room, Professor X was watching the TV with a complicated look. On the TV, an urgent news was being broadcast. The CIA headquarters was hit by a major tornado last night, killing 142 people and injuring 240 people to varying degrees. The CIA administrative building was split in two by the tornado. Other buildings were severely damaged. Many senior CIA officials were missing in this major tornado disaster. Good job, Professor X. Looking at the news report, Brian gently patted Professor X on the shoulder and praised him seriously. Shut up, Brian. Brian's kind praise was like a sharp knife that pierced Professor X's heart. Professor X turned his head and glared at Brian. But Brian turned a blind eye to it. Brian, I won't use my mind power casually anymore. Suddenly, Professor X said to Brian with a serious expression. He didn't sleep last night. Abuse of his mind power on ordinary people made Professor X's mind suffer. When he saw the news this morning, Professor X really realized what kind of consequences would be caused by his casual modification of ordinary people's memories. Finally, Professor X came to the conclusion, no consequences. This is what scares Professor X the most, because he found that he, who has the mind ability, can do whatever he wants. As soon as this idea appeared, it was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, lingering. So he had to use his mind power to erase this wrong idea of his. Professor X realized that he was in great danger now. One careless move would lead him astray. That's why he needed a belief to restrain himself. And this belief is that he will never invade other people's minds without permission. I hope you can supervise me, Brian. After telling Brian his idea, Professor X pleaded with a serious face. Why do you want me to supervise? Brian did not comment on Professor X's idea. He was more concerned about why Professor X wanted him to supervise him. Because only you can kill me before I fall into darkness, Professor X said very confidently. As early as the first battle with the Hellfire Club, Professor X had seen Brian's potential. In terms of mutant level, Brian's potential has surpassed level 5 mutant. It has reached the legendary Omega level. According to Darwin's prophecy, Omega level mutant is already a veritable god on Earth. Therefore, Professor X is sure that Brian, who has such potential, can definitely stop himself from falling. Don't worry, Professor X. I will definitely kill you. Brian nodded seriously and said with a pawn, "Thank you, Brian." Professor X thanked Brian with a grateful face. Brian just patted Professor X's shoulder gently, as if everything was self-explanatory. "Okay, boys, it's time to recruit Beast Hank." Raven, who was leaning on Brian's arms, broke the heavy atmosphere. Professor X looked at Raven. Then, in Raven's confused eyes, he pulled Raven's right hand and handed it to Brian. "Brian, I'll leave Raven to you from now on." Brian smiled. "Professor X, Magneto, you've been NTR." Professor X. Magneto? Professor X was confused. Even Magneto, who had just controlled the wheelchair to enter the living room, looked a little abnormal at this moment. Whether it was Professor X or Magneto, although they didn't know what NTR meant. But the two knew that it must not be a good thing. And for some reason, they always felt that they seemed to have become the victims. F***K. Don't eat the sour radish. Professor X and Magneto broke down again. One of them gave Brian the middle finger, and the other picked up all kinds of metal tools in the room and smashed them at Brian. Ding ding dang dang. Brian's skin instantly turned dark brown, like rock. The ability of adaptive evolution made him immune to physical attacks. Okay, let's talk about Beast Hank. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Brian, Professor X sighed helplessly and then turned the topic back to Beast Hank. As the first mutant recruitment of X-Men, the attitude must be gentle. Professor X glanced at Brian and emphasized the gentle tone. "Are we going out together next?" Raven looked at Professor X and asked, "Eric's condition has worsened. I need to take her to the hospital. This time, you and Brian will go for the X-Men recruitment. Anyway, you already know the location of the CIA secret base." Professor X glanced at Magneto and then spoke. F***K. I'm a veteran of X-Men. How can I be absent from the first mutant recruitment? Magneto completely disagreed with Professor X's arrangement. He believed that as a member of X-Men, he should participate. "Eric, do you want the newcomers to see you like a mummy?" Professor X always managed to catch Magneto's pain point. After hearing Professor X's words, Magneto was immediately dejected. "No, we must recruit a mutant with healing ability next." Magneto secretly made up his mind that after Beast Hank joined, he would find a mutant with healing ability. Let's go meet this Beast Hank." The arrangement was confirmed. Brian didn't say anything nonsense. He jumped directly on the spot, for angel wings extended from his back, and then grabbed Raven and left here. Thanks to Zunyuenyo for his 588 points reward, Shengwan Xiaoxiu, Suik Sinsuoi, Luo Xiaokings Baba, and Zaomengsing for their monthly tickets. Thanks to all the support. I am grateful. Chapter 35. In front of a secret military base in New York City. A black Lincoln slowly stopped in front of the gate of the base. The guard walked to the cab of the Lincoln car dutifully and knocked on the window gently. "Please accept the inspection." As the soldier said, the window slowly fell. A fat man with a big belly was revealed. The moment he saw the man, the guard soldier immediately saluted the fat man with a solemn expression. "Senator Foster." "Corporal George, you are very responsible. Now open the gate." The fat man stretched out his right hand and patted the guard soldier's shoulder, then closed the window and restarted the vehicle. "Open the door." The guard soldier was a little excited after receiving the encouragement from the highest officer of the base. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said something inside. The heavy metal door slowly opened. Senator Foster stepped on the accelerator and drove directly into the base. After leaving the gate, a layer of blue scales covered the body of Senator Foster, and then Mystique Raven's fiery body was revealed. In the co-pilot of the vehicle, Brian sat leisurely. Professor X had already extracted all the information about the CIA's secret research and development base from Senator Foster's brain, and sent it to Raven through the power of the mind. That is why Raven, who turned into Senator Foster, behaved and even spoke in the same way as the real Senator Foster. Not to mention the guards. Even Senator Foster's wife would never find any flaws. After entering the CIA's secret research and development base, Raven drove the car to a research and development building with ease. According to Senator Foster's memory, this is the research base of supersonic aircraft, and Beast Hank is the designer of supersonic aircraft. Senator Foster, please wait a moment. With the appearance of Senator Foster, Brian and the others had no obstacles. After entering the R&D building, she ran into a short dwarf man. Raven looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly realized. This was a genetic scientist recently recruited by Senator Foster. Dr. Trask, what's the matter? Raven asked in the tone of Senator Foster. Senator Foster, when will the research project funding I applied for be approved? Dr. Trask asked seriously. You know, Dr. Trask, the CIA top brass is very pessimistic about your genetic research. To them, your genetic research is not as attractive as supersonic fighters. Raven looked down at Dr. Trask and prevaricated in the way of Senator Foster. Senator Foster, I think you should take a look at this document. My genetic research has made a major breakthrough. As if he had expected such a result, Dr. Trask took out a document from his arms and handed it to Raven. Dr. Trask. Raven was about to refuse Dr. Trask. She was not interested in Dr. Trask's genetic research. Compared to reading a gene report here, she would rather meet her fellow mutant, Beast Hank. Dr. Trask, I am very interested in your research. What Raven didn't expect was that Brian, who was standing next to her, took Dr. Trask's file with curiosity and read it carefully. Who is this? Dr. Trask looked at Brian in confusion, then turned to Raven and asked. Raven was about to make up a name to get away with it, but Brian spoke first. Sierra, my name is Sierra. I am the scientific advisor of the CIA's secret research and development base. When Dr. Trask heard that Brian was the scientific advisor of this base, he was in awe. Dr. Sierra, what is your research direction? As a scientist, Dr. Trask has always been straightforward. I have some research on species evolution. Brian answered fluently. Then, under Raven's stunned gaze, Brian and Dr. Trask began to talk about species evolution and genetic evolution. The two of them had a great conversation, especially after Brian explained the process of his body adapting to evolution in the form of experimental demonstration. Dr. Trask was even more impressed by Brian's profound knowledge of species evolution. He felt that he had met Brian too late. The field of genetics also involves species evolution, but no one has ever had such a deep attainment in species evolution as Brian. The experimental demonstration that seemed to be a personal experience made Dr. Trask yearn for species evolution. Professor Sera, I admire your profound knowledge. Dr. Trask looked up at Brian and exclaimed sincerely. Unconsciously, Dr. Trask's address to Brian has been upgraded from doctor to professor. This is enough to represent his respect for Brian. Dr. Trask, can you tell me where your genetic project has been? Brian accepted Dr. Trask's praise calmly. Then he asked with curiosity on his face. Definitely, Professor Sera. Dr. Trask shared his genetic discovery very readily. Just 3 months ago, Dr. Trask conducted a social experiment to study whether the gene sequences of different people are the same. He recruited 100 experimenters of different races and genders from the society for a fee and collected their blood. In the blood of a black taxi driver, he accidentally found an unusual gene sequence. The black taxi driver seemed to have an extra special X gene. This discovery made Dr. Trask ecstatic. He then took samples of different tissues of the black taxi driver many times. Even the bone marrow was extracted once. I have to say that the black taxi driver is really short of money. Dr. Trask said with some emotion. Dr. Trask, is the black taxi driver called Darwin? Brian asked with a strange look on his face. How do you know his name? Dr. Trask looked at Brian in surprise. He didn't expect that Professor Sera could say the name of the black taxi driver right away. It's Darwin. Brian patted his forehead, then looked at Dr. Trask seriously and said calmly, the reason why my species evolution has made such a major breakthrough is all due to Darwin. Brian's words made Dr. Trask's eyes light up. We should really thank Mr. Darwin for his selfless contribution. Hearing Dr. Trask's words, Brian nodded in agreement. Mr. Darwin has made an indelible contribution to both of us. He is an unsung hero. Brian said seriously. It's really nice to chat with you, Professor Sera. However, it seems that I can't get financial assistance from Senator Foster. I need to think of another way. Let's talk next time, Dr. Trask said, and then left the research building with a smile on his face. Brian, why waste so much time with a dwarf? Raven looked at Brian in confusion and glanced at the back of Dr. Trask, who was walking away. Raven, he is not a dwarf. On the contrary, he is the culprit who caused the extinction of our entire mutant. Similarly, he is also the father of Sentry. Brian looked at Dr. Trask's back with a serious face and said earnestly, Yes, this Dr. Trask. He is the future father of Sentry. He is the key figure who started the reversal of the future and developed the killer Sentry that destroyed the entire mutant race. Father of Sentry, Bolivar Trask. Although Bolivar does not have any Sentry plan now, he discovered the mutant gene X gene in the human gene by chance. Bolivar is a genius. Brian is sure that it will not be long before this Trask launches the Sentry plan. Darwin, you really deserve to die. Chapter 36. CIA R&D Building, Supersonic Laboratory. Brian and Raven walked out of Senator Foster's exclusive elevator. As soon as they walked out of the elevator, Brian's mind began to tick every second. This shocked Brian. There was no doubt that there were his own mutants in this laboratory. Brian followed the guidance of the voice in his mind and looked towards the laboratory. In the laboratory, a thin scientist wearing a white scientific coat was standing in front of a supersonic aircraft, conducting data testing. This scientist was Brian's target. Beast Hank. Senator Foster, the supersonic aircraft has been manufactured. As Brian and the others entered the laboratory, Beast Hank also saw them. His eyes stayed on Brian for a few seconds. Then he walked in front of Raven and reported respectfully, Brian, is he Beast Hank? Looking at Hank in front of her, Raven was a little disappointed. She took out a precognitive comic from her arms. In the comic, there was a huge and strong blue gorilla. When she came, Raven got the image of Beast Hank from Brian. A blue-haired gorilla. The thin white scientist in front of her obviously did not meet Raven's expectations of Hank. Senator Foster, what are you talking about? Hank was stunned for a moment. He looked at Raven in confusion, not knowing what Raven meant by Beast Hank. Raven, the Beast Hank you saw is a future image. The current Hank can only be called a Bigfoot at best. Brian ignored Hank's doubts and explained to Raven. Bigfoot. Raven looked at Hank's feet in confusion. Because of the cover of the shoes, she did not see anything unusual. Senator Foster, what are you talking about? And who is this person? Hank's face changed drastically when he heard about Bigfoot. Although he tried his best to hide his emotions, his panicked eyes could not be hidden at all. Senator Foster is dead. You can call me Mystique. Looking at the panicked Hank, Raven shrugged, and then her whole body turned back to Mystique's form. Gift Crab. After seeing Senator Foster turned into a blue-skinned woman, Hank was shocked at first, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. I knew I was not alone. Hank is very excited now. From a very young age, Hank knew that he was different from the people around him, because he has a pair of feet like the legendary Bigfoot. It is also because of the feet that are very different from humans that Hank became a freak in people's mouths when he was a child. Even his parents abandoned him. Simply, God gave him big feet and super high IQ. And the tragic experience in his childhood made him focus all his attention on studying. Thanks to his smart brain, Hank, who was only 20 years old, has graduated from an Ivy League school and obtained multiple doctoral degrees. He was specially recruited into the CIA secret research base. He became a CIA scientist. Over the years, he has been cautious and constantly hiding his identity as a mutant. And using CIA resources, he secretly looked for his own mutant. But until now, he has not found a mutant. This made him feel a little desperate, as if he was the only alien in the world. That is why Hank was so excited after seeing Raven's Mystique form. Hank, we are the same. You don't have to hide in front of us. Raven understood Hank's excitement at the moment. Mutants are always lonely. Even Raven, before meeting Professor X, could only hide here and there with her ability, like a rat crossing the street. Definitely, we are the same. Hank looked at Raven excitedly, and then took off his shoes in Raven's curious eyes, revealing a pair of big feet that are very different from humans. Bang! Hank couldn't wait to show them off. He bent his legs slightly, then jumped up and did a hook. He grabbed the wing of the supersonic plane with his legs and hung upside down. However, Hank's display did not receive praise. "Hank, are these the only abilities you have?" Raven looked at Hank hanging upside down on the wing with some disappointment and completely lost interest in him. In Raven's opinion, Hank's mutant abilities were really too rubbish. Not to mention Professor X and the others. Even he was far worse than himself. As for comparing with Brian, there was no comparison. Raven saw the disparity of mutant for the first time. "Well, this is my ability." Hank keenly observed Raven's disappointment, and the excitement on his face stopped abruptly. He jumped down and said bitterly. Hank felt a little inferior. His mutant ability did not seem to attract the interest of Mystique, the senior mutant. "Hank, don't belittle yourself. You should know that there are no rubbish mutant abilities, only rubbish mutants." Brian, who had been silent, walked up to Hank, patted Hank on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "No rubbish mutant abilities? Only rubbish mutants." Hank was stunned. He looked at Brian, who was full of encouragement, and his eyes regained their spirits. At the same time, he was full of good feelings for Brian. "Who are you?" Hank asked Brian. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Brian. I belong to the mutant organization, X-Men." After hearing Brian's self-introduction, Hank showed curiosity on his face. X-Men. X-Men is a mutant organization. We are determined to unite the weak mutants and fight against the evil mutants together. Prevent these mutants from using their own abilities to undermine the stability of the human world. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything we do is just. We are the dawn of mutants and the savior of mankind. We are Avengers. Brian's voice was impassioned. With just a few words, Hank was fascinated by X-Men. Especially the sentence, "My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything we do is just." This is simply a solemn declaration of the guardian of justice. As for Brian's last sentence, Avengers, Hank also knows something. Avengers is a superhero team in a comic book. They are committed to protecting human society from evil invasion. "Mr. Brian, can I join Avengers? X-Men?" There is no need to recruit Hank at all. After Brian's nonsense, Hank took the initiative to ask to join the X-Men, contribute his own strength to the development and growth of the X-Men. "Definitely, Hank. We are here for this. Among the X-Men, there is a prophet who sees the future. He saw your future joining the X-Men very early." Brian patted Hank on the shoulder and said with a smile, "The prophet of the X-Men? In the prophet's prediction, what will my future look like?" Hank asked with excitement and curiosity. "In the future, you will be strong, wild, and smart." Brian said seriously. This time he didn't fool Hank. "The future beast Hank will be like this." "Hank, this is your future." Raven handed the predictive comic in her hand to Hank very considerately. Hank's face changed drastically after seeing the image in the comic. "Isn't this the blue-haired gorilla? Will I become like this in the future?" Hank felt like he was struck by lightning. He didn't want to become like this at all. At this moment, Hank was determined to suppress his mutant ability. "Okay, we should go back." After recruiting Hank, Brian looked at the supersonic plane behind Hank. "Hank, you can fly a plane, right?" Hank, who didn't know why, answered confidently. "Definitely, Mr. Brian. I have learned to fly a plane." "Very good. Then drive the plane in front of you away." Brian directly opened the door of the supersonic plane and walked in leisurely. Raven followed closely behind, leaving Hank alone in a daze for a long time. "Hank, what are you still standing there for? Have you forgotten what I said? My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is just. Let alone driving away a CIA plane. Even destroying the entire CIA is a just act." Brian sat in the co-pilot's seat and scolded Hank. "Is this the explanation for this sentence?" Hank boarded the plane in a daze and sat in the cockpit. He always felt that Brian's explanation of this sentence was a little wrong, but out of trust in his fellow mutants, Hank could only suppress his doubts and start the plane. Boom. The supersonic plane burst into a deafening roar. Then the plane passed the internal runway and drove out of the CIA's secret research and development base. Chapter 37. Boom. A fighter plane cut through the sky of Brooklyn. Shockwaves generated by sonic booms spread out, shattered the glass of some buildings. The pedestrians on the ground were deafened and couldn't recover for a long time. F***K. Is the Soviet Union attacking? Some people looked at the fighter planes in the sky and couldn't help but screaming with fear. And in the two-story building of number 233, Brooklyn, Professor X and Magneto, who had just returned from the hospital, also heard the sonic boom above their heads. Professor X looked outside in confusion and saw the panicked crowd. This made Professor X subconsciously use his mental power. Then he used his mental power to see the supersonic fighter plane that was slowly landing. And Brian, Raven, and Beast Hank in the fighter plane. By reading Raven's memory, Professor X knew everything. Gift Crab, Brian stole the only supersonic fighter plane in America. Professor X's face was ashen. Cool, worthy of being Homelander in X-Men. You really can do whatever you want. Magneto, who was sitting on a wheelchair, exclaimed excitedly. He found more and more that compared to Professor X, who was a little weak and could be bullied, Brian was really to his liking. Brian acted without scruples and did not look ahead or behind. His position was very clear. Brian never considered himself a member of the human race. He stood firmly on the side of mutant. This was what Magneto admired most about Brian. Shut up, Eric. Professor X said to Magneto irritably, and then he had no choice but to burst out his mental power again, directly erasing the memory of the panicked crowd on the street. Charles, didn't you say you would no longer use mental power casually? Magneto made up for it at the right time, making Professor X's face even uglier. This is the last time. When Professor X said this, he had no psychological burden. Obviously, he had gradually gotten used to this excuse. Boom. While Professor X and Magneto were talking, the supersonic fighter had already landed on the roof of Brian's house. Then the hatch opened, and Brian and the other two walked out of the fighter. Is this what you researched, Hank? This fighter can actually take off and land vertically. Raven looked at Hank in surprise, although she was very curious about this world's most advanced fighter that can take off and land vertically. Yes, Raven. This supersonic fighter was independently developed by me, Hank said proudly. In the field of mutant, he may not be as good as Raven's kaleidoscopic shapeshift, but in the field of scientific research, Hank considers himself the best. Hank, do you have the design drawings of this plane? Brian, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to ask Hank. Hank and Raven stopped and looked at Brian in surprise. It seemed that he saw the confusion of the two. Brian continued, I'm just interested in this plane and want to see what the design of a supersonic plane looks like. Brian's words made the two of them suddenly realize. Brian, this is the design of a supersonic plane. Hank returned to the supersonic plane and took out a technical document from the cabin of the plane. This technical document contains all the design drawings of the supersonic plane. There are more than 100 pages. This design was just placed in the supersonic plane by Hank for the convenience of testing the data of the supersonic plane, so that it can be viewed at any time. After getting the design of the supersonic plane, Brian smiled. The variant ability that sees through the laws of operation of all things is not only the ability that allows him to plunder other mutants. Similarly, he can apply it to the field of mechanics. With just one glance at the blueprint, he could instantly master the manufacturing method of the machine and even directly optimize the design. This allowed Brian to design more advanced and powerful technological equipment. That was why he asked Hank for the design of the supersonic fighter. After taking a look at the technical document in his hand, Brian did not read it immediately. He handed the technical document to Raven for safekeeping. Then he walked to Professor X. Professor X, Beast Hank is already a member of the X-Men. Brian ignored Professor X, who looked grim, and reminded him. Hank McCoy, welcome to join the X-Men. I'm Charles Xavier. You can call me Professor X. Looking at Brian, who didn't care, Professor X sighed helplessly. Hello, Professor X, just call me Hank. Hank looked at Professor X curiously. His eyes stayed on Professor X's hair for a moment, and he was a little hesitant to speak. Even if Professor X didn't use his mental power, he knew what Hank wanted to ask. I don't have a bald head, and I don't sit in a wheelchair. The image of Professor X in Brian's mouth is a prediction of Darwin. Hank, you should know that sometimes predictions are not very accurate. Professor X explained helplessly. At night, Professor X and others held a welcome party for Hank. At the party, everyone showed Hank their mutant abilities one after another, and Brian also simply performed his adaptive evolution ability for Hank. After learning about the X-Men's abilities, Hank was shocked. especially after seeing that Brian's ability was adaptive evolution. Hank even had a desire to study. As a scientist, Hank knew very well what Brian's ability meant. "Brian, can I draw a tube of blood from you?" Hank looked at Brian with fiery eyes and said, "Hank, can I beat you to death?" Brian asked Hank with a smile. Hank smiled awkwardly and never dared to mention the blood draw again. Brian no longer paid attention to Hank. He took the wine and returned to his room alone, then opened the supersonic aircraft blueprint he got from Hank. He began to read it. As Brian read the supersonic aircraft blueprint, his brain once again sounded the mechanical ticking sound every second. The design drawings that were originally obscure and like ghost paintings became extremely simple in Brian's mind. With just a simple glance, he completely understood and mastered all the information in the blueprint. More than 100 drawings were read by him in half a minute. And when Brian put down the blueprint, his brain also instantly understood and mastered all the design and manufacturing methods of supersonic aircraft, seeing through the laws of operation of all things. It made him understand how to build a supersonic aircraft in an instant. He can now be like Iron Man Tony Stark. Even if he is locked in a cave, Brian can use the scrap steel around him to rub out a supersonic fighter step by step. And the supersonic fighter he rubbed out by hand is more advanced and more perfect than the fighter built by Hank. This is a kind of knowledge, and even more a kind of skill. Now Brian has mastered this knowledge and skill perfectly. As long as he is given the blueprint, he can learn any technological device at a glance and easily manufacture it. This is the power of seeing through the laws of operation of everything. Not to mention supersonic fighters. Even if it is a Gundam, as long as he takes a look at the blueprint, he can also make it with his bare hands. What is missing is nothing more than the raw materials. Brian's most powerful ability has never been the ability to adapt to evolution, but the ability to see through the laws of operation of everything. Chapter 38. New York, Westchester. This is a famous wealthy area in New York City. In the center of Westchester, there is an old luxurious manor covering an area of 70,000 square feet. At this moment, a supersonic plane descended rapidly from the clouds and landed smoothly on the huge football field of this old manor. The door of the supersonic plane opened, and Professor X walked out first. Then Magneto, Mystique Raven, Beast Hank who just joined. Just after Professor X and others walked out of the supersonic plane, Brian, who turned into a four-winged angel, fell from the sky and landed in front of Professor X and others. After landing on the ground, the wings behind Brian quickly degenerated and disappeared. X-Men, welcome to Xavier Manor. Professor X opened his hands and stood in front of the old manor, with a kind of dog-rich man's generosity. Brian looked at the old manor in front of him, full of envy. It must be said that Professor X is really rich. The Xavier family was a real aristocratic class in the 18th century, although it is now in decline. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. This old manor, built in the 18th century, is worth tens of billions of dollars. Not to mention the various precious antiques and artworks preserved in the manor. Under the leadership of Professor X, Brian and others briefly visited the manor. I have to say that the whole manor is really big. The manor has everything. Even in the underground of the manor, in addition to huge amounts of underground parking lots, there are also several nuclear shelters. This manor can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time without being crowded. Along the way, Brian was amazed. He even saw various paintings by Picasso here. Each painting is priceless. He finally understood why Professor X could establish the Xavier School for Geniuses in the future and provide free funding to teach those mutant children. In fact, Professor X is really wealthy. This is the Xavier Manor, and it will be the base of our X-Men in the future. After visiting the manor, Professor X announced, "Magneto, Brian, Hank. From today on, this will also be your home. You will live and train here for a long time to come." Professor X said sincerely. Although X-Men has just been established, but in the invisible, Professor X has already had some leadership qualities. This is the change brought by the money ability. Brian has no opinion on this. Okay, you can choose any room. Take a break today, and we will discuss the follow-up plan of X-Men tomorrow. Professor X said a few simple words, and then everyone dispersed. Brian, come here. After Brian left Professor X's room, Raven beside him waved to Brian. In Brian's curious eyes, Raven took him to the room where Raven lived when he was a child. "Brian, from today on, you will live here," Raven said to Brian with a smile on his face. "That's what I want." Brian put his arm around Raven and walked towards the bed. "I didn't sleep all night." When the sun rose slowly the next day, Brian also stopped at the right time. "It's already the second day without me noticing." Brian put Raven down and came to the French window. The golden sunlight shone on Brian, showing his masculine beauty. Behind Brian, the exhausted Raven, with blue scales flowing on her body, regained her mystique form. The originally exhausted body became lively again. "Let's go, Raven. The first combat meeting of the X-Men is about to begin." Brian dressed neatly, then pulled Raven in the mystique form out of the bedroom and came outside. As soon as he came outside, Brian saw Beast Hank wiping the supersonic plane. Hank now didn't wear shoes. 2 big feet were casually exposed outside. "Good morning, Hank. Remember, mutant doesn't need to hide." Brian casually greeted Hank. Hank nodded seriously. While Brian and Hank were talking, Professor X pushed Magneto here. "Today is the first official combat meeting of X-Men." Professor X dressed up specially and looked very energetic. And Magneto also took off the bandages on his body and put on a black suit. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the next plan of X-Men." Professor X was the first to speak. Then Professor X looked at Hank. "Brian said before that Hank might be able to help us find more mutants. Hank, can you do it?" Hearing Professor X's question, Hank was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. After joining X-Men yesterday, Hank learned about everyone's mutant abilities in detail. At this moment, his brain was working fast. After a few minutes, Hank stopped thinking and nodded gently to Professor X. "Professor X, your ability is telepathy. This allows you to distinguish between humans and mutants. I can try to make a brainwave amplifier, which may enhance your telepathy power. However, this requires you to cooperate with me in some tests." Hank is indeed the smartest inventor among the mutants. In just a few minutes, he has come up with the prototype of the brainwave strengthening machine. Brainwave amplifier? Maybe it really works. "Hank, go ahead and do it. I will provide you with all the financial support." Professor X smiled. "It turns out that Darwin's prediction is really accurate. I will definitely make the brainwave amplifier as soon as possible." Hank nodded seriously. In terms of mutant ability, he may be the worst among the X-Men. But in terms of invention, he is confident that he must be the strongest among the X-Men. After Hank made the promise, Professor X looked at Brian. "Brian, when you were recruiting Hank, I found a mutant in Queens. I hope you can go to Queens and try to recruit this mutant to the X-Men." Professor X said in a negotiating tone. When Brian, who was absent-minded, heard Professor X asking him to recruit mutants, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Please leave it to me, Professor X. I will do my best to persuade that mutant to join the X-Men family." Brian nodded his head with his right hand and made a received gesture, showing a very positive attitude. Looking at such a positive Brian, Professor X smiled with relief. He told Brian the mutant information he accidentally found, and then turned his head to Raven. "Raven, I need you to go to the CIA to find out the news of the Hellfire Club for the X-Men." Professor X looked at Raven again and said in a deep voice, "Raven's ability is most suitable for intelligence exploration." "I understand, Professor X." Raven nodded and agreed to Professor X's arrangement. "Don't worry, Raven. I will use my psychic power to protect you." Professor X reached out and patted Raven's shoulder and promised earnestly. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to cooperate with Hank to test the brainwave amplifier. Such a thing, Raven didn't need to take risks at all. "What about me?" Professor X. Magneto, who was in a wheelchair, frowned and looked at Professor X and asked, "Eric, you can rest and recover in Xavier Manor." Professor X glanced at Magneto and said calmly, "F***K, Charles, do you look down on me?" Looking at Professor X's eyes, Magneto always felt that he was looked down upon. Why do others have tasks, but he doesn't? Magneto was dissatisfied. Looking at Magneto, who was glaring at Professor X, Brian touched his chin and said to Professor X, "Let Magneto and I go together to invite the mutant. If it's just an invitation, there shouldn't be any danger. What do you think, Professor X?" "Okay, let's do as you say, Brian. You and Magneto will go to invite the new companion." Professor X glanced at Magneto, then nodded in agreement with Brian's suggestion. Thank you, Brian. Magneto nodded gratefully to Brian. You're welcome, Magneto. Brian patted Magneto's shoulder with a smile on his face. The reason why I suggested that Magneto go with me is because Brian needs Magneto to endorse him. Chapter 39. Queens, New York. In an old circus, Brian and Magneto walked through the crowd and came to a magic booth. On the magic booth, a white man in a magician's costume was showing his magic. He threw an apple into the air. Then it froze. The hanging magic caused applause from the spectators around. It also attracted the attention of Brian and Magneto. Brian and Magneto looked at each other and watched the magician's wonderful hanging magic quietly. Under the gaze of the two, the magician took out a piece of playing cards from his pocket. Then he turned his right hand, and the playing cards quickly floated in the air and began to rotate around the magician. Like elves. Great, Jonathan. This is really an amazing magic show. Mr. Jonathan, your hanging magic is amazing. 10 minutes later, the magic show ended. The onlookers put their tips in the cash box on the side one by one and praised the magician. Thank you. The magician Jonathan bowed gracefully to these people, and then he looked at Brian and the others. Among the spectators, only Brian and Magneto did not give tips. Sir, if my magic surprises you, please don't be stingy with some money. Jonathan walked up to Brian, took off his magic hat gracefully, and handed it to Brian. Brian took a look at the magic hat in front of him, and then smiled at Magneto and said, Magneto, let's perform magic for Mr. Jonathan too. I hope our magic won't scare Mr. Jonathan. Magneto nodded, and then knocked on the wheelchair armrest. Magneto's wheelchair suddenly floated in the air. Gift crab. Looking at Magneto, who suddenly floated in the air, Jonathan's face was full of shock. And just when Jonathan was shocked, Magneto raised his right hand. All the metal in the circus, including the Ferris wheel, flew into the air. The crowd in the circus burst into exclamations. Then everyone started to applaud. Apparently, they thought this was a circus show. As for the circus staff, they were scared pale at this moment. And Jonathan looked at Magneto with some excitement. Are you also mutants? Jonathan couldn't believe his eyes. When he was 12 years old, he awakened his mutant ability. He called his ability psychokinesis control. He can move objects through psychokinesis. At first, he could only move some small objects. As he grew older and he exercised day and night, his psychokinesis grew rapidly. Now he can move objects that do not exceed 100 kilograms. With psychokinesis control, he became a skilled magician. The dangling magic made him win the applause of many people. And over the years, he has been secretly looking for mutants like himself. But to no avail. Gradually, he gave up the idea of looking for the same kind. However, just when he chose to give up, Brian and the other two appeared in front of him. Mr. Jonathan, let me introduce myself. We are a member of the mutant organization X-Men. Our organization is committed to uniting mutants and creating an ideal world for mutants without discrimination and persecution from humans. Brian walked up to Jonathan and introduced himself solemnly. X-Men, committed to creating an ideal world for mutants. Jonathan was very moved. Over the years, he has been cautious, except for magic performances. He didn't dare to show his ability at all. He was afraid that he would be caught as an alien by the human world, and then locked up in the laboratory for slice research. So after hearing Brian's words, Jonathan couldn't wait to join the X-Men and contribute his own strength to the ideal world of mutant. Jonathan, this is not the place to talk. Brian glanced at the environment in the circus and said calmly, Go to my room. Jonathan nodded and led Brian and Magneto to where he lived. Homelander, can I join the X-Men? Jonathan asked impatiently as soon as he returned to his residence. Definitely, as long as you are a mutant. As long as you have justice in your heart, you can join the X-Men family. Become a member of the Justice League, Brian said with a smile. However, before joining the X-Men, Jonathan, you need to show us your ability. Hearing Brian's words, Jonathan nodded hurriedly. Then he opened his right hand. Invisible psychokinesis immediately enveloped Brian. Brian's body was pushed uncontrollably against the wall by psychokinesis. Jonathan shook his hand again, and Brian's body was pulled to the other side by psychokinesis like a kite pulling a line. As you can see, my ability is psychokinesis control. I can control objects not exceeding 100 kilograms. Jonathan raised his hand again, and the coffee cup in the living room was automatically filled with coffee, and then the coffee cup fell in front of Brian and Magneto. Psychokinesis control. When he heard that Jonathan's variant ability was psychokinesis control, Brian's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Jonathan as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. He just lacked a means of attack now. Although the tornado of the rapids is very strong, but it is very powerful, it is not suitable for frontal combat. Jonathan's psychokinesis control can make up for Brian's shortcomings. Moreover, psychokinesis control, originally, is a panacea ability. Brian is determined to get it. Jonathan, do you have a toilet here? After drinking a cup of coffee, Brian stood up and asked Jonathan. Jonathan pointed to the toilet casually. Brian nodded, then walked into the toilet and closed the door. Whoosh. At the moment of closing the toilet door, Brian blew a whistle. The whistle was very low and sharp. Although Magneto and Jonathan outside heard the whistle, but they didn't care. Bang. In the toilet, Brian waited quietly. 3 seconds later, a ball of red mist suddenly appeared in the toilet. In the red mist, the figure of the Red Devil came out. Red Devil, help me catch someone. Brian looked at the Red Devil and said unceremoniously. Who? The Red Devil asked with a frown. Jonathan. Brian described Jonathan's physical features. The Red Devil glanced at Brian, then turned into red mist and disappeared. In the living room of Jonathan's house, Magneto was chatting with Jonathan. To be precise, Jonathan was asking Magneto about X-Men and Mutant. Magneto, who are the X-Men? What organizations are there in Mutant? What are your abilities? Magneto was annoyed by the questions and frowned. Shut up, Jonathan. Magneto yelled at Jonathan, and Jonathan immediately shut up. Bang. Just as Magneto was enjoying a rare, quiet time, a ball of red mist emerged between him and Jonathan. Red Devil. The moment he saw the red mist, Magneto realized that this was the symbol of the Hellfire Club's Red Devil's teleportation. Magneto immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. Bang. At the moment the Red Devil appeared, Magneto had already controlled the metal to quickly attack the Red Devil. However, the Red Devil ignored Magneto's attack. His tail directly wrapped around the stunned Jonathan. Then he disappeared in the room with a teleport. Don't eat the sour radish, Brian. Come out quickly. Jonathan was captured by the Red Devil. Magneto cursed, then used his ability to open the toilet door and said to Brian, What? Jonathan was captured by the Red Devil. Brian was shocked, and then he attacked Magneto. F***K. Magneto, why didn't you stop the Red Devil? Magneto had no words to say. That was teleportation. How to stop it? It seems that our mission has failed. Magneto, go inform Professor X. I'll see if the Red Devil is still here. Brian said hurriedly, and then walked out of the room. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with Magneto. He was going to harvest Jonathan's ability. Chapter 40. In the busy circus. Brian seemed to be in a hurry. He looked around, as if he was looking for someone. His behavior attracted a lot of attention. Brian didn't care about these looks. He just shuttled among the crowd frequently until he disappeared from other people's sight. At this moment, Brian entered a dark corner with no one. As soon as he entered this corner, a smile appeared on his face. There was no longer the hurried and anxious look just now. In this way, even if Professor X uses his ability to investigate this matter, he won't suspect me. Brian leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette leisurely, and said with a smile on his face. The hurried look before was just a show for Professor X. He knew very well that with Professor X's character, once he learned that Jonathan, who was about to join the X-Men, was captured by the Red Devil, Professor X would probably use his ability immediately to search for the whereabouts of the Red Devil, in order to rescue Jonathan from the Red Devil. So after parting ways with Magneto, Brian did not contact the Red Devil immediately, but played this drama first. After making sure that there was no one around, Brian blew a whistle. Bang! The Red Devil instantly appeared in front of Brian. Whistling was the contact signal that the Red Devil and Brian had agreed on long ago. The specific whistle frequency would stimulate the mental imprint in the Red Devil's brain. Thus, even if the Red Devil was thousands of miles away, he could sense Brian's whistle and teleport to Brian's side. Bang! The Red Devil casually threw the unconscious Jonathan to the ground. Brian, I hope you remember your promise. The Red Devil looked at Brian deeply and reminded him. Definitely, I never forget. Brian shrugged, and then asked seriously, "What's the situation with Black Emperor Shao?" Hearing Brian's words, the Red Devil was silent for a moment, and then told Black Emperor Zhao's recent actions. Black Emperor Shao has recruited another powerful level 4 mutant. Since the battle with the X-Men, the Hellfire Club lost members because of the disappearance of the Rapids. At the same time, Black Emperor Shao realized the strength of the X-Men, especially Brian. So, in order to avoid a setback, Black Emperor Shao personally went to Siberia in the Soviet Union. There he found a mutant, Ursa Major, who could transform into a brown bear. At the same time, Black Emperor Shao used the mental power of White Queen Emma to control more than a dozen Soviet high-level officials. Through the power of these people, Black Emperor Shao created a helmet that could resist telepathy. At the same time, he also obtained a nuclear-powered submarine. Currently, Black Emperor Shao is docking his nuclear-powered submarine in the Arctic Circle. According to the intelligence of the Red Devil, Black Emperor Shao is currently tracking the traces of the X-Men and wants to catch Brian and others in one fell swoop. Level 4 Mutant Ursa Major? The first mutant awakened by the Soviet Union, with the strength and defense of a bear. Brian analyzed the information he got from the Red Devil. He still had some knowledge of the Soviet mutant Ursa Major. He was very similar to Beast Hank. Beast Hank could turn into a blue-haired gorilla and gain the strength, speed, and agility of a gorilla. And Ursa Major could turn into a 3-meter-tall Siberian brown bear. After turning into a brown bear, Ursa Major would gain the strength, endurance, and defense of a bear. Theoretically, Ursa Major could beat Beast Hank. It can be said that after Ursa Major joined the Hellfire Club, the strength of the Hellfire Club was epically enhanced. As for the fact that Black Emperor Shao was tracking down the location of the X-Men, Brian didn't care. What he really cared about was that Black Emperor Shao had obtained a helmet that could resist telepathy. This made Black Emperor Shao no longer have any weaknesses. "Okay, Red Devil, you can leave now." Brian waved his hand at the Red Devil, causing him to frown. "Brian, don't forget your promise." The Red Devil reminded him again and turned into red mist and disappeared. After Brian made sure that the Red Devil had left, he turned his eyes to Jonathan, who was unconscious on the ground. He couldn't wait to come to Jonathan. Then he put the dagger he carried with him on Jonathan's forehead. There was a sound of flesh tearing, and Brian skillfully opened Jonathan's brain. Then Brian squatted beside Jonathan's head and looked at the complex brain circuits in his brain. Found it. A minute later, Brian found Jonathan's ability circuit. The ability of seeing through the laws of operation of all things instantly allowed Brian to obtain Jonathan's ability. When Brian stood up, he had perfectly mastered the psychokinesis control. Brian stretched out his right hand. Psychokinesis then erupted. Jonathan on the ground suddenly floated up. Brian clenched his right fist. The invisible psychokinesis instantly crushed Jonathan's body. It turned into a ball of blood mist and fell to the ground. After destroying the corpse, a wave of psychokinesis lifted Brian up quickly. Whoosh! A burst of tearing air sounds came, and Brian's body flew rapidly in the air. With Jonathan's psychokinesis control, it is definitely impossible to do this. Jonathan is only a level 3 mutant at best. After Brian cut off Jonathan's brain and obtained Jonathan's psychokinesis control, directly one-click to the maximum level, reaching the ability strength of a level 5 mutant. Now, Brian's psychokinesis can easily lift hundreds of tons of objects. The range of psychokinesis radiation has reached an astonishing 3 kilometers. At the same time, Brian's control of psychokinesis has reached the level of arbitrary control. He can control all objects around him with a thought. He can also burst psychokinesis to form a psychokinesis shockwave. Under full burst, Brian can even destroy all objects within 3 kilometers. Level 5 psychokinesis control is definitely more than that. Brian can feel that his psychokinesis will grow rapidly as his psychic power becomes stronger. If Brian can have the same psychic power as Professor X, psychokinesis alone can easily destroy a city. In addition to psychokinesis controlling objects, Brian can also control psychokinesis flight. Although the speed of flight is not as fast as Brian's 4-winged angel form, but it is silent, and the speed of psychokinesis flight also reaches 150 kilometers per hour. In addition to psychokinesis flight, Brian can also create psychokinesis barriers and build an absolute defense force field. Psychokinesis is a panacea ability. The most important thing is that Brian no longer needs a dagger to cut the brain. He can completely use psychokinesis to perform brain cutting. Easy, convenient, and efficient. After obtaining Jonathan's psychokinesis control, Brian's strength has leaped forward. He is no longer able to passively withstand attacks to activate adaptive evolution. He, Brian, is now a level 5 psychokinesis mutant. Just after Brian used psychokinesis flight to leave the circus, a huge psychic force followed. Everyone in the circus stood still as if time had stopped. It was not until a few seconds later that everyone returned to normal, and the previous psychic force also retreated like a tide. Obviously, this power came from Professor X. I'm sorry, Magneto. I can't find any trace of Jonathan. In Xavier's manner, Professor X put down his right hand and said to Magneto with some regret, I'm afraid Jonathan has been taken away by the Red Devil. Chapter 41. My mission failed, Professor X. In the Xavier manner, in the X-Men's meeting room, Brian blamed himself helplessly. After receiving Jonathan's psychokinesis control, he went directly back to Xavier manner. Looking at Brian, who blamed himself, Professor X walked to Brian's side and gently patted his shoulder. It's not your fault, but can. The Red Devil's ability is indeed very unsolvable. Professor X comforted calmly, although Jonathan died. But Professor X didn't feel any pain. After all, he was just a stranger. If he died, he died. Professor X was able to use his mental power to search after Jonathan was taken away, which was already a consideration for the face of the same mutant. Everyone, we may have been targeted by the Hellfire Club. After comforting Brian, Professor X said with a serious face. After hearing Professor X's words, the X-Men had some haze in their hearts. The Red Devil appeared too quickly. This only means one thing. That is, the actions of the X-Men have been completely exposed to the Hellfire Club. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the newly established X-Men. Hank, you are moving faster. Professor X looked at Hank and said in a deep voice. Hank nodded with a serious expression. He has realized the seriousness of the situation. Now the X-Men may have been completely exposed to the Hellfire Club. Maybe at some point, the Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Shao will attack. And with the current strength of the X-Men, only Brian can slightly resist the attack of the Black Emperor Shao. They are still too weak. Everything is up to you, Hank. Only by developing the brainwave amplifier as soon as possible can Professor X's ability be maximized. Brian patted Hank on the shoulder and said earnestly, Give me 10 days, no, 7 days. I can definitely research the brainwave amplifier. Hank assured Brian. Brian smiled meaningfully at the high-spirited beast Hank. 7 days passed in a flash. Due to the pressure from the Hellfire Club, Professor X did not issue any combat missions. Only Raven, with the help of Professor X, occasionally sneaked into the CIA to obtain some intelligence. Other X-Men members were all carrying out activities in Xavier manner. At this moment, Brian's room. Brian sat on the sofa and raised his hand, and a glass of beer flew out of the refrigerator and fell into his hand. The beer pull ring opened automatically. Brian took a sip of beer and prepared to continue his lazy life. However, a surprise shout interrupted Brian's lazy life. Success, I succeeded. Outside, Beast Hank shouted. Did you finally succeed? After hearing Hank shout, Brian stood up directly, also with excitement on his face. He waved his right hand, and the door in front of him opened. Then Brian walked out of the bedroom and came outside. Brian, good morning. Just as he walked to the door, Kane ran into Magneto. After 7 days of recuperation, Magneto finally got out of the wheelchair. Although Magneto's injuries have not fully recovered, but it does not hinder his daily life. Magneto, good morning. Brian nodded to Magneto and then went outside with him. At this moment, on a huge lawn in the center of the manor, Hank, wearing a scientific white coat, was holding an instrument, pointing it at the giant radar antenna 2 kilometers away, constantly debugging something. After seeing Brian and Magneto arrive, Hank nodded to the two, and then said to Magneto, You came just in time, Magneto. Use your ability to turn that radar around. Magneto looked at the giant radar 2 kilometers away and frowned slightly. He had never tried to move such huge amounts of metal objects. However, he had just recovered and was ready to show his skills. So, facing Hank's request, Magneto did not refuse. He stretched out his hands and directly activated his ability. The giant radar 2 kilometers away just shook slightly. Magneto tried his best to turn the giant radar. However, no matter how Magneto activated his ability, the giant radar swayed slightly and then fell silent again, not moving at all. F***K, move for me. Magneto roared, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The power of magnetic field control was strengthened again. However, he was 2 kilometers away from the giant radar. This distance was too far for Magneto now. No matter how Magneto activated his ability, the giant radar did not move at all. No, I can't do it. Magneto said to Hank helplessly, like a deflated ball. Let me do it. Brian's voice sounded. Magneto and Hank both looked at Brian at the same time. Brian, isn't your ability survival of the fittest? Hank looked at Brian in confusion. He knew very well that Brian's ability was survival of the fittest with great potential. But he also knew that Brian had no means of active attack. Remember Jonathan? Brian did not answer Hank's words, but asked back. Definitely. That level 3 psychokinesis mutant. Hank and Magneto nodded at the same time. It had only been 7 days since Jonathan's incident. How could they forget it? When Jonathan showed his psychokinesis, my body seemed to adapt to Jonathan's psychokinesis and thus evolved. Brian said calmly. Brian, are you saying that you have adapted to a new variant ability? Professor X came to the lawn and happened to hear Brian's words. He immediately asked with surprise on his face. Yes, Professor X. I have adapted to a new variant ability, psychokinesis. Brian nodded very affirmatively. Professor X didn't doubt anything. He had seen Brian adapt to the variant ability of memory deletion before. Zero, although his memory deletion was very weak, it could only delete the memories of ordinary people in the past few days. Therefore, he was only surprised that Brian adapted to the second variant ability. Is your psychokinesis the same as Jonathan's? Hank asked curiously. No, it's not the same. In fact, my psychokinesis is a little stronger than Jonathan's. As Brian spoke, he opened his right hand and pointed it at the giant radar 2 kilometers away. Then Brian turned his right hand. Boom. The giant radar 2 kilometers away, like a toy, was easily turned over by Brian with psychokinesis. Magneto was stunned. Professor X and Hank were full of surprise. Great. The last step of brainwave amplification is also completed. Hank quickly adjusted the instrument in his hand and input Professor X's brainwave frequency into the giant radar. Congratulations, Brian. You have gained a new ability. The psychokinesis you adapted is much stronger than Jonathan's psychokinesis control. Professor X sincerely congratulated Brian on obtaining a new variant ability. From beginning to end, the professor never doubted anything. After all, it was too unbelievable to obtain other people's ability by cutting their brains. As for Jonathan's psychokinesis, who happened to be awakening, Brian has explained that when Jonathan showed his ability, his body adapted to the psychokinesis control and thus evolved the same psychokinesis variant ability. In this Ganges. Chapter 42. Xavier Manor. The X-Men gathered in front of a metal door with an X logo. Just now, after 7 days of sleepless research and the cooperation of Professor X, mutant's genius inventor Beast Hank finally developed a brainwave enhancer that can enhance mental power. Now Professor X is about to put on a helmet to test the effect of the brainwave enhancer. If it really succeeds, there is no doubt that the strength of the X-Men will be epically enhanced. At Hank's signal, Professor X stood in front of the metal door. A scanning beam was projected from the center of the X-shaped logo, and then began to scan Professor X's pupils. Verification passed. A mechanical voice sounded, and the door opened. While studying the brainwave enhancer, Hank instantly transformed this shelter that could prevent nuclear explosions into a brainwave enhancement room. And multiple protective measures were added to this shelter to ensure the safety of the people inside. It can be said that the X brainwave enhancement room is the safest place in Xavier Manor. Even if Black Emperor Zhao's plan was really implemented successfully, they can also hide in the X brainwave enhancement room and avoid the nuclear explosion safely. Let's go see the brainwave enhancement machine made by Hank. Professor X entered the X enhancement room first. The entire enhancement room was transformed by Hank with a full sense of technology. On the wall, there are silver-white LED displays. These displays can display the images seen by the brainwave enhancement machine. In the center of the X enhancement room, there is a high platform. On the high platform, there is a special helmet. Professor X, just put on this helmet, and the brainwave enhancement machine will automatically start. Hank picked up the helmet and handed it to Professor X. Professor X just took the helmet and heard Brian's ridicule. Professor X, maybe shaving your hair will make the signal transmission more accurate. Professor X's face darkened. No one can touch my hair, Professor X said with a relaxed face, and then put on the helmet directly. Buzz. As Professor X put on the helmet, the brainwave enhancement machine started instantly. Professor X's mental power was connected to the brainwave enhancer and then radiated through a giant radar antenna 2 kilometers away. Professor X only felt that his mental power was increasing at an incredible speed. At the same time, countless mental images appeared densely around Professor X. It worked, Professor X. How do you feel now? Hank asked excitedly. I feel good, better than ever before. My mental consciousness is connected to all humans on the Earth. I feel that I can do anything. Professor X was also excited. The brainwave enhancer was better than he thought. Under the effect of the brainwave enhancer, his mental consciousness instantly enveloped the world. He could listen to everyone's voices and feel their thoughts. Feel their joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. Professor X's mental power reached its peak at this moment. He felt that he only needed one thought to annihilate the consciousness of the entire human race. He couldn't help but strengthen his mental power. As Professor X's mental power increased, the entire human beings on the Earth, whether they were humans or mutants, felt a splitting headache at this moment. Even Magneto, Beast Hank, and Mystique Raven beside Professor X covered their heads in pain. Only Brian's body instantly adapted to the ability of mind shielding and was immune to Professor X's mental damage. Professor X, don't be blinded by power. Seeing the pain of the people around him, Brian walked in front of Professor X and forcibly took off the helmet on his head. Professor X, who was immersed in the joy of power enhancement, saw his mental power rapidly decline after Brian took off the helmet of the brainwave enhancer. My mental power. Losing that feeling of omnipotence made Professor X feel lost. Then he suffered a head-on punch from Brian. Bang! Brian did not use any ability, but even so, Professor X's right eye suddenly turned purple. Brian, what are you doing? Being suddenly attacked, Professor X angrily questioned Brian. Professor X, you almost killed everyone just now. Brian's words made Professor X's anger disappear instantly. He looked at the painful faces of Magneto and the other two around him, and his face was full of self-blame. I'm sorry, Brian. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have made an unforgivable mistake. Professor X sincerely thanked Brian. Brian put away his fist. He didn't want to hit him, but Professor X's self-centered and omnipotent look just now really deserved a beating. Brian couldn't help it at all. Professor X, you almost killed us. Magneto recovered first, and he roared at Professor X angrily. I'm sorry, Eric. Professor X apologized to Magneto, Beast Hank, and Raven with an apologetic face. Then he suggested to Hank, Hank, I think the brainwave enhancer should add an alarm device to prevent me from killing all mankind without knowing it. Hank nodded, then returned to his room, took the design of the brainwave enhancer, and began to add an alarm device to the design. However, even if Hank is a genius inventor, it will take 10 paragraphs to transform such a complex brainwave enhancer. Just when Hank was studying the drawings, Brian didn't know when he had stood behind Hank and then glanced at the drawings. Just a glance. Brian completely mastered the manufacturing method and control method of the brainwave enhancer. Even the ability to see through the laws of operation of all things allowed Brian to instantly optimize the design of a new brainwave enhancer in his brain. At the same time, he also obtained the method of how to transform the brainwave enhancer. Hank, I think you should add an alarm device at this position. Brian casually pointed at the drawing, and Hank's eyes suddenly lit up. You're absolutely right, Brian. Hank gave Brian a thumbs up, then quickly walked to the central console and began to add alarm devices for Professor X. An hour later, Hank wiped the sweat off his face and handed the helmet to Professor X again. Taking a deep breath, Professor X put on the brainwave enhancer helmet again. His mind consciousness was once again connected to the global human beings. The global mind projection appeared in the X enhancement room again. However, this time, the professor was not obsessed with the feeling of the increased mind power. He began to try to block the mind projection of ordinary humans. Swish. In the X enhancement room, only the mind projection emitting red all over the body remained. Red is the symbol of mutant. I found them. I found them. Professor X smiled. It was the first time he felt so many of his kind. Although compared to the huge population of humans, the current number of mutants is only tens of thousands. But this still moved Professor X. Especially at this moment, he could feel what all mutants were thinking. He could feel their current emotions. Fear, helplessness, confusion, and other emotions impacted Professor X's mind, making Professor X experience the difficulties faced by ordinary mutants. Beep, beep. Because he was too immersed in the emotions of mutants, Professor X's mental power could not help but strengthen again. And a red alarm sounded, awakening Professor X, who was immersed in the emotions of mutants. Professor X took a deep breath and retracted the excess mental power. The mental projection of the X enhancement room became stable again. At this moment, Professor X, under the amplification of the brainwave enhancer, has been promoted to the rank of level 5 mutant. Now, it's time to recruit mutants for X-Men. Take off the 960 helmet, Professor X said with high spirits. Next, let's discuss what kind of mutants with abilities should be recruited. Professor X looked at Brian and others and asked. Healing ability. Perspective. Magneto and Brian said in unison. The reason why Magneto wanted to recruit mutants with healing abilities was because of his 7-day wheelchair experience. If there was a mutant with healing abilities among the X-Men, he would still need to stay alive for 7 days. As for Brian, he chose a mutant with perspective abilities. There is no doubt that perspective abilities are the best match for the Sera Template. Once Brian has mastered perspective abilities, he doesn't even need to cut his brain to get the corresponding variant abilities. Perspective, although it cannot be used for combat. But for Brian, it is the most important core ability. Perspective is not suitable for combat, so I won't consider it for now. Professor X was silent for a moment and rejected Brian's proposal. Let's recruit mutants with healing abilities first. What do you think, Brian? After careful consideration, Professor X believed that having a healing mutant in the team would greatly enhance the survival abilities of the X-Men members. That's fine. Brian nodded. It's good to get the healing ability. At least, you can treat the patient after cutting the brain. Sera cut the brain. Brian treated him. By then, even if Professor X is suspicious, Brian can get rid of the suspicion. It was Sera who cut the brain. What does it have to do with me, Brian? After discussing the direction of the first invited mutant ability, Professor X put on the helmet again, and he began to search the world for mutants with healing abilities. Chapter 43. Haneda Airport, Tokyo, Japan. A flight from New York is slowly landing. In the first-class cabin of the plane, Brian's face is cold and he doesn't say a word. Next to Brian are Magneto, who has not yet recovered, and Mystique Raven. Raven, what's wrong with Brian? Magneto has never seen Brian so cold before. He looked at Raven with some confusion. Taguchi asked. Magneto, Brian is an Asian. He has half Oriental blood. Any Oriental has a deep hatred for Japan. He is very angry now. You'd better not provoke him. Raven glanced at Brian and shook her head gently. No wonder Brian has become so cold since he entered Tokyo. Magneto suddenly realized. Just an hour ago, Professor X searched the world with the brainwave enhancement machine and finally found 2 mutants with healing abilities. One of them is in Tokyo, Japan. The other is in Egypt. Professor X is going to recruit these 2 mutants at the same time. Professor X originally arranged Brian to Egypt and planned to let him recruit Egyptian mutants. But Brian had no interest in Egyptian mutants. He rejected Professor X's arrangement and resolutely joined the team to recruit Tokyo mutants. While Magneto and Raven were talking, the plane door opened, and Brian took the lead and walked out directly. Tokyo, your ancestors are back. When Brian stepped on the ground of Haneda Airport, he said with a sneer on his face. He was not here to recruit Mayumi Yashida. On the contrary, he was here to kill him. To be more precise, Brian was here to slaughter. The deep-rooted hatred for Japan made Brian want to be a real ancestor since he set foot on the land of this country. Brian glanced at the Japanese around him and spit with disgust. Smith Marseille Choose. A staff member of Haneda Airport came to Brian and wanted to remind Brian not to spit everywhere with a serious face. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Brian gently raise a finger. Boom. The staff member's body flew backwards hundreds of meters as if hit by a speeding train. He directly hit a flight that was about to take off. He was already dead and could not die again. Let's go. Let's go to the Yashida family. Brian ignored the shocked and horrified eyes of the people around him. He turned his head and gave Magneto and Raven an order, then opened his right hand. In the parking lot not far away, a convertible Mercedes-Benz sports car was quickly pulled in front of Brian. He walked to the driver's cabin and casually threw the people inside into the sky with psychokinesis. After Magneto and Raven got in the car, Brian stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Before leaving Haneda Airport, Brian threw several tornadoes at the Tokyo people waiting for the flight in the airport. The tornado grew rapidly and then destroyed Haneda Airport in an instant. Those Tokyo people waiting for the flight were torn to pieces by the tornado. It's a pity that I don't have Azu's laser eyes. Otherwise, I could just sweep a large area. That would be cool, Brian said with some regret while driving. Neither Raven nor Magneto thought there was anything wrong with Brian's actions. It has only been more than 10 years since the end of World War II. No one would pity a beastly country, let alone Brian killing hundreds of people. Even if it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, no one would think there was anything wrong. Magneto, tell me about the Yashida family. Brian looked at Magneto while driving. The Yashida family was founded by Shiro Yashida, an officer during World War II. It is rumored that Shiro Yashida personally experienced the Nagasaki nuclear explosion and luckily survived. In the past 10 years, Shiro Yashida has mastered the wealth and power of the Tokyo Emperor with the so-called Bushido spirit. It is the most powerful consortium in Tokyo. Shiro Yashida's son, Shinjin Yashida, has mastered the underground forces in Tokyo and expanded the Yashida family. And Mayumi Yashida is Shinjin Yashida's wife. Magneto told the information he got from Professor X. Brian nodded without comment. In fact, Brian's understanding of the Yashida family is more comprehensive than Magneto's. The Yashida family is the villain in Wolverine 2. In 45, Wolverine Logan came to Nagasaki by chance, and then saved a short officer during the Nagasaki nuclear explosion. This officer is Shiro Yashida. Shiro Yashida witnessed Wolverine Logan resist the nuclear explosion. After being rescued by Logan, Shiro Yashida not only did not appreciate Logan's life-saving grace, but also returned evil. In 2013, he used fake death to trick Logan into coming to Japan and designed to extract half of Logan's self-healing factor. That is why Logan was corroded by the adamantium in his body, and his self-healing ability was getting worse and worse. It can be said that Wolverine Logan saved a sinister and cunning ungrateful wolf. Brian has no good feelings for the Japanese, only hatred. Therefore, after learning about the existence of the Yashida family, the villain of the Wolverine series, Brian has made up his mind to humanely destroy this beast family. Half an hour later, Brian and the other two came to the Yashida family in the center of Tokyo. As the Yashida family, which owns 90% of Tokyo's wealth, the entire family area is extremely large, although it is not as large as Professor X's Xavier Manor. But there is also 1/10 of file size. At this moment, people were coming and going in the Yashida family. Today is the 60th birthday of Shiro Yashida, the founder of the Yashida family. As the most powerful consortium in this country, almost half of the Japanese high-level officials have gathered here. They all came to congratulate Shiro Yashida on his birthday. And at this moment, in front of the gate of the Shishida family, Brian looked at the two Yakuza personnel blocking him with a cold face. Who are you? A tattooed Yakuza personnel questioned Brian. Baga, I'm asking you a question. Before the two Yakuza personnel finished speaking, Brian had already clenched his fist. Pissed. The two Yakuza personnel were instantly squeezed into a blood mist by psychokinesis. Brian walked into the Yashida family leisurely. Walala. Brian had just entered the Yashida family when hundreds of security personnel surrounded Brian. These security personnel were fully armed and well-equipped. It's an intruder, kill them. A security guard glanced at Brian and then gave an order. Da-da-da. A burst of dense gunfire sounded. Brian ignored it at all. Magneto, who was behind Brian, had already opened his right hand at the right time. All the bullets that attacked Brian stopped. The dense bullets just hovered in the air. Then all the bullets changed direction under Magneto's control. "Brian, leave this to me. You go find Mayumi Yashida," Magneto said to Brian. Brian raised his hand, and a stone on the ground suddenly floated into the air and then turned into a stream of light, which instantly pierced the heads of all the security guards at supersonic speed. "Magneto, this is up to you." After killing all the security guards, Brian nodded to Magneto and then walked into the Yashida family with Raven. "Hey, what are you doing?" A member of the Yashida family found Brian and his partner wandering around the Yashida family and immediately questioned them. However, the answer to the Yashida was a stone that was coming at him at high speed. Pissed, the stone accurately pierced the forehead of the Yashida. This is the 42nd member of the Yashida family that Brian has killed. But so far, he still hasn't found the location of the core members of the Yashida family. This made Brian lose his patience. After walking through a garden, Brian ran into a group of high-ranking politicians in Tokyo who were holding a rally there. When they saw Brian, they were stunned. Some people just wanted to speak, but Brian, who had already lost his patience, launched an attack directly. Brian raised his hand, and the rocks on the ground were immediately pulled up by psychokinesis. Then these rocks quickly decomposed into countless rock thorns. Under Brian's control, the rock thorns were like a storm, hitting everyone here like a sieve. Brian and Raven continued to move forward. The movement here has long been transmitted to the core members of the Yashida family. At this moment, in a secret nuclear explosion-proof meeting room under the Yashida family meeting building, Shiro Yashida, who is only 60 years old but already old and frail, looks at the surveillance screen handed over by his subordinates. After seeing Brian release psychokinesis and easily kill members of the Yashida family, Shiro Yashida's eyes showed horror. "It's mutant. The same mutant as Wolverine Logan. They are killing me." Shiro Yashida was so scared that he trembled like a sieve and his face was pale. He had seen the scene of mutant resisting the nuclear explosion with his own eyes. That kind of impact, like a nightmare, wakes him up every night. Over the years, he has been afraid of Logan and also afraid of mutant. He is afraid that mutant will come to seek revenge on him. He knows clearly the crimes he committed during World War II. This also makes him panic all day long. Therefore, after seeing Brian's Asian face, Shiro Yashida was as scared as a rat in a gutter. "Hurry up, kill him, you must kill him." Shiro Yashida screamed in fear. Looking at his father who was so scared, Shinjin Yashida frowned. He glanced at Mayumi Yashida beside him. He was not so afraid of mutant. On the contrary, Shinjin Yashida was eager to become a member of mutant, obtain mutant's ability, and then use this ability to trip up his father Shiro Yashida and make himself the sole controller of the Yashida family. Now, looking at Shiro Yashida who was so scared, he suddenly realized that this was his chance. A chance to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He gave his subordinate a look obscurely. The subordinate immediately understood and quickly left the assembly hall. The subordinate quickly came to where Brian was, and then threw a flying dart. On the flying dart, the location of the assembly hall where Shiro Yashida was located was clearly recorded. TSK, TSK, TSK. These beasts are indeed a group of insidious and treacherous traitors. Looking at the note in his hand, Brian sneered with a mocking smile. Then he picked up Raven and flew directly to the assembly building of the Yashida family. After flying over the assembly building, Brian stretched out his hand and psychokinesis burst out. The assembly hall hidden below was easily pulled out from the ground by Brian. Boom! With a violent vibration, Brian threw the assembly hall on an open space. Then Brian landed on the open space and looked at this heavy assembly hall. With a slight force on his right hand, a wall of the assembly hall was directly pulled down by Brian's psychokinesis. The Yashida core members who were praised in the hall were revealed. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Shiro Yashida was terrified at this moment, and he frantically begged Brian not to kill him. However, in the face of Shiro Yashida's request, Brian just raised his right hand expressionlessly. Shiro Yashida's dead body flew into Brian's palm. "Please, don't kill me." Shiro Yashida begged for mercy even more frantically. However, Brian just smiled coldly, then released psychokinesis at full speed, and then squeezed Shiro Yashida's body. Shiro Yashida screamed wildly. In the assembly building, a group of Yashida family's Yashida members quickly walked out. But Brian didn't even look at them. These Yashida members who ran out were like being hit by a car, hitting the psychokinesis barrier, and then flew out backwards. After torturing Shiro Yashida for half an hour, Brian finally killed Shiro Yashida himself. "Friend, you have killed Shiro Yashida. You can let us go, right?" One after his father died, Shinjin Yashida walked up to Brian and said in a deep voice, "Let you go?" Brian felt like he heard a very funny joke. He came to Tokyo just to kill people. Now Shinjin Yashida actually wanted him to let this group of people go. Brian glanced at Shinjin Yashida, and then his eyes were on a woman with the temperament of Yamato Nadeshiko in the crowd. The moment he saw this person, Brian knew that this woman was his target. Mayumi Yashida. Brian smiled. He stretched out his right hand directly, and Mayumi Yashida in the crowd was already caught in his hand. "Mayumi Yashida, you don't want me to kill all the Yashida family, do you?" Brian looked at Mayumi Yashida unscrupulously. Chapter 44. Tokyo, Yashida Family. Although the Yashida family is the most powerful consortium in Tokyo, but facing the furious level 5 mutant Brian, the Yashida family is like paper. It was easily broken by Brian. At this moment, the entire Yashida family was in a panic. Everyone was running for their lives. However, just when some people were about to escape from the Yashida family's residence, their heads seemed to be squeezed by something and burst instantly. Looking at the family members who burst like watermelons, everyone was frightened and collapsed to the ground. In the center of the Yashida family's residence, in front of the assembly hall, Brian looked at Mayumi Yashida in front of him with interest. It must be said that Mayumi is very in line with the aesthetics of Oriental people. Brian's eyes lit up. He pinched Mayumi's neck with his right hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Mayumi Yashida, you should know what to do." Brian let go of Mayumi Yashida casually. "Mr. Mutant, please let me serve you." Mayumi Yashida looked back at her husband. After seeing Shinjin Yashida nod, Mayumi Yashida nodded obediently to Brian. In the following time, Brian and Mayumi Yashida staged a scene of husband and wife committing crimes. After 2 hours, the battle ended. Mayumi Yashida suddenly grabbed Brian's shoulders with both hands. Brian looked normal. He felt that his vitality was draining away, and his adaptive evolution was activated in an instant. In an instant, his body had evolved into a new evolutionary form. His heart quickly evolved into a new ventricle. This ventricle was like a water pump and began to swallow Brian's vitality, and then sealed it in the ventricle. Brian called this evolved ventricle the life house. All of Brian's vitality was stored here. As long as his heart was not destroyed, his vitality would not be lost. After Brian evolved the life chamber, the ability that adapted to the evolution had already solidified this ability in Brian's genes. "How is it possible? Why is my ability ineffective for you?" Mayumi Yashida looked at Brian in astonishment. Her ability is life transfer. She can distinguish between healthy people and those who need treatment, and can absorb the vitality of healthy people and transfer it to the body of those who need treatment to achieve healing of injuries and diseases. But to activate the ability, she needs to touch the skin of healthy people with both hands to extract the vitality in their bodies. Since awakening ability, she has never failed. However, now she can extract Brian's life, history. It's as if something has locked his vitality. No matter how Mayumi activates the ability, she can't extract a trace of Brian's vitality. Waste. Seeing Mayumi Yashida's ability fail, Shinjin Yashida's face became very gloomy. Mayumi Yashida's ability is often surprised. Even his father Shiro Yashida could not detect it, and allowed Mayumi Yashida to extract his vitality and accelerate his aging. It was also because of Mayumi Yashida's ability that he leaked Shiro Yashida's location and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Then Mayumi Yashida extracted Brian's vitality to kill Brian. But he did not expect that Mayumi Yashida's ability would not work on Brian. Now Shinjin Yashida has really lost both his wife and his army. Under Brian's gaze, Shinjin Yashida knelt down in front of Brian. "I am willing to dedicate all the wealth of the Yashida family to you. I only ask you to let me go." Brian was unmoved by Shinjin Yashida's pleas for mercy. He opened his right hand, and Kingada's psychokinesis instantly hit Shinjin Yashida. Shinjin Yashida's skin was torn in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Shinjin Yashida became a bloody man. However, this was not over yet. Brian continued to increase psychokinesis, and Shinjin Yashida screamed. His muscles and bones were torn apart by Brian inch by inch. Under the gaze of everyone, Shinjin Yashida died miserably. "Please, don't kill me." Seeing the death of the only heir of the Yashida family, everyone began to beg for mercy frantically. Facing the group's pleas for mercy, Brian just threw his hand and gave them a psychokinesis shockwave. Everyone was covered by the psychokinesis shockwave, and their bodies turned into powder. In the entire assembly hall, only Mayumi Yashida was left. "Raven, go and inform Magneto." Brian glanced at Raven, who had been waiting quietly behind him. A smile appeared on his lips, and then he instructed Raven. "Okay, Brian." Raven nodded. She now regarded Brian as her only one and obeyed Brian's orders. Raven looked absolutely certain that Brian's extermination of the Yashida family was a matter of course. It must be said that Raven had become Brian's shape from the inside out at this moment. After Raven left, Brian looked at Mayumi Yashida, who was struggling wildly in his hands. Then he slowly raised his finger. After venting his evil fire on Mayumi Yashida, it was time to get down to business. Brian exerted a little force, and Mayumi Yashida's forehead was immediately cut by an invisible blade, and blood was dripping. Screams rang out. In Brian's cold eyes, Mayumi Yashida's brain was opened. After the brain was opened, Mayumi Yashida did not die immediately. The life force she absorbed took effect at this moment, and began to slowly repair the wound on her forehead. However, looking at the wound that was slowly healing, Brian raised his hand and swiped it across, and the wound that had just healed was torn again. Then, amid Mayumi Yashida's screams, Brian began to look for Mayumi Yashida's ability circuit. Found it. A minute later, Hikuin found the ability circuit in Mayumi Yashida's brain. At the same time, he also obtained Mayumi Yashida's ability, Life Transfer, and one-click full level. He can absorb anyone's life force through skin contact, and then transfer it to others, so as to quickly heal their injuries. As long as the brain and heart are not damaged, he can restore them to their original state in an instant. However, the ability of life transfer can only transfer life force, but cannot store life force for a long time. But Brian just evolved the solidification ability, Life Chamber. This allows him to store the absorbed life force in the life chamber and seal it up. After obtaining Mayumi Yashida's ability, Brian threw out a psychokinesis shockwave and crushed Mayumi Yashida into powder. Well, it was a wasted trip again this time. Behind Brian, Magneto sighed helplessly. "Let's go. I believe Professor X will bring us good news." Brian shrugged, then walked to Magneto's side and said calmly. Magneto looked at the Yashida family that was slaughtered by Brian, followed Brian, and left the destroyed Yashida family. With the destruction of the Yashida family, the plot of Wolverine 2 will not appear. In that case, Wolverine Logan owes me a life. Brian walked on the streets of Tokyo, throwing a few tornadoes as he walked. Looking at the super tornado that was raging, Brian was satisfied, grabbed Raven and Magneto, spread the four wings behind him, and rushed into the sky. Chapter 45. New York, Xavier Manor. Brian fell from the sky, landing perfectly in a standard superhero posture. Above Brian's head, Raven and Magneto landed smoothly under Brian's psychokinesis control. As soon as he returned to Xavier Manor, Brian ran into Professor X. At this moment, Professor X was followed by a priest in a priest's robe. "Brian, Magneto, Raven, you are back." Professor X frowned and glanced at Brian. He had learned from Magneto's memory what happened to Brian in Japan, although he did not approve of Brian's behavior. But he also understood why Brian did it. That's why Professor X didn't say much. A Japanese family, destroyed is destroyed. Who made him the evil Axis? "Brian, you came at the right time. This is Father Asa, also a mutant." Professor X introduced the new members who had just joined the X-Men to Brian and others. "Father Asa from Egypt. New gods. Are you interested in learning about our Egyptian lord, the ancient pharaoh, the sun god Allah, the god of gods? The gospel of the oldest god in the world, the god of apocalypse." Father Asa bowed slightly to Brian and others, and then preached to Brian and others skillfully. "Well, Father Asa is the bishop of the Egyptian apocalypse." Professor X explained awkwardly. Along the way, Father Asa has been promoting the glory of the Egyptian pharaoh Apocalypse to him, and he heard it. Good guy. Brian called him good guy. Father Asa turned out to be a fanatic believer of the Egyptian pharaoh Apocalypse. Maybe Professor X and others will regard Apocalypse as an Egyptian myth. But Brian knows very well that the Apocalypse that Father Asa believes in is real. Now Apocalypse is still sleeping in a secret cave in Egypt, just waiting for his believers to wake him up. Brian could not imagine that the priest in front of him was actually a follower of Apocalypse. We are all new gods, and we should be above the human world. The glory of the new God will shine on the earth and rewrite everything in the world. Brian suddenly said seriously. This sentence made Father Asa's eyes light up. This new God, praise you. Your divine light will eventually shine on the world. Father Asa paid tribute to Brian. As a member of the Apocalypse cult, Father Asa always believed that they were not mutants. They were gods who were above humans and should be high above and recreate the ancient order of gods ruling the world in ancient Egypt. In the subsequent chat, Brian learned about Father Asa's ability. His blood has a healing effect. As long as you drink his blood, any injury can be recovered. Definitely, this is also limited. If it is just a simple recovery of external injuries, Song needs 100 C of blood. If it is a serious injury, different amounts of blood will be consumed depending on the injury. According to Father Asa, he can theoretically revive the dead. But the premise is that he needs to contribute all the blood in his body. Father Asa called his mutant ability God's blood. However, Brian called it Red Potion. Then Father Asa cut his palm and took 200 cc of blood and handed it to Magneto. I heard from Charles, the god of heart, that you seem to be injured. This blood can help you recover. Magneto was stunned for a moment and couldn't wait to take the red blood from Father Asa. Father Asa's blood is completely different from that of ordinary people. It looks crystal clear, like a ruby. Magneto drank it all, and the blood melted in his mouth. A red halo enveloped Magneto's body, and his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a breath, Magneto has recovered. Feeling his healthy body, Magneto's face was full of excitement. Father Asa, your ability is really great. The recovered Magneto praised Father Asa's variant ability. Father Asa looked a little pale and accepted Magneto's praise frankly. Father Asa, what did you call Professor X just now? Raven, who was standing by, was not curious about Father Asa's ability, but what he called Professor X, God of the Heart. Father Asa said solemnly, what about Magneto? God of Metal. What about Brian? God of Evolution. Then you are the God of Healing, and I am the God of Shape-Shifting? Raven pointed at herself and said with a smile on her face, no, I call you Lord Rui. Father Asa's answer instantly broke Magneto's defense. Don't eat the sour radish. Why are we all gods, and Raven is the Lord God? Facing Magneto's question, Father Asa looked at Raven's blue skin devoutly. Because the Lord gods all have appearances different from humans. And Lord Raven has the same blue skin as the sun god Allah. In Egypt, blue symbolizes nobility. She was born to be the high and mighty Lord God. Father Asa's words silenced Magneto. He no longer dwelled on Father Asa's arguments about God and the Lord God. He turned to look at Professor X. Professor X, now we have an X-Men member with healing abilities, which can ensure our safety. But to fight against the Black Emperor Shao of the Hellfire Club, obviously, we need to unite more mutants. Magneto finally recovered. The serious injuries of the past few days made him feel suffocated. He just wanted to show his skills now. Indeed, we need more mutants. Professor X nodded in agreement, and then he led everyone to the X enhancement room again. Apocalypse, this is simply a spiritual artifact. Father Asa, who saw the brainwave enhancer for the first time, was amazed after learning about its function. Father Asa, be quiet. Professor X gently reminded Father Asa. After the new members of X-Men joined, Professor X became more and more like a leader. Professor X put on the helmet, and the brainwave enhancer started immediately. The red glowing mutant mind projection appeared again in the X-enhanced room. Although it was not the first time he had seen it. But seeing these mutant projections again, Cayenne was still a little jealous. If all the abilities of tens of thousands of mutants were plundered, I am afraid Brian would directly surpass Apocalypse and become the real mutant god. However, for now, Brian was just thinking about it. A minute later, Professor X took off his helmet. I found 5 mutants. Professor X said the information of the 5 mutants he selected. Brian looked at the information of these 5 mutants and curled his lips slightly. Brian knew 4 of these 5 mutants. One was Angel Salvatore, who had just joined the X-Men and defected to the Hellfire Club. One was the Siren Sean Cassidy, who was offline directly after appearing once and whose abilities were used terribly. One was Shockwave Alex, who would appear many times in the future. There is another one, the famous Wolverine Logan. There should have been another one, Darwin. But Darwin's brain was opened by Brian early. That's why the 5th mutant became a mutant Brian had never seen before. Tomorrow, Magneto and I will recruit these 5 mutants. Professor X glanced at Brian, and this time he didn't let Brian continue to recruit these mutants. Brian looked at Professor X meaningfully. Obviously, Professor X was afraid that he would lose control like he did in Japan. Okay. Brian followed the advice. He had just recorded all the information of these mutants. Originally, he was going to find an excuse not to participate in this recruitment. Instead, he was going to find these mutants in advance and then cut their brains. After obtaining the life transfer of Mayumi Yashida, Nane was no longer worried about his ability to cut brains being exposed. So, after hearing that Professor X didn't let him participate in the recruitment, Brian was happy to see it happen. Okay, let's take a break. Brian, take Father Asa to choose a room. Professor X instructed Brian. Brian smiled sincerely and greeted Father Asa. Healing God Asa, please follow me. Brian took Father Asa to a room. Thank you, Brian, the god of evolution. I am very satisfied with this room. Father Asa looked at his room. The ancient 18th century European-style decoration made Asa, a priest, very satisfied. Just when Father Asa wanted to turn around and say goodbye to Brian, he was suddenly hit on the back of his head. Father Asa didn't even have time to groan, and he fainted. Looking at the fainted Father Asa, Brian closed the door, and then psychokinesis covered the entire Xavier Manor. After making sure that Professor X was not paying attention here, Brian extended his right index finger and began to cut the brain with ease. Swish! A dull sound of flesh tearing sounded. The sound only traveled 1 meter before it touched an invisible barrier and was blocked. Long before cutting the brain, Brian had already laid a psychokinesis barrier in this room to block the room. Any sound in this room cannot break through the blockade of the psychokinesis barrier. As Brian cut his brain, a string of blood as red as ruby flowed from Father Asa's forehead. Brian controlled psychokinesis and collected the blood. These were red potions. How could Brian waste them? A few minutes later, Brian stood up from Father Asa's head. At this moment, he had obtained Father Asa's divine blood ability. The blood in his body became as bright as ruby. It even exuded a bright glow. Moreover, the Sera Template made Brian's divine blood ability full. The healing ability of his blood now is very powerful. 0. Father Asa still needs to consume a lot of blood to heal the injuries of others. But Brian only needs a drop of blood to make dead man flesh and bones. Compared with Father Asa, Brian's blood can be called divine blood. However, although the healing ability of divine blood is very powerful, it also has a flaw. That is, divine blood cannot heal itself. For Father Asa and Brian, his blood is really just blood. Even if the body is injured, it cannot be self-healed through the blood's ability. Even if Brian has the ability to see through the laws of everything, he cannot change this flaw. Brian casually cut his finger with psychokinesis, and a drop of blood fell, just falling into Father Asa's mouth. However, Father Asa did not change at all. The abilities of the two are of the same origin. Even if Brian's ability is stronger than Father Asa's, but it cannot work on Father Asa. It seems that only life transfer can be used. Brian shrugged, and then put his right hand on Father Asa's shoulder. Life transfer. Brian activated the ability, and the vitality of the heart life chamber was immediately transferred to Father Asa's body like flowing water. With the injection of vitality, the injury on Father Asa's forehead was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, Father Asa's brain was cut, and the wound had healed. Except for a shallow scratch, Father Asa had completely recovered. If you don't look closely, That shallow scratch will only be considered a shallow wrinkle. Now, just seal Father Ace's memory deep in the brain, and it will be safe. Brian pressed his right hand on Father Ace's forehead, and the brain blockade was released. His spiritual consciousness instantly found Father Ace's memory, and then used the brain blockade to seal this memory deep in the brain. After waking up, Father Asa will not remember that he was in a coma for a period of time. Father Asa, have a good dream. Brian waved his hand and used psychokinesis to put Father Asa on the bed, and even considerately covered him with a quilt. After taking a last look at Father Asa, Brian walked out of Father Asa's room. He glanced at the gradually darkening night. His mood became very happy. As the saying goes, a dark and windy night is a good night for killing. Brian was going to wait until Professor X and others fell asleep, and then take advantage of the night to call out the names of the mutants one by one. However, before that, Brian returned to his room. On the bed, Raven had been waiting for a long time. "Raven, sweetheart, I'm here." Brian looked at Yao 1, who was now an angel, and showed his official position. Chapter 46. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the whole New York City has fallen into darkness. Only the night entertainment venues are still lit. At this moment, above New York City, a figure wearing a black robe and hiding his face under the black robe is flying rapidly. This figure is Brian. The battle with Raven lasted for 3 hours. Advertisement Professor X and others finally fell asleep. Brian also left Xavier Manor quietly after Raven fell asleep. After leaving Xavier Manor, Brian passed by a store and bought a black robe for free and put it on. His first target was the siren Sean Cassidy. As for why it was an angel, Brian said, "The ability of the unhandmade is too low. The mutant ability of insect wings and spitting strong acid from the mouth is simply rubbish." So Brian ignored Angel and prepared to start with the young mutant who used the siren's ability poorly. At this moment, Brian came to the New York State Aquarium. According to Professor X's information, the siren Sean Cassidy is working here. The aquarium was closed at night. Only sporadic lights shone on the fish tanks. In front of a fish tank, a young man was knocking on the glass with a cool look on his face. As he knocked on the glass, fish gathered around. This man was Brian's target. Siren Sean Cassidy. "Catherine, this is amazing, isn't it?" Sean Cassidy turned around and winked at a young girl beside him, and said provocatively, "What's so magical?" The girl named Catherine asked calmly, "You like fish, and I like fish too. Maybe we should find a time to go out and have a good chat." Sean Cassidy's skills in picking up girls are very sophisticated, and it is obvious that he has won the hearts of many girls with this method. "I would rather date a fish than go out and chat with you, Sean." Catherine ruthlessly rejected Sean Cassidy's invitation to fight, and then turned around and left. Sean Cassidy frowned slightly, then turned around and sent a burst of infrasound that humans could not hear to the fish in the fish tank. The fish in the fish tank suddenly scattered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Catherine, you see, I'm the only one left now." Sean Cassidy shouted to Catherine. Catherine turned around and saw only an empty fish tank. There were no fish in it. What a boring trick. Catherine looked at Sean Cassidy with disdain and then prepared to leave. "Sean Cassidy?" A deep voice suddenly sounded from the aquarium, and both Catherine and Sean Cassidy were stunned. Then the two saw a figure with his face hidden under a black robe hood. "Holy shit, who are you? How did you get in?" Sean Cassidy frowned, and he looked at the black-robed man in front of him in confusion and questioned. The black-robed man must be Brian. At this moment, Brian ignored Sean Cassidy. "Just kidding. He is a level 5 mutant. Would he care about a level 1 mutant who uses his ability poorly?" Brian opened his right hand, and Catherine's body flew into his arms involuntarily. Catherine was surprised to suddenly lose control of her body. Then she saw Brian's handsome face. "Cool. Sir, can we have dinner together? Maybe we can have a wonderful night." Catherine's eyes sparkled, and she invited Brian to a duel in a charming manner. "Don't eat the sour carrot, Catherine, you be *****. Sean Cassidy stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Being NTR in front of him made Sean Cassidy furious. He looked at Brian, and then rushed over regardless. "Brian?" Brian looked at Sean Cassidy with contempt. "You are a mutant, but you don't use your mutant ability, but prepare for close combat?" Brian just waved his hand, and Sean Cassidy flew backwards and hit the fish tank heavily. "Ahem. You are a mutant? Sean Cassidy said after realizing it. Since you are also a mutant, don't blame me for using my super ability. Sean Cassidy climbed up painfully, then took a deep breath and screamed. The sound waves generated by the scream stirred up circles of air ripples and attacked Brian. The glass of the fish tank behind Sean Cassidy was shattered instantly. Facing Sean Cassidy's attack, Brian did not take any action. An invisible psychokinesis barrier easily blocked Sean Cassidy's attack. Advertisement F***K. How is it possible? Sean Cassidy widened his eyes and could not believe his eyes. His ability is to send various forms of sound waves through his throat. He had tested that his sound waves could easily shatter glass. However, his ability was ineffective against the mysterious black-robed man in front of him. You could have become the Black Bolt King of the Earth, and you could make people's flesh melt with just one sentence. But now you use it to shatter glass. Brian looked at Sean Cassidy sarcastically. Strictly speaking, Sean Cassidy's ability is still very good. He can create various forms of sound waves, and he can release sound waves in the form of energy. This ability is actually very similar to Black Bolt's ability. Sean Cassidy can emit low-frequency infrasound waves that can cause the resonance effect of human organs, directly shattering the organs and internal organs of the human body, thus killing the enemy with just one sentence. He can also shatter solid objects by releasing resonant sound waves. However, Sean Cassidy used it for low-altitude flight and echolocation. There are no rubbish abilities, only rubbish people. And Sean Cassidy is a rubbish person. But now this ability is mine. Brian looked at the shocked Sean Cassidy, and without wasting time, he directly used psychokinesis to pull Sean Cassidy over. Then, in Sean Cassidy's horrified eyes, Brian raised his index finger, and the sharp psychokinesis cut Sean Cassidy's forehead. Sean Cassidy screamed. The powerful sound waves constantly scattered, shattering the glass of the fish tank. But Brian was completely unaffected. Amid Sean Cassidy's screams, Brian opened his brain. The intense pain made Sean Cassidy faint. A minute later, Lois stood up. He had mastered the ability to create sound waves through Sean Cassidy's brain. And, with the optimization of seeing through the operating rules of everything, Brian's sound wave ability one click is full. The energy contained in the sound waves he released can easily spread for tens of kilometers. At the same time, he can also create ultrasonic and infrasound waves of various frequencies. He can make people explode instantly with just one word, just like Black Bolt. He can also condense the sound waves into a line, achieving an effect similar to the sound transmission over thousands of miles. Now Brian has become a replica of Black Bolt. The only difference is the destructive power. Level 5 sound waves cannot destroy all mankind like Black Bolt. Similarly, Sean Cassidy's ability can only generate sound waves, but cannot receive sound waves, let alone image sound waves in the brain. This made Brian's idea of using ultrasound to scan the brain and easily obtain ability go to waste. Oh, there is another disadvantage. That is, you can't meet Scarlet Witch Wanda. Brian shrugged and looked at the dying Sean Cassidy. Brian casually scratched his index finger, and a drop of crystal clear divine blood was forcefully sent into Sean Cassidy's mouth by Brian. Buzz. As Sean Cassidy absorbed this drop of divine blood, a ball of red light appeared on his body, and the injury on his forehead recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. This is the blood ability Brian got from Father Asa. Divine blood. Just one drop of blood is enough to heal any injury. Brian looked at the healing effect in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, and then put his right hand on Sean Cassidy's forehead. The brain blockade was released. He directly deleted Sean Cassidy's memory just now. After deleting Sean Cassidy's memory, Brian followed suit and deleted Catherine's memory, and then left the aquarium. It seems that before getting the perspective ability, you still need to cut the brain. Walking out of the aquarium, Brian sighed helplessly. Half an hour later, he came to Manhattan. Here, there is a mutant that Brian is very interested in. At this moment, in a room, a black man was originally sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his hair stood up and he opened his eyes instantly. Just now, his ability to predict danger gave a crazy warning. The air around him seemed to be full of danger signals, making him want to escape from here. He jumped off the bed directly and ran towards the door quickly. However, just as he reached the door, His foreseen danger began to warn again, and the door in front of him seemed to have turned into a giant beast that would eat anyone. Zero, the black man rolled away from the door without hesitation. Bang! Just as the black man was away from the door, the solid door suddenly flew backwards and hit the wall of the bedroom. Advertisement. Then Brian appeared in front of the door. Danger! 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 After seeing Brian, the black man's scalp tingled and his hair stood up. The warning sound made the black man's heart beat faster. In Brian, the black man felt the extreme danger. What made the black man even more desperate was, after Brian appeared, it seemed that the whole world was full of danger, leaving the black man with no escape. What do you want to do? The black man was terrified. He looked at Brian, and the ability to predict danger almost suffocated him. Brian did not speak. He was in a hurry now. He used psychokinesis to tie the black man to the spot, and then opened his brain remotely. 1 minute later, Brian gained the black man's ability. Danger prediction. Early warning of crisis? Isn't this the ability of little Spider-Man? Danger prediction ability. There is no level difference. This is a spontaneous early warning mechanism of the body. After obtaining the danger prediction, once Brian encounters danger, the danger prediction will give an early warning, allowing Brian to instantly realize that he is in danger and avoid it in advance. However, unlike Spider-Man's Peter, danger prediction cannot allow the body to spontaneously avoid danger. This ability of danger prediction is a bit useless to me. Brian touched his chin. He already has adaptive evolution. The more dangerous it is, the stronger it is. And danger prediction allows Brian to avoid danger. This seems a bit useless. However, this kind of danger prediction is actually a passive ability. That is to say, even if I delete this nig's memory, his danger prediction can still perceive the threat I bring to him and to Mutant. Brian looked at the black man who fainted. After obtaining the danger prediction ability, he already knew that this nig could not be kept, because this is a passive ability. If he joins the X-Men, every time he sees Brian, his ability will be triggered. Brian, who has the ability to plunder, is undoubtedly a source of danger to mutants like the black man. Brian doesn't want Professor X to know that the black man's ability is always warning. So, for the sake of safety, it's better to kill him directly. Die. Brian opened his mouth and sent out a sound wave. The rolling sound wave swept the black man on the ground, and the black man's body began to vibrate uncontrollably. Bang! The black man's body exploded instantly and turned into a pool of mud. The ability of sound waves is really convenient. Brian was very satisfied with the destructive power of sound waves. He now only needs 0.2 words to shatter the bones and internal organs of the human body and turn people into a pool of meat mud. Next, it's Shockwave Alex. Brian left Manhattan and came to the NYPD building. Shockwave Alex voluntarily was imprisoned here. Whoosh! Brian blew a whistle. A sound wave instantly spread to the entire NYPD building. The low-frequency infrasound waves made everyone in the police station dizzy, and then they fell straight to the ground and fainted. Brian walked into the NYPD and found Shockwave Alex's room. Looking at the heavy door in front of him, Brian waved his hand lightly, and the door suddenly broke away from the door frame and was thrown aside by Brian. "Who are you?" Behind the door, a white young man was staring at Brian in amazement and said blankly, "You can call me Sera." Brian opened his mouth, and Alex fell to the ground in pain due to the impact of the sun wave. Swish! In Alex's painful wailing, Brian directly opened Alex's mind. When Brian left the police station, he had obtained Alex's ability, Energy Shockwave, and one-click full level. Now Alex can't control his ability and can't focus on one point to launch. But Brian doesn't have such troubles. He can launch Energy Shockwave from any part of his body. Causes huge amounts of damage. Chapter 47. At night, on the streets of New York, Brian walked quietly in the darkness. The dark environment allowed Brian to adapt to the night vision ability. At this moment, his eyes were emitting a faint light, and everything around him was as bright as day. Buzz! Brian, who was walking, suddenly had his hair standing up. The air behind him began to emit danger signals. Brian's danger foreknowledge was warning. Brian turned his head to look. He saw two nigs holding revolvers and pointing them at him. "Hey, friend, hand over the main on you." After seeing Brian turn around, One Nig threatened in a rapt tone. "Do you know what this is, friend? It's a gun." The other Nig raised the revolver in his hand, turned it twice coolly, and then pointed it at Brian again. "Is this also called danger?" Brian frowned slightly. The ability of danger foreknowledge was indeed not suitable for him. Brian turned off the danger foreknowledge. Although danger foreknowledge is a passive ability, it can also be turned off. After being turned off, the danger prediction will no longer warn. "Hey, kid, we are talking to you." Anig saw that Brian completely ignored them and immediately felt that he was discriminated against. He stretched out his arm and wanted to put the muzzle of the gun on Brian's head. Boom. Brian raised a finger indifferently, and concentric circles gathered at the tip of his finger, and then a red energy shockwave as thick as a thumb was released. The Nig who was just talking was instantly pierced by Brian's energy shockwave. The pierced position was burned into charcoal by the high temperature of the energy. Bang! The Nig widened his eyes and fell straight to the ground. "Holy shit, what kind of monster are you?" Another Nig was so scared that he screamed directly and then wanted to pull the trigger directly. However, no matter how hard the Nig tried, the trigger of the pistol did not move at all. Then, in Nig's horrified eyes, the revolver in his hand slipped out of his hand, turned the muzzle, and pointed it at himself. Bang, bang, bang. 30 under Nig's extremely terrified eyes, Brian emptied the magazine of his revolver directly. This Nig was beaten to a pulp. After obtaining Alex's ability, Brian was able to release energy shockwaves at will. He could adjust the file size of shockwaves at will. He could also release shockwaves from any part of his body. Level 5 energy shockwaves are more than 10 times more powerful than medium-range missiles. One energy shockwave is enough to easily destroy a skyscraper. Next, it's time to meet Wolverine. In 1962, Wolverine Logan had not yet obtained his ED-based alloy. He was still in a pitiful bone claw state. At this moment, Logan was only a weak level 3 mutant. Even his half-brother Sabretooth Victor could beat him. Only after 1979, Logan would become a real Wolverine. According to the information obtained by Professor X using the brainwave amplifier, Wolverine Logan is currently in a tavern called Eller. Under the effect of psychokinesis, Brian's body quickly rose into the air, ready to meet Wolverine Logan and perform a brain surgery on Logan. However, just as Brian was about to act, he suddenly stopped. Because just now, he suddenly received a telepathic message from Professor X. "Brian, Hank is in trouble." Brian frowned slightly. Professor X didn't know that Brian had left Xavier Manor. He just used telepathy to inform all the X-Men, and then cut off the telepathic message. In midair, Brian looked at the direction of Eller Tavern with regret. It seems that the hunt tonight is over. Because Hank was in trouble, in order not to arouse Professor X's suspicion, Brian was forced to stop hunting mutants. However, Brian was not in a hurry. Wolverine Logan is there. As long as he hasn't obtained adamantium, Brian has a way to open his brain and obtain his self-healing factor. Boom. For white feathers extended from behind Brian. Then he quickly flew towards the direction of Xavier Manor. A minute later, Brian returned to Xavier Manor. As soon as he returned to Xavier Manor, Brian ran into Raven. "Raven, what happened?" Brian walked to Raven's side and asked in a deep voice. "I don't know. Just now, I heard Hank scream. Then Professor X notified us that Hank was in trouble." Raven shook her head. She had just woken up and didn't know what happened at all. Let's go to Hank's room together." Brian nodded, and then led Ruetuan to Hank's room. At this moment, in front of Hank's room, Professor X, Magneto, and Father Asa gathered. Professor X was looking at the closed door in front of him with a frown. "Professor X, what's wrong with Hank?" Brian came to Hank's door, took a look at the closed door, turned to Professor X, and asked, "Let's go in and talk." Professor X sighed helplessly after seeing Brian and Raven arrive, and then nodded to Magneto. Magneto raised his hand, and the lock of the door opened quickly. Brian took the lead and pushed the door open. Then the X-Men saw the extremely messy room. Hank had converted his room into a laboratory a long time ago. At this moment, countless experimental instruments were overturned in the room. Various experimental data were scattered on the ground. The sofa was directly broken into several pieces, and the tables and chairs were dismantled. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone frowned. "Hank, come out." Everyone's eyes turned to Professor X. Professor X put his right hand on his temple using his mind power to constantly calm Hank's emotions. As Professor X spoke, in the corner of the room, a blue-haired gorilla that was 2.5 meters tall walked out. After seeing the blue-haired gorilla in front of him, Brian suddenly realized. Hank finally became Beast Hank. "Hi, I'm Hank." The blue-haired gorilla Hank pushed the glasses on his face and said with a grin, "You are Hank? How did you become like this?" Raven looked at Beast Hank in surprise and asked curiously, "Remember I took a tube of your blood, Raven?" Hank looked at Raven bitterly. Just a few days ago, after Hank developed the brainwave amplification machine, he found Raven and asked for some blood from Raven. Hank extracted a special substance from Raven's blood. Through this substance, Hank saw the hope of becoming an ordinary person. Then Hank developed the mutant gene inhibitor. However, just after Hank injected the mutant gene inhibitor into his body, instead of turning back to an ordinary person, he became what he is now. There are some errors in my research. The shape-shifting gene material I added to the mutant gene inhibitor not only did not turn me into an ordinary person, but stimulated my mutant gene. Beast Hank said helplessly. "Hank, this body is very suitable for you now," Magneto said seriously. "Roar." However, just after Magneto finished speaking, he was greeted by Hank's roar. With the roar, Hank's fingernails on both hands grew longer rapidly. His muscles tensed instantly. Obviously, he felt that Magneto's previous words were mocking him, which made him furious. "Calm down, Hank." Seeing that Beast Hank was about to pounce at any time, Brian raised his hand and bound Hank with psychokinesis. "Roar, let me go." "Brian, let me go." Beast Hank roared and struggled wildly. At this moment, his blue hair stood up like quill, and his muscles swelled. His body, which was originally 2.5 meters tall, expanded directly. His muscles were like copper and iron, and contained violent beast power. Crack, crack. The floor under Beast Hank's feet collapsed, and his two long hairy feet were deeply embedded in the floor. Being able to break the stone slabs shows the power of Beast Hank. However, no matter how hard Beast Hank struggled, he could not get rid of Brian's psychokinesis. "Sour carrot, don't." Beast Hank cursed with his teeth bared. This made Brian, who was originally just restraining him, look gloomy. Boom. Brian waved his hand lightly, and Beast Hank's body was hit by a high-speed train and was directly knocked out. His body hit the wall of the room, and the huge amounts of force made the wall collapse. Beast Hank's body was buried under the ruins of the wall. "Brian, you hit too hard." Looking at Beast Hank, who was knocked out, Professor X frowned slightly. "Don't worry, Professor X. Hank is now thick-skinned." Brian looked at the ruins of the wall and said calmly, "Roar." A roar came from under the ruins of the wall. Beast Hank directly lifted the stone slab on his body and jumped out from under the ruins. At this moment, Beast Hank, except that his blue hair became dirty, had no injuries. Obviously, after becoming a beast, Hank's strength, defense, agility, etc. have been improved by huge amounts of. "Brian, I'm going to kill you." Beast Hank jumped out of the ruins, his eyes gradually turned red, and he was now furious. Bang! Beast Hank directly landed on all fours like a real beast, then used all fours to launch himself and rush towards Brian at a high speed. After rushing in front of Brian, Beast Hank jumped, holding the hammer in both hands, and smashed Brian from a high position. "Hank, you are really not suitable for fighting, even if you become a beast." Looking at Beast Hank, who was hammering people like a gorilla, Brian directly slapped Beast Hank in the air and knocked him back again. When Beast Hank got up from the ground, he looked at Brian with fear in his eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Beast Hank turned around, landed on all fours, and ran at a high speed. "Professor X, Hank has escaped." Magneto looked at the fleeing Beast Hank and said to Professor X. Professor X nodded and pressed his right hand on his temple. Using the power of the mind, 190 reawakened Beast Hank's somewhat confused consciousness. Beast Hank, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped. He looked at his hands and stood up. "I'm sorry, Brian. Because of the influence of the potion, my consciousness is a little confused." Beast Hank walked in front of Brian and apologized with an apologetic face. Although he used the potion to activate the mutant gene in his body, it made him jump from a level 1 mutant to a level 4 mutant that surpassed Magneto. But at the same time, his beast instinct was also activated. Because of the beast instinct, Beast Hank's consciousness became confused, irritable, and impulsive. He was completely different from the previous Hank. "Thank you, Professor X." Beast Hank walked up to Professor X again and sincerely thanked him. Professor X used his spiritual power to help Hank suppress his beast instincts and restore his consciousness. Now, his brain is no longer confused. His emotions have also become very stable. Even after metamorphosis into a beast, Hank can clearly feel that he has become smarter. Many problems that were previously unclear have now become very simple. "Hank, congratulations on becoming a level 4 mutant." Professor X said to Beast Hank with a smile on his face. Although Hank had a top-notch mind before, he did not have much combat power. But now it is different. After becoming a level 4 mutant beast, Hank not only has a super high IQ, but also has super strength, super speed, and beast intuition. "Okay, Hank, go get familiar with your body." Brian patted Beast Hank on the shoulder and said earnestly. "Okay, Brian." Beast Hank nodded. Although he was extremely energetic in the beast state, he had just become a level 4 mutant. He still needed time to get familiar with his body. After confirming that Beast Hank had no other problems, Professor X and others returned to their rooms. Brian and Raven also returned to their rooms. Because of Beast Hank's matter, Brian was not going to hunt Wolverine Logan. No words were spoken that night. When the dawn of the next day came, Professor X and Magneto of X-Men also set out to recruit new mutants. With the joining of Siren, Shockwave, Alex, and others, the decisive battle with Hellfire Club is not far away. Chapter 48. New York, inside a strip club. Professor X and Magneto were watching a stripper dancing with interest. During the intermission, Professor X casually took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Salvador, who was still a dancer. "You can go to the private room to enjoy this money." Angel Salvador smiled at Professor X. Professor X followed suit. Salvador led Professor X and Magneto to the private room. Angel smiled at Professor X. "You two need to pay double the service fee." Professor X and Magneto glanced at Angel, and then Magneto snapped his fingers gently. The metal tray in front of him flew up immediately. "You are mutants." Angel looked at Professor X in surprise. There was no setback for Angel's invitation. It only took an hour for Professor X to pick up the two and bring Angel back to Xavier Manor. "Brian, this is Angel Salvatore. You take her to get familiar with Xavier Manor." Professor X ordered Brian. Now Professor X is more and more used to giving orders instead of negotiating. "Let's go, Angel. I'll take you to choose a suitable room." Brian nodded, and then led Angel Salvatore to a room. "Brian, what is your ability?" Angel asked curiously after arriving in the room. "My ability is very simple. I can adapt to any woman." Brian answered casually. "Cool, Brian, can I try it?" After hearing Brian's ability, Angel's eyes lit up and directly invited Brian to a battle. Brian followed suit. 2 hours later, not long after Brian came out of Angel's room, Professor X and Magneto came back with the siren Sean Cassidy. After handing the siren to Brian, Professor X walked towards the NYPD without stopping. They also had to invite Shockwave Alex. "Hello, you must be Homelander Brian. I'm Sean Cassidy. Mystique gave me a code name, Siren." After Professor X and the others left, Siren Sean Cassidy walked up to Brian and introduced himself with a smile on his face. "Hello, Siren. Welcome to join the X-Men." Brian gently patted Siren Sean Cassidy on the shoulder and welcomed him. Looking at Brian in front of him, Siren Sean breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that this Homelander was not easy to get along with. But now it seems that Brian's personality is still very good. However, for some reason, after seeing Brian, Siren Sean's forehead felt a little stinging. Siren Sean scratched his forehead with his fingers, thinking that he didn't sleep well last night. "Siren, go and choose a room at random. You will live and train here next." Brian simply exchanged a few words with the sea monster Sean and sent him away. "Is there a new god?" After the sea monster Sean left, Father Asa came to Brian's side. While speaking, Father Asa touched a shallow horizontal line in the middle of his forehead. As soon as Father Asa awakened, he found that there was an extra horizontal line on his forehead. "Father Asa, what's wrong with your forehead?" Brian looked at Father Asa's movements and asked knowingly. I'm old, and wrinkles are starting to grow on my forehead." Father Asa said with a sigh on his face. He always thought that this horizontal line was a naturally grown wrinkle. He never thought that his brain was opened by someone. Father Asa should pay more attention to rest. Otherwise, the body will not be able to bear the frequent blood draws. Brian suggested to Father Asa earnestly. Father Asa nodded and agreed. His ability required him to draw blood frequently to treat others. This would make his body weak. It is natural that he would age quickly. Thank you, Brian, the god of evolution. May the light of Allah, the sun god, shine on you forever, Father Asa said sincerely. Father Asa, tell me about Apocalypse, the first pharaoh of Egypt. I am very interested in his story. As Brian said, he and Father Asa came to a reception room. When he heard that Brian wanted to know about the ancient god Apocalypse, Father Asa began to talk about it incessantly. Apocalypse was born in the first dynasty of Egypt. He is the oldest and most powerful god. He used his power to establish the era of theocracy. He ruled the human race for thousands of years with supreme divine power. Until one day, when Apocalypse was going to the pyramids again to prepare for reincarnation, a group of humans who were dissatisfied with Apocalypse's rule challenged Apocalypse. The period of reincarnation is the weakest moment of Apocalypse. Humans succeeded. They successfully destroyed Apocalypse's pyramids. They claimed to have killed Apocalypse. From then on, the world entered the human era. Father Asa recounted the history of Apocalypse devoutly. When talking about human betrayal of Apocalypse, Father Asa's tone was extremely angry. However, we always believe that Apocalypse is not dead. He was just sealed somewhere underground in Egypt by the rebels. Members of the Apocalypse Church have been trying their best to find the traces of Apocalypse. Father Asa said this. He bowed devoutly in the direction of Egypt. Brian looked at Father Asa silently. Father Asa was right. Apocalypse is not dead yet. He is just sleeping somewhere underground in Egypt, waiting for their believers to dig him out. Then he will be resurrected and perform the plot of mutant Apocalypse. However, it is too early to say this now, because it will take more than 10 years for Apocalypse to revive. He has enough time to grow. While Brian was chatting with Father Asa, Professor X and Magneto also came to the gate of NYPD. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Professor X's face became serious. What's wrong, Charles? Magneto looked at Professor X with some doubt and asked, My telepathy doesn't sense anyone's thoughts. Something may have happened to the NYPD. Professor X said seriously. Magneto was stunned for a moment, and then he and Professor X entered the NYPD together. As soon as they entered the NYPD, they saw New York police lying on the ground, still alive. Magneto skillfully checked the status of these New York police, and after finding that they were still breathing, he said to Professor X, What happened here? Magneto stood up and looked at the dead NYPD in front of him, his face full of confusion. Just take a look and you'll know. Professor X came to a white policeman and put his right hand on the white policeman's head. His spiritual power immediately poured into the white policeman's brain and began to read his memory. Then Professor X's face became extremely solemn. He stood up and said to Magneto, NYPD was attacked by mutant. Professor X said with a very affirmative tone, in the memory of the white policeman, although he did not see the attacker. But he heard a whistle that made him dizzy. With this whistle, hundreds of police officers in the NYPD, without exception, all fainted. This is enough to show that it was mutant who attacked the NYPD. And it was a powerful mutant. Mutant attack? Did the mutant of the Hellfire Club attack the NYPD? Magneto first thought of the Hellfire Club. I don't know. But no matter who it is, it's not good news for us. Professor X shook his head. He knew very well that the attacker's strength might have reached the level of level 4 mutant. A hidden level 4 mutant is not good news for X-Men. Oh no, Alex. Suddenly, Professor X thought of something, and he quickly ran to his cell. Then he saw the metal door thrown aside. Professor X's pupils contracted. It was obvious that the mutant's target was Shockwave Alex. Professor X quickly came to Alex's side, and after seeing Alex's breathing steady, Professor X breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put his right hand on Alex's forehead and began to read Alex's memory. How is it? Charles, what is the purpose of the mutant? Magneto asked Professor X. Alex fell into a coma after hearing the whistle, and he didn't know what happened. Professor X sighed. He did not find the answer from Alex's memory. but he felt that the X-Men seemed to have been targeted by a mysterious person. We have to hurry up. It is very likely that the mutant with the ability to predict danger has also been attacked, Professor X said solemnly. Then he glanced at the unconscious Shockwave Alex and sent a telepathic message to Brian in Xavier Manor. Brian, come to NYPD. Brian, who was chatting with Father Asa, stood up after hearing Professor X's telepathic message. Then he took off into the air, spread out the four wings behind him, and flew directly out of Xavier Manor. A few minutes later, Brian fell from the sky in the square of NYPD. In the square, Professor X and Magneto were already waiting. Professor X, what happened? Brian looked at Alex, who was placed on the iron gate behind Magneto, and asked seriously. NYPD was attacked, and we suspect that it was done by a mutant from the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club may have targeted us. The mutant with the ability to predict danger may be in danger, and we need to rush over as soon as possible. Professor X briefly introduced the situation, and then Magneto waved his hand, and the iron gate suddenly floated up, sending Alex to Brian. Brian, please take Alex back, Professor X said, and then hurried away. Brian looked at the backs of Professor X and the other person and smiled meaningfully. Then, Brian blew a whistle. Bang! A ball of red mist emerged, and the figure of the Red Devil appeared in front of Brian. Red Devil, what's the situation with Black Emperor Shao? Brian asked first. Black Emperor Shao has recruited another level 4 mutant with super hearing. The Red Devil took out a dagger, trimmed his sharp nails, and then spoke. Super hearing? Brian asked with surprise. Yes, this new mutant can easily hear any sound in the entire New York City. Red Devil nodded and revealed the information about the new member who joined the Hellfire Club. I know. Isn't Black Emperor Shao tracking down the location of the X-Men? Tell him that the X-Men are in Xavier Manor in New York. Brian said to the Red Devil, then spread his wings behind him, and used psychokinesis to carry Alex back to Xavier Manor quickly. The reason why he told the Red Devil the location of the X-Men was to let the X-Men feel the power of the Hellfire Club, so that Professor X can continue to search for mutant abilities for Brian. At the same time, it is also to promote the growth of Professor X and Magneto. Now Professor X is only a level 4 psychic mutant without the help of the brainwave enhancer. And Magneto is even weaker, and so far, he is only a level 3 mutant. With the current strength of the two, let alone killing Black Emperor Shao, I'm afraid it's good enough not to be killed by Black Emperor Shao. Brian definitely doesn't want to see this situation. After all, he still needs to rely on Professor X and Magneto to kill Black Emperor Shao and then obtain Black Emperor Zhao's Omega-level mutant ability. And he wants Professor X and Magneto to grow. The bloody lesson is the fastest and best lesson. Not long after Brian returned to Xavier Manor, Professor X and Magneto also arrived at the residence of the Black Mutant at the same time. As soon as he entered, Professor X saw a pool of mud in the living room. Professor X, who had never seen such a scene, was disgusted and vomited. The Hellfire Club is sniping us. Seeing the scene in front of him, Magneto's face was extremely gloomy. Hearing Magneto's words, the pale Professor X nodded in agreement. If only Alex was attacked, it could be regarded as an accident. But the death of this black man made Professor X realize that his X-Men were targeted, and the only one who had a grudge against the X-Men was the Hellfire Club. There was no doubt that this was the Hellfire Club. Charles, what should we do? Magneto looked at Professor X and asked Professor X's opinion. Go to the last mutant. Professor X turned and left. But then, he pressed his right hand on his temple and said to Magneto, by the way, call Brian. Only Brian can fight against Black Emperor Shao. After Professor X finished speaking, he used telepathy to tell Brian his decision. Let me go recruit Wolverine Logan together? So, I saw the famous scene of Mutant. Brian was full of smiles and was full of interest in recruiting Wolverine Logan. Chapter 49. New York, Eller Tavern. This is a very old tavern. It has existed since the 18th century. The whole tavern is full of history. At this moment, Brian and his 3 friends came to this tavern full of history. When entering Eller Tavern, they saw a photo wall. These photos record the changes of the times from 1845 to 1962. Brian walked to the photo wall with interest and picked up a photo. The photo shows a luxurious manor. On the lawn of the manor, The owner of the manor is holding his wife and his little son with a smile on his face. In the corner of the photo, a gardener with a beard is holding a little boy with sharp nails and watching silently. At the bottom of the photo, there is a line of words. Date of shooting, August 1845. Congratulations to the youngest son of the Howlett family, James Howlett, on his 8th birthday. Sir, are you interested in this photo? The old tavern owner came out and looked at the photo Brian was watching, with a touch of reminiscence on his face. When I was very young, my grandfather told me the story of the Howlett family. It is said that the Howlett family was originally very rich. John Howlett, the owner of the Howlett family, was kind and often provided jobs for the poor. However, good people don't live long. When John's youngest son James was 8 years old, the Howlett family changed dramatically. Thomas Logan, a gardener of Howlett, killed John Howlett when he was drunk. Thomas Logan committed suicide out of fear of crime. John's wife Elizabeth Howlett also became crazy because of the stimulation, saying nonsense like monsters and mutants all day long. James Howlett, the youngest son of the Howlett family, is nowhere to be found. The Howlett family has therefore declined. The tavern owner said, shaking his head and sighing. George, stop telling your Howlett story. Just as the tavern owner was telling the story of the Howlett family with relish, a somewhat impatient voice sounded 347. Brian looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a familiar figure. Wolverine Logan. At this moment, Logan, who had not yet become Wolverine, was dressed in a retro cowboy outfit, holding a Cuban cigar in his mouth, with a soldier's badge hanging around his neck, and was drinking beer one after another. Okay, Logan, you are still as uninterested in these histories as always. The tavern owner George shrugged and went back behind the bar. Sir, would you like a drink? Boss George asked Brian. A glass of brandy, thank you. Before Brian spoke, Professor X had come to the bar and said to Boss George, Okay, sir. Boss George smiled and poured Professor X a glass of brandy. By the way, give Mr. Logan a beer. Professor X said, then turned to look at Brian. Brian, I haven't found the mutant of the Hellfire Club yet. However, don't take it lightly. You will be responsible for the alert, and Magneto and I will invite Mr. Logan. Hearing Professor X's arrangement, Brian nodded with a smile. Professor X, this predictive comic is for you. Brian took out a predictive comic that he had drawn temporarily before recruiting Logan from his pocket and handed it to Professor X. Is this a predictive comic? Could it be that the prophet Darwin has already met this moment? Professor X looked at the predictive comic in his hand with a puzzled look. The entire predictive comic only has one picture. In the picture, Logan and Professor X and Magneto next to him are clearly shown. There are 3 text bubbles above the heads of the 3 people. Hello, I'm Professor X. Hello, I'm Magneto. Go. F*** K yourselves. Professor X frowned and glanced at the foretelling comic, then looked at Logan. He walked towards Logan with some disbelief. Brian reached out, and a glass of brandy behind the bar flew into his hand. He raised his glass, smiling and ready to watch the show. At this moment, Brian was very much looking forward to the next famous scene of Mutant. Under Brian's gaze, Professor X and Magneto came to Logan. Logan, who was drinking, looked at Professor X and Magneto who were coming towards him, but ignored them at all, picked up the cigar on the table, and began to smoke. Hello, Logan, I'm Professor X. Charles Lovell. Hello, Logan, I'm Magneto. Professor X and Magneto introduced themselves with a smile on their faces. At the same time, Professor X extended an invitation to Logan. Logan, we want to invite you. However, before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Logan. Go, fuck yourselves, go to hell. Professor X and Magneto's faces froze. And Brian, who was watching the show on the side, looked at Professor X and Magneto with constipation on their faces and laughed without thinking about the big deal. Brian's laughter made Professor X and the others' faces darker, especially Professor X. Before this, he thought that the scene predicted in the comics would not happen, but now he was slapped in the face. This made him a little defensive. Logan, we are all mutants, and we should help each other. Professor X still wanted to recruit Logan, and he tried his best to persuade Logan to join the X-Men. But in return, Logan raised his right hand. Swoosh! A sharp pale bone claw shot out from the gap between Logan's middle finger and directly hit Professor X's neck. The sharp claw pierced Professor X's skin. Blood flowed all over the place. F***K Charles. Seeing Professor X being attacked, Magneto immediately released his ability. The knife and fork on the table were instantly in front of Logan's eyes. Looking at the knife and fork so close, Logan was unmoved. A century of war career had long made him accustomed to physical pain. Just when the three of them were on the verge of a fight, Brian, who was watching the excitement on the side, gently raised his hand. Boom. Logan was immediately blasted out of the tavern by psychokinesis. Roar. Logan, who was blasted out of the tavern, was extremely angry at the moment. He roared in a standard Wolverine style, and his bone claws shot out instantly. Brian felt uncomfortable looking at Logan's bone claws. He waved his hand casually, and the invisible psychokinesis directly broke Logan's bone claws. Logan, your bone claws are really fragile. Crack, crack. There were bursts of bone-breaking sounds, and Logan's muscles were tense in pain, and his veins were bulging all over his body. But he did not scream. Instead, he rushed towards Brian like a wounded beast. While rushing towards Brian, his broken bone claws were also healing rapidly, and they were restored to their original state in a short time. Logan rushed to Brian, clenched his fists, swung his arms, and stabbed Brian with his claws at a high speed. Facing Logan's attack, Brian just waved his hand casually. Logan's attacking arm was immediately restrained in place by invisible psychokinesis. Logan's bone claw was a few centimeters behind Brian's neck. But no matter how hard Logan tried, his arm could not move forward at all. Brian swung his fingers downward. Logan's two arms crossed uncontrollably, and then the bone claws directly pierced into Logan's two kidneys. This time, Logan could no longer bear the pain. He groaned and directly retracted the bone claws that pierced into the kidneys. Logan's internal organs and flesh healed rapidly. Looking at Logan's self-healing speed, Cayenne was full of admiration. It must be said that Logan's self-healing factor is also an Omega-level ability. Theoretically, as long as his head is not chopped off, Logan can live forever. However, such a powerful self-healing factor was extracted by a despicable Japanese man, Shiro Yashida, in Wolverine 2. This is simply an insult to the self-healing factor. However, Shiro Yashida has been killed by Bruin now. The plot of Wolverine 2 will not happen anymore. After his body healed, Logan wanted to continue attacking, but a strong psychokinesis directly bound Logan in a big letter shape, unable to move at all. Who are you? Logan yelled at Brian. Remember my name, Logan. I'm Homelander Brian. Brian looked at the roaring Logan and chuckled. Homelander, Brian. Logan looked at Brian deeply and remembered Brian's name in his mind. Okay, Brian, we should go. Behind Brian, Professor X looked at Logan. Then he said to Brian, Professor X did not have any dissatisfaction with Logan's rejection of his invitation. Any mutant with justice in mind can join the X-Men. Similarly, any mutant can refuse to join the X-Men. This is their right. Since Logan doesn't want to join the X-Men, there is no point in staying here any longer. Hearing Professor X's words, Brian nodded and let go of the root. Swish! Brian soared into the air, and the four wings behind him spread out. At the same time, his right hand was raised, and Professor X and Magneto were pulled into the air by psychokinesis. Looking at Logan on the ground, Brian's lips moved slightly, and he controlled the sound waves to condense into a guard. Logan, we will meet again. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still extend the bone claw. I find that the sound of breaking the bone claw is really relaxing. Brian's voice reached Logan's ears. Logan looked up at Brian, who at this moment had flapped his wings and disappeared into the sky. Homelander Brian, next time, I'll let you taste the bone claws. Logan clenched his right fist, and 3 bone claws shot out, full of fighting spirit. Since awakening ability, Logan has a warlike gene in his bones. After being beaten by Brian, Logan is eager to meet Brian again, and then use his own strength to wash away today's shame. Logan, your phone. Boss George's voice sounded again, and at this moment, Boss George didn't know what had just happened, because his memory had been modified by Professor X before he left. Logan came to the phone and answered it. Hey James, my brother. Your vacation is over. A rough voice sounded on the phone. Victor, I just started my vacation. Logan frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, James, Your ability should not be wasted on vacation. Now America and the Soviet Union are about to go to war, and the military has recalled all the personnel on vacation. James, my mutant brother, we have a mission. On the other end of the phone, it was Logan's half-brother Sabretooth Victor. What mission? Logan frowned and asked. We were sent to the Florida Strait near Cuba. Victor's words made Logan curse fiercely. F***K, the Florida Strait is now a powder keg. The Soviet Navy and the American Navy have already gathered heavily and may go to war at any time. This is the most dangerous place in the world. On the other end of the phone, Victor's voice became extremely excited. James, the most dangerous place is where we should stay. War means killing. We are born to kill. After Victor finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Logan took 2 puffs of the cigar, then extinguished the cigar directly in the palm of his hand, and walked out of the Eller Tavern with big strides. Chapter 50. New York, Xavier Manor. Brian and the other 2 went to recruit Wolverine Logan, and Mystique Raven also left Xavier Manor. Now she is getting more and more adept at using her ability. This allows her to sneak into the White House in Washington, D.C. frequently, without anyone noticing anything unusual. Mystique Raven goes wherever she wants. Not to mention the White House. Even America's nuclear military base, Raven can come and go freely. After Raven left, Xavier Manor was left with only the newly joined X-Men newcomers, Angel, Siren, Shockwave. These 3 are just young people. Now the 4 elders of X-Men are gone. And Beast Hank has been unwilling to face himself after becoming Beast, so he locked himself in the laboratory and often did not show up. Father Asa, who joined earlier, is already middle-aged. He is also a fanatic believer of Apocalypse. He has no interest in playing with this group of young gods. That's why there was no one to restrain them. These young mutants immediately began to let themselves go. At this moment, in a casual bar in Xavier Manor, the young mutants started a carnival party. Hey, Siren, what ability do you have? Angel held a glass of red wine and danced a striptease for the X-Men boys with a smile on her face, causing 2 young men from X-Men to howl. Then Angel wiped the sweat from her forehead, sat on the sofa, and looked curiously at the Siren Sean Cassidy, who was excited and called for another time. Hearing Angel's question, Siren Sean Cassidy stood up. Then he put his glass on the table. I think you'd better cover your ears. Siren Sean Cassidy glanced at Angel, who was looking at him curiously, and Shockwave Alex, who was a little taciturn, shrugged and reminded him. Angel and Shockwave Alex looked at each other and then held their ears. The Siren Sean Cassidy took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and let out a scream. The sharp sound waves vibrated the air, forming an air ripple. Crash! The cup on the table was directly shattered by the sound waves. The red wine in the cup flowed out and spilled all over the floor. After shattering the cup, the sound waves spread, and the glass in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the lounge shattered. Cool. Angel's eyes lit up, and she praised the Siren Sean Cassidy's ability. And Shockwave Alex was also surprised. What about you, Angel? Why does Professor X call you Angel? After the Siren Sean Cassidy's ability was displayed, he looked at Shockwave Alex provocatively, and then asked Angel with a smile. Because I am Angel. Angel was shameless. She stood up directly, and the insect wings on her back like a tattoo slowly spread out. Buzz. The insect wings flapped rapidly, and Angel flew directly. Gift Crab Flight? Your ability is really amazing. The Siren Sean Cassidy widened his eyes. His eyes were full of envy. In fact, I can do more than just flight. Angel's face was full of pride. She flew around the lounge, then flew outside from the French window and came to a bronze sculpture. Poof! Angel spit out the strong acid solution. The head of the bronze sculpture was immediately corroded. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Siren Sean Cassidy whistled. And Shockwave Alex frowned slightly. Although Angel's strong acid solution is very corrosive, it is a bit too disgusting. Alex, what about you? We have all demonstrated our abilities, so it's time for you to demonstrate your abilities as well. Angel and Siren Sean Cassidy looked at Shockwave Alex. Although Shockwave Alex knew that his abilities were dangerous, he was still a young man. Amid the shouts and encouragement of Angel and Siren Sean Cassidy, Shockwave Alex stood up. My abilities are dangerous, and I need an open space. Shockwave Alex said, and went outside. He glanced at the sculpture in front of him, then clenched his fists and released his abilities. Red energy rings appeared on his body. He swung the energy rings with both hands, and they broke away from his body. Boom, boom, boom. An energy ring hit the sculpture directly, and the sculpture instantly split into two. The remaining energy rings hit the lawn and the ground outside, causing explosions. One of the energy rings even rushed towards the building in front. It's bad. Shockwave Alex's face changed drastically. He knew he was in trouble. If the energy ring hit the building in front, he might be kicked out of the X-Men by Professor X. He had just found his mutant companion. He didn't want to leave yet. However, even though Shockwave Alex was extremely anxious, he was powerless. He could only release energy shockwaves, but he couldn't control them. Just when the energy ring was about to hit the manor building, a huge amount of red mist suddenly appeared in front of the energy ring. In the red mist, several figures holding hands appeared in Shockwave Alex's sight. Get out of the way. Looking at the strangers who suddenly appeared in the red mist, Shockwave Alex shouted with worry on his face. He didn't know that these people who appeared from the red mist were their enemies, the mutants of the Hellfire Club. He was still worried about the safety of the other party, afraid that he would accidentally kill them. When will these new generation mutants grow up? The red mist dissipated, and Black Emperor Shao, wearing a mental protection helmet, looked at the incoming energy ring and just stretched out his hand. The red energy ring was quickly absorbed into his body. After absorbing Shockwave Alex's energy shockwave, Black Emperor Shao loosened his hand holding the red devil. He turned his head and looked at a white middle-aged woman beside him. Julie, see where Professor X is. Hearing Black Emperor Zhao's order, the white middle-aged woman named Julie moved her ears slightly. A circle of visible ripples spread from her ears. It instantly swept across New York City. Countless voices poured into Julie's ears like a tsunami. She was full of pain, and then caught the voice of Professor X in the Eller Tavern from these voices. Black Emperor, Professor X, Magneto, and Brian are all in the Eller Tavern 49 kilometers away from here, Julie said with a pale face. Well done, Julie. Now, I finally took off this helmet that talks too much. Black Emperor Shao reached out and patted Julie's shoulder, then took off the helmet with a look of disgust. Before going to recruit Wolverine Logan, Brian told Red Devil about the Xavier Manor where the X-Men were. Red Devil told Black Emperor Shao about this news after returning to the Hellfire Club. In addition, Red Devil also told Black Emperor Shao that the X-Men were recruiting mutants. This made Black Emperor Shao even more afraid of the X-Men. That's why, after he learned about the existence of the Xavier Manor, he used Red Devil's ability to teleport here directly. In addition, because of the profound lesson Brian taught him last time, in order to avoid a setback, this time, almost all of the Hellfire Club went out. The reason why it is almost, because before deciding to go to Xavier Manor, Black Emperor Shao had already sent White Queen Emma to the Soviet Union. Except for White Queen Emma, all members of Hellfire Club are present. Black Emperor Shao, Red Devil, Ursa Major, the first mutant in the Soviet Union, who just joined the Hellfire Club. Superman's ear Julie. However, after arriving at Xavier Manor and seeing Shockwave Alex and others, Black Emperor Shao was disappointed. He had originally planned to catch the X-Men off guard, and even wore that ugly helmet for this. But he didn't expect that the four giants of X-Men were not here at all. There were only these few shrimps left in the entire X-Men base. Looking at Shockwave Alex and others, Black Emperor Shao really couldn't get interested in fighting. Good afternoon, fellow mutants. I'm Sebastian Shaw. Relax, I won't hurt you. Black Emperor Shao changed his strategy. Looking at the confused and puzzled eyes of the young X-Men in front of him, he decided to cut off the source of the trouble and directly attract these mutants to the Hellfire Club. A gentle smile appeared on Black Emperor Zhao's face. As he spoke, he walked towards Angel and others. Roar. Just when Black Emperor Shao was about to extend the olive branch of the Hellfire Club to this group of young X-Men, a roar suddenly came from the Xavier Manor not far away. A blue figure rushed to Shockwave Alex quickly. Stand back, Alex. A deep and heavy voice sounded in Shockwave Alex's ears. Shockwave Alex turned his head to look at the place where the voice came from. Immediately, he saw a blue-haired gorilla with bulging muscles and about 2 meters and 5 meters tall. This figure was Beast Hank from the X-Men. Beast Hank had already left his laboratory when the explosion occurred here. After seeing Black Emperor Shao at this moment, Beast Hank's pupils shrank violently. However, Hank, who has become a beast, has long lost his cowardice in the past. Even when facing a strong enemy, Beast Hank still dares to show his claws and fangs. Black Emperor Shao, get out of Xavier Manor. Beast Hank's hair exploded all over his body, and he roared at Black Emperor Shao. It seems that X-Men still have some talents. Black Emperor Shao looked at Beast Hank's body with interest, his eyes full of appreciation. It's a pity, there is already a beast in my team. He Huang Shao said with some regret, then turned to look at the Ursa Major with a Soviet face. Yurikovic, this guy is in your hands. He Huang Shao said to the Ursa Major beside him, Ursus Yurikovic. Zero, please give me flowers. Okay, He Huang Shao. The 1.9-meter tall Ursa nodded, and then walked towards Beast Hank. Looking at the approaching Ursa, Beast Hank frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what variant abilities Ursa had. But since he was a member of the Hellfire Club, that made him an enemy. Who cares about his abilities? Hit him first. Beast Hank roared, then clenched his fist and punched Ursa directly. Although Beast Hank didn't have many fighting skills. But now the power brought by this body was enough for Beast Hank to not need any skills. Bang! Huge amounts of fists exploded. Facing Beast Hank's fist, Ursa didn't even dodge. He directly tore off a thin vest on his body, and then his whole body began to change instantly. In Beast Hank's stunned eyes, Ursa turned into a 3.5-meter tall, huge, and strong brown bear. The 2.5-meter tall Beast Hank, standing in front of Ursa Major, only reached Ursa Major's belly. F****KU. Beast Hank bared his teeth and cursed. Bang! At the same time, his fist landed on Ursa Major. The powerful punch, enough to bend steel, hit Ursa Major, but there was no reaction. A huge bear had looked down at Beast Hank. Taste the power of the Siberian brown bear. The brown bear was cruel, and then slapped Beast Hank away with a palm. Boom! Beast Hank's body crashed directly into the recreation room behind Shockwave and others. The wall of the recreation room collapsed, burying Beast Hank directly in it. Bear power. Ursa Major strode towards Beast Hank. Then he grabbed Beast Hank's right foot and pulled him out of the ruins. In Beast Hank's angry roar, Ursa Major raised huge amounts of bear paws and slapped him into the ground again. Huge amounts of power, causing the ground beneath his feet to collapse and shatter. And where Beast Hank was, there was a huge amount of bear paw mark. Ahem. Although Beast Hank had amazing defense, he still couldn't resist the bear's power. His sternum was sunken and blood was spitting out of his mouth. With just one blow, Beast Hank was seriously injured and dying by the Ursa Major. Beast Hank was naturally nemesis by the Ursa Major. Okay, the guy who got in the way has been dealt with. Now, my fellow mutants. The revolution for the mutants is about to begin. Black Emperor Shao glanced coldly at Beast Hank lying on the side, and then his face became gentle again. He walked up to Angel, Siren Sean Cassidy, and Shockwave Alex, and threw them the olive branch of the Hellfire Club. When humans discover us and mutants, we will eventually face a choice. Will mutants be enslaved by humans? Or will mutants rule the world in turn? All of this will be based on your choice. You can stand still and continue to fight to protect those humans who hate you. Or join us and become a member of the Hellfire Club. You will dominate your own life and even become the king. When he said this, He Huang Shao looked at Angel, or the queen. After He Huang Shao finished speaking, Angel was really moved. In the human world, she was just a stripper. However, if she joined the Hellfire Club, she might really be able to become the queen of the Hellfire Club, as He Huang Shao said. Angel looked around. Finally, she took a step and walked towards He Huang Shao. No way, Angel, you betrayed me. The sea monster Sean Cassidy said to Angel in disbelief. He Huang Shao is right. We mutants are born to be high above. After Angel finished speaking, she no longer had any psychological burden. She walked directly to the side of He Huang Shao and held the hand that He Huang Shao extended. Good girl, what is your ability? Black Emperor Shao looked at Angel with a smile on his face and asked gently. I am Angel. I have insect wings and strong acid solution. Angel proudly showed her ability to Black Emperor Shao, not noticing that his face turned a little ugly. It's a really good ability. Black Emperor Zhao's smile obviously faded, but after all, he recruited her. If he rejected Angel because of her weak mutant ability, it would inevitably make other members of the Hellfire Club dissatisfied. Therefore, even if Angel was just a level 1 mutant that Black Emperor Shao disdained in the past, Black Emperor Shao could only recruit her into the Hellfire Club. After learning about Angel's ability, Black Emperor Shao no longer expected the abilities of Sea Siren Sean Cassidy and Shockwave Alex. He glanced at Angel, and his eyes twitched slightly. He regretted coming to Xavier Manor now.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.